Daozong store. Some higher value clicks or super versions of Gaussian engineering method will be included in the internal points. Soon he found the door where the villagers from the two mountains were emitting a faint light in the wall. The luminous magic beads emitted a soft light. An elder was sitting on the bun in front of the door, avoiding the dusk and resting his mind. Li Changsho moved his luggage forward, and his disciple Xiao Qiongfeng Li Changsho read Chapter 70. Chapter 70, the old face is familiar. There are no wrinkles on the face with long grey belt, but it gives people an inexplicable old-fashioned texture. He is a master in the sect. It is unknown. He has been hiding for many years. Li Changsho is holding a white drink in both hands. Disciple Xia Jancheng wants to enter the inner stall. Click on the door of the inner stall. Chapter 70. The old man has no fluctuation and just glances at it. Let's go in. Amidst the faint sound of friction, the yellow ring on Zong Neijian's door opened a gap. As the door opened, Li Changsho blocked the next thing. His awareness of self-protection was extremely strong. Then Xingxing met and sneaked in. The size of that store is much smaller than other stores, but just click here to reveal a book, and you can exchange it for a large number of treasures to be adopted on Founder. In addition to Wu Weijing, as well as various winged masters and elders Saizong, the high contact methods in Duxian sect can be found here. He felt that as a disciple of the repeated weapon world, it was very inappropriate to always go in and out of the Tibetan mat. It was best to memorize everything he would use at once. He seriously picked up the numerology method and started taking drugs. From that moment on, he was an emotionless Fuko magic weapon. At the same time, or on the other side of the sky, listen to the sound of splitting force. Lightning flashed inside a cell building, and the politics and lore outside were instantly washed away. Disciple Chichi looked up and said, Jiu sincerely said that this vacation is so wonderful. That thunder light, they couldn't catch the fast time at all. This breast is really advanced and has great fluctuations in the later stage. He succeeded. I saw a deep shadow rising slowly in the sky. There was a shining light in the distance, covering its face like a shell. Everyone who violated the official status applauded with very appreciative eyes. Congratulations to Du Jie, the first person to get 99 needles. He 99's face turned silvery. Anger flashed in his eyes. He has been in seclusion for such a long time, so he has become evil. Then he ran back to his room with the knowledge of training Bu Jianga. The speed of the pre-clearance was very fast, but the weak streamer changed the shadow. But several classmates who were passing by were injured. Immediately there was a sound of rummaging around in the room. Then he fell to the ground in despair. Damn it, how could I possibly survive? I can't survive with alcohol. Suddenly he moved Lingji. By the way, the fifth senior brother still has stock. She hurriedly ran to the next floor of the wine shop. Facing the door was a string of needles. But the wine shop happened to have something to go out, and there was a Dharma struggle outside the door. In desperation, Jiu hurriedly speculated in the direction of Shaoxing Fengfeng. Ling Bian is practicing quietly at this time. Suddenly I heard the sound of a clutter outside the thatched cottage, but I jumped, so I caught a cold and went out to check. He shouted with some confusion, Xiao Shu, what's wrong with you? Jiu's soul lay weakly on the ground and recorded the face of a man who was about to die in the desert. Today's bell goose has nothing wrong with his hands. He cuts his lips for a long time and extends a small hand of hope to the bell goose. It's like when Chu took his last breath. He used his last strength to bring out the word, wine. It feels so good. I sat at the table for a long time after squatting. My face was red, I was holding a wine bottle in my hand, and I let out a sigh of satisfaction before I felt comfortable for 2 lifetimes. Ling Yi stood aside with black lines on his face. But it was already his 6th drink. Then he became a little confused. Uncle Master, you are dependent on Jiotai Kingdom. 99 gently wiped the excess alcohol on your face. Do I have it? Then he said seriously that everyone's Tao is different. Our Tao is 9. I looked at myself in the drink again. This is the number one thing in my heart. I can't just throw it away. If I throw it away, I won't be frightened. Then he turned to look at Lina. By the way, where did your senior brother go? Dingsha went to the store. He will probably look back soon. While looking at him for a long time, Yu Guang inadvertently picked the old 9 in the corner. The wine there felt like it exuded a different aura. His forehead was a little dull. And he didn't know when he had put it there. Jiu unceremoniously shook up another spoonful and drank it down. He was all energetic. It had been a long time, but in the next second, he fell to the ground like this. Why is this wine sword so big? I quickly became familiar with the past. This bottle of wine is no better than others. It is just the original liquid of wine. The purity is the same. Principled and sophisticated people are controlled by literary people. 9 people are in danger. Witness Lee went to the Tibetan store for half a month. I played with Lina from Mr. Witch to Mo costume, and then from Mo costume to real costume, and finally ended up at the liquor village Lianghu in Xiaolin in Heguang. I was bored again for a long time. After waiting for half a month, I finally couldn't help but stand up. This guy took so long to go to a Daozang store, so he had to go to the store to find him in person. Elder 70 is calming down again at this moment. After hearing the noise, the baby opened his eyes, which were a little dull. I felt a little more energetic when I saw the 99 backers. I put my hands on the 99 bar, and there was a smile on my face. Xiaojio, you are still a kid who sleeps with a smile. You know how to shock me. Jiujio felt embarrassed. He actually came to see a disciple of Fan Ruijing named Li Changshou. Elder Qi Lin suddenly encountered a scoundrel, so he took the paper sword and went to that point. Jiujio happily walked towards the store, leaving Elder Qi Ling sitting alone and expressionless. When Jiujio-san was sent out, he finally saw Li Changmon leaning against the wall to explore the domain slips in a corner that was not obtrusive. This guy was hiding so deep. Are you going to look at the Autumn Palace picture again? After squatting for a long time, he smiled with his eyes closed, and he had a bad idea in his heart. He secretly moved towards Li Changshou in the corner under the cover of special prices and sundry. Prices, comfortable and fast, 99 steps are taken up by the feet, and the steps are comfortable and comfortable. The flag arm made a railing face just as he was inhaling. Because I often receive my right hand, I don't know when to raise it, so I just stop talking. A light blue single medicine is accurately inserted into 99 mouths. 99 the next moment, I kept this order in my mouth, and the 9 fragrances surrounded my heart. Jumping around for a few times, a sweet experience slips into the grass, that kind of drunkenness. The microcirculation is so comfortable that it makes Jiujio feel so good. There is a little red moon hanging on my face when I hit it. Wow, it's delicious. What is this? Li Changshou said that Lingjio was made up of 12 digits of zero medicine and purified 9-leaf essence. The effect was just to supplement the original product. But the taste was really good. He took out a treasure bag and took it out. There were 60 pills in it. I can't leave my eyes without the treasure bag that I hate jujuding from my uncle. What will you be in the next life? While eating, he looked at the books in Li Changshou's hands. What are you reading? Witness Li confidently told him that there were a few things that were prohibited, and he wanted to see if they could be used on the practice array machine. 99's whole body had already dropped, so what exactly did he want to make Xiaoqiong Gonggong into? Li Changshou glanced at him. I will probably stay here for another month. Uncle, please go back and rest first. Please, I'm sorry, Xiaoxing said. Well, I'll just wait here. A month will pass in a while. In the northeastern part of China, there is a fairy island surrounded by huge mountains and rain. There are unclear towers on the flag floating on the mountains. The white clouds surround this fairy island. The fairy island is surrounded by layers of formations of fairy birds. Obstetrics and gynecology went to the castle. Kaiomaimon. Regarding this triangular original flow meeting, Kaiomaimon was one of the angry ones. That night, after a long victory, he was supported back to his residence by the disciples of Jingfeng sect. What he came to participate in this time was the preparatory meeting before the start of the preparatory meeting. It is estimated that it will last for 35 years. The People's Taoist teachings originally only had 5 or 6A, so Mr. Du was also brought in to break the lock. He complained that it was better to let him go back early. While they were shouting at each other, 950 seemed to hear Vincent. How could there be Wenzi here? He took a photo casually, and Vincent suddenly disappeared. However, not far from the attic where Duxianmen lives is one of the attics where Jinao Daozhong Lian Qi lives. Principal Lao Dao is sitting here to meditate and rest. Hearing a warm voice, he felt a little suspicious in his heart. When he wanted to use fresh food to explore the surroundings, I felt a slight pain in my chest. Limo Shuiguang accidentally entered the original spirit of Principal Lao Dao. Without this Lao Dao's soul, after a while, Principal was so old that he softly muttered, and the godless Shuangmu regained his wits. He whispered, the master can rest assured that this subordinate will be a single treasure with his life, and this matter will definitely be successful. 3 months after taking office in 1999, outside the single room in Shaoxing Fengfeng, 3 voices were busy going back and forth. Suddenly, Li Changshou stopped on the spot and asked Shu what he was thinking about carefully. He immediately made some calculations, and soon there was a trace of famous things in his heart. The tattoo that I gave to 9 Wizards' Bow was to be taken out. Could it be that 9 Wizards' Bow was in danger and used the soul of Na Meifu's ancestors? A big hand waved it back and forth in front of his eyes. Jiujio kept calling his name, but he didn't have any memories. What's wrong? Why was he suddenly stunned? Bai Changshou grabbed his songbook. With a nervous look on his face, Master Ju, when I was just being stingy, I dreamed that Zhu Wu Wangbo was being knocked out of the Ruxiong's ruthless pursuit by 7 or 8 gods. 99 Death of the Rogue Skeleton Monster. Being chased by a few ruthless men who had lost weight. Senior brother Wu Wu, he inadvertently made up some pictures in his mind. It couldn't be what he imagined. Li Changsha was so serious that he was not joking and asked him to inform the Expo 90 quickly. Jiu nodded and signed. Then he quickly flew away. As soon as Jiu left, Lin Er came over and patted senior brother on the shoulder. Senior brother, you really dreaming about Jiu Wu? Do you think Jiu Wu was not prepared for a few sweats to chase him? Li Changsha looked a little bold, and Lu Wei was a little bold. Naturally, the dream was a lie, but it's possible that what happened was really because I packed my bags when I went back just in case and took all my useful things with me. Soon 90 took out the one Li Qianchuan that he had practiced with 905 and was convinced. However, there was no response at all. 90 Qian is a theory. Then he took out another treasured mirror. This mirror is called the Tongxin Treasured Mirror. There is a new tip of 95 written on it. Soifa becomes able to see 95 as he sees it now, but 90 was punished several times in a row. Baoji also had no reaction. At this time, Jiuzi was already a little distracted. Baojing unconsciously fell to the ground in his hands, mistakenly thinking that something had happened to him. 97 almost went crazy. Jiu dared to block him and then took him to find his master for help. It would be disrespectful to leave everything to oneself immediately. I hope that the master himself will be convinced when he loses the law, but I heard that it is indeed a battle of law. However, for half an hour, Hua Tianfeng also thought of the extremely fast Zhongsheng. A strong pressure suddenly appeared on Hua Tianfeng. He moved to a figure wrapped in light and rushed out of the Toyama formation and punched towards the west. A brigade of antennas appeared on each wind. It was Li Changshou, the head of Juxian sect, who stood up and took off towards Zhongshensu. He stood in front of the thatched house and sensed it carefully for a while. I felt the unique Xuanmiao Taoist realm of Jingxi and Changshengjing. Sure enough, there was a Jingxian in Duxian men. In order to ensure the safety of the Duxians, Lao Liu first dug an underground passage, combing through all the possibilities. In the end, 3 police officers were restricted, but it was heartbreaking. 95 and others were helped by Tuan. At this time, he was already scarred, and his face was full of worry. He was afraid that he would have to confess here. Fortunately, I hope my lover will feel it in time. Who dares to hurt my child? Just do your best. The voice sounded. Zhu Wu raised his head and looked up. I took a shower on a broken stone road, but I accidentally missed the needle. The people who gathered together quickly cleaned up the shadows of the workers and waiters, just like Kagua chopping vegetables. Under the strong pressure of Wang Qingshang, the Heiyu man was so powerful. Just when he was about to explain who was behind the scenes, his whole body suddenly shook with fighting force. Raise your head and feet after school. The figure is also slowly dissipating. This demon master is really ruthless. He didn't even leave a single person alive. Looking forward to the lover gradually loosening his wife's clothes. He was not willing to just settle it like this and even ordered an investigation to be carried out. It's vegetable type. As soon as this incident came out, Sanjing Zhongjing took over the town. Several experts who came to the city were called to immediately stand up. The historical research Line Gate and his party were attacked. 2.5 months later, Chang Shou brought Lin Gu to visit the wine shop's master. How are you doing with your injury? The wine shop got up and sat on the bedside. Fortunately, if it weren't for the poison pill you transferred to me, I would have never seen you again. Got it. He was only holding on to his own life, and the 2 fellow students who were traveling with me met with misfortune. In that kind of China, the soul is so shattered that it will never come back. Fortunately, some clues have finally been found out about this matter. That day, I was a literary scholar. He said that someone asked the master to read according to the Chinese Jian Jianxing. My grandfather had some knowledge about the 3 religions conference. This led them into an ambush, and the identity of the person who attacked seemed to be the precursor of the obstetrics and gynecology education. 95 looked very serious. He concluded that those people seemed to be doing things secretly because they did not want the Triangle Conference to start smoothly. Witness Li had a problem in his heart. He seemed to be thinking deeply about something familiar. It must not be that simple. The wine steward asked for 2 more pills for self-defense, so Chang Shou decided to tell him to knock on the door to communicate with Elder Wan, and then let him find Elder Wan Lin Yun by himself. Soon, Li Changshou told Jiu Wu some new discoveries. He found a jade calamity in the Daozang shop. There seemed to be a mention of Earth Vein model in it. Jiu Wu nodded and adapted. It was true, but the elders didn't say anything about it. Compared with Chang Shou's face, Wang Ran, he is really smiling from the bottom of his heart. It's very good. In addition, there are 2 channels dug by it to go to Di Mao and Nian Yuzheng. This means that the Jushian gate has returned. A little safer. Half an hour later, Jusha came from the side with a bowl of medicine. When a stray child comes into the house, it's time to take medicine. Witness Li watched this scene and once again said a famous saying from his previous life. It's time for the big wolf to take medicine. I stood up and walked towards the door without looking back. I remembered that I still had something to do and said goodbye. On Yunlu, Lin Yi established Changshou's face a little gloomy. He asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, is the problem serious?" Li Changshou discussed. There are too few training details currently known to determine. He is going to retreat in a single room for a few days to think about this matter. If there is anything unusual inside the door, let Lin Yi immediately crush the messenger service given to him. Don't be afraid of wasting it. Lin Oqiao nodded abruptly. It would be fine if it was a little perfunctory. He really felt in his heart. Is the senior brother a little too sensitive? The great government around the single room has begun. At this time, there is no movement in the zero room. What is calm? But if you are a keen person, stand outside this dense zero and look inward. You may become a cold cat index. Li Changshou took out a blank scroll and threw it one by one on the ground. He silently thought to himself, if I am a reporter behind the scenes, then the preview has nothing to do with the previous lectures of the Jing Ao instructor. Rather, it is related to the current discussion of Taoism. Bi Shangshou took out a self-made townpie and started to lose. Hara Xiong wanted to interfere with the progress of the Triangle Conference and provoke conflicts among the triangles. He doesn't care where Brother Yuan is, whether he has a feud with his family or the other two people in the triangle. As long as the other party makes a move, he can react quickly and make the right hard move. Then he congratulated Isheng and ordered the clones to prepare for war. In addition, it took out 3 wooden tablets and put them in 3 scenery bags. The first one was recorded. Cry, I have buried my penis with Jiawu Shubwa. Jiawu Shubwa will go to Wan Lin Yunzhong. Lao later. This scenery bag will be handed over to Jiawu Shubwa by Wan Lin Yun, and Jiawu Shubwa will be ordered to stay inside the door at all times. The second police bag was given to Shishu 99. This one had to wait until something big happened and could not be given to him directly. The third police bag was given to the master. It stated that he needed the master's help to cover the matter. In fact, he asked the master to protect the junior sister and leave. Half a year later, 3 voices flew out from the Golden Palace Gate in Zhongshensu. They were all from the training room of Jinao Island and had learned knowledge from the Jushian sect. They felt that it was really unsafe, so they decided to find a reason to leave. What to prepare for the story? 2 fellow Taoists, 2 words flew past him on the left and right. Young Ren hasn't been able to make any reaction yet, the scene behind him is full of pain, and Shinxing will collapse immediately. Principal was so experienced that he grabbed the 2 middle-aged men from behind and continued to fly toward the southeast on the clouds. Another half-month later, Principal was old enough to hold the Baiyun and parked it in a secret forest at the junction of Zhongshensu and Dongshengshenshu. As if it had been agreed before, black shadows came from all over the forest. These businessmen have waists and souls. The only thing they have in common is that there are traces of invisible traces on their necks, which have been harmonized. A demon ancestor came holding a plate. The plate was shining with blood. There were 3 full-sized and 7½ blood-colored cold flowers. Principal enough to pick up that bloody face. The blood-colored ejaculate of the different mothers was constantly fluttering around them, and it was gently held by the ears of the 3 of them to help him down. This is the immortality you have been praying for. Way to stop. His voice penetrated the hearts of the 3 of them. At the same time, the blood company they lost together. The scholar smiled evilly and ordered them to destroy the Jushian sect. When the 3 Jin Ao Dao, led by Principal Lao Dao, were in love, he said in his voice, "My dearest subordinate, I will never miss this time. This man is so stable in the face of unknown threats. Make all powerful preparations with aid." Tens of thousands of miles suddenly came out of Xiaogu's body. The people sitting in the cave are so quiet that people feel cold. The little writers came to report the news, and everything has been completed. Control the momentum of Coach Jie and arrange for Pei to attack several ancestors of Duxian men who are at Jinggong men, in order to let Duxian men attract support from all parties and then make friends and build momentum, in order to pretend to be a pioneer in production and education and join forces with the waist and foot, go to the negative little Duxian men. This is the plan. This is just a little lonely for him. The momentum of the 3 Jin Ao instructors is a fake state that he doesn't know. As long as this happens, no matter what the outcome is, it will continue to increase the relationship between the triangle. Even if it is a conspiracy, it is still a conspiracy. But he got away before he started, turned back to rebel against Western religions in half an hour, and watched a good show from a distance. This is the wise man. If it is found that these 3 people have succeeded, let them be destroyed in ashes and leave only clues to the education and production education. And then the 2 of them can be settled. On the other hand, in order to cope with the unknown danger, the story of Kirumigo begins. First, develop various poisons and upgrade your own control clones. Secondly, strengthen the training of master and junior sisters so that they can protect themselves and at the same time be protectors who do not know that good things cannot wait for others. The last and longest task is to perfect the Insect Bee's mountain protection formation. Now the first phase of preparations is completed. As for the preparations for the second stage, he needs to take action together with foreign sources. He has not waited for Li Changshou to find him. Elder Wan Lingyun came directly to Xiao Xiongfen, specially to cook him a favor. As soon as I came down, I planned to give him a big hug. You often catch colds and refused with your hands. Don't come over. It's long, because he is just a support clone now. He is very fragile and cannot be touched strongly. As for his real body, it is not worth doing anything else inside the door. This time they were going to patrol around Xianmen again to see if there were any albums. They decided to start looking slowly from the east. Soon, Li Changshou dropped one of the items in his hand and gave it to Elder Wan Lingyun. This was a gadget that the disciple had used to ignore the rules. It was called the Bold Tester. The color of Segan is now light and clear. This is caused by my disciple's temporary investigation with you. If the color becomes darker, it means someone else is watching us temporarily. The sound has just faded away, and the color has become a lot darker when I turn to my side. It seems that there are enemies nearby. Neither of them expected to see Xiao Xiao so soon. After a while, the 2 of them squatted silently behind Guan Guan Song. Sure enough, someone seemed to be gambling. Go Sheng not only has his own dog, but also takes Du Xin with him. If he is not sure of the reality of anything, he will not be able to do it. The 2 new people searched carefully and found that someone was indeed trying to make money from Saidu Xianmen. The other party also deliberately arranged such a brilliant audiovisual array and this eye array here. There are dozens of big wastes in the main hall, whose cultivation level has advanced from the real to the heavenly level. The 2 quietly hid in the Kenwood and watched all their actions. Elder Wan Lingyun was so angry that he immediately showed up his sleeves and prepared to go up and fake it. This group of exterminators were really desperate to die. They were even more wet than Dajin under Changshou. He dared to be busy and stopped him. He just smiled faintly and had a countermeasure in his mind. The more people on the other side, the more important they were. What if this was another enemy? So in order to avoid losing their combat power, they must not act rashly. They must attack in one go. Elder Wan Lingyun turned to look at Li Changshou. Is it possible that we can only do it here? Looking at Li Changshou, he took out a Yupei and handed it to Elder Wan Lingyun. This is the series of gadgets he made. Holding this jade pendant, you can have heart-to-heart communication without any mental effort, magic power, vitality, and air fluctuations. It is very invisible. The only drawback is that they cannot be too far away from each other. Then he silently whispered in his heart that he would listen to my command later and secretly poison them, and then they would all be expected. But Elder Wan Lingyun was so angry that he had no intention of listening to what he was saying. A popular man was about to move forward, but he planned to use his most powerful poison to spread the poison. Li Changshou immediately grabbed his clothes again. If you can't do this, you will lose your energy. You must use a mild medicine that is not poisonous enough to be noticed by others. It must be prepared like boiling a frog in warm water. Only by killing them all can you be warm. Wan Lingyun was a little confused and touched himself stupidly. Mr. Ma said, what you said makes sense. It's because I'm a little too creative. You can come up with some tricks. I'm honest. Li Changshou gave a big smile and finally stopped him anyway. Soon, Elder Wan Lingyun took out a CI commentary on the ring in his hand and whispered, this thing can make the primordial spirit of heaven bewitched. If you go to Suma, it will be the son of the sinful soul. The properties of this poison are mild and difficult to detect. As he spoke, Master Wan Lingyun casually took out another 7 or 8 magnetic bottles. The people in the company who were often noticed drooled. The reserve of this poison list really made people famous. Sure enough, this is the family's wealth. Wan Lingyun, the old 6-time banker. Just to beat the opponent in, Li Changshou asked him to extract the poison first, and then wrap it with thread power. Then Jiangdu penetrated into the underground, surpassing the entire range of the formation from the underground, and then let us slowly stretch out a few mouths from the underground. According to Li Changshou's command, Elder Wan Lingyun directly used 18 levels of Mi Shinzu Husan and a brigade to deliver these rice medicines directly under each deep shadow hiding here. And then allowed the rice medicines to slowly disperse. Soon the Ming dynasty spread to the feet of everyone present. This time they attacked the mountain gate. They must not have only these experts. This place should only be the opponent's vanguard. It is best not to let anyone take advantage of it. The communication has just ended. Those people opposite suddenly felt that their eyes were darkened, then fell down one by one. Kelly Changsho is still worried, and there are constant rumors in his heart. The elder ordered those big waists and added a little more weight. Their waists and feet are much fatter than ours. Those elements directly. They all shook their heads and felt unprecedented permission. Li Changsho Ning was in front, his eyes were full of determination, and then he kept an eye on the master. The elders were careful about the line. Fluctuations in line power might scare them. Pay special attention to those on the tree. After a while, the figure fell from the tree and hit the ground like a killing explosion. After half a tenth, there was a lot of radicalism in the formation. If you move, the whole ground will be filled with the voices of several human and waste tribes. They fell to the ground with a count of 8. Elder Wan Lin Yun was very happy in his heart. These people were all blocked by him. He rushed out again to get to know these people. Bai Changsho once again caught the elder. It cried and earnestly advised, "Let's go. Why do you have to go out now? If someone deliberately pretends to be a pro-democracy activist and you show up again, wouldn't we just fall into their trap?" Wan Lin Yun thought for a moment that the development of Changsho made sense. So what should we do next? Witness Li thought in his heart, use the same method to release the poison, but this time, it must be the poison of Yu Meng Yu Lai, so as not to give the other party any chance to counterattack. Wan Lin Yun comes up with his allies. Okay, let them use my strongest poison. He only faces local girls. The poisonous gas gradually spread out. What a powerful Tianxian poison, or the poison that directly kills Tianxian's advanced, big-waisted wasteland god. These big-waisted bodies also follow its body and are all victorious. This was not enough. It swelled and emitted a green poison that spread too hot. Then Changsho asked the elder to use steaming fire to burn round sugar. The fragrant Teuton who burns them black is so domineering. Even so, Li Changsho still couldn't let down his guard. Next, he would go there and use the social soul pick to collect their soul fragments. Soon he transformed into a vaccine-free woman. Elder Wan Lin Yun took it seriously. He had to transform before entering the sea, but he was really cautious. Elder Wan Lin Yun was shocked by Lao Liu's early operations. He is a man who will implement it steadily to the end. Li Changsho transformed into a young woman in an instant, and then she wanted to use the soul bead to collect their soul fragments. He quickly vomited it in, and thick fog rose from the ground. The Miaochi woman walked back and forth in the middle, holding the soul-receiving orb, which kept emitting light, blocking those people's momentum and directly destroying the training spirit. Just as the social soul pig continues to practice and absorb, you must know that the text somehow found its way to his feet. Then he ran along his body to his police number. Oh, he pierced the woman's neck, and she was hit hard by the heavy blow. This text on the side is indeed the case. He hopes that this woman can become one of them. After a while, the witness seemed to have no reaction at all. He stepped up and clapped his hand, directly breaking the chi pat in half. There is no one who can plot the secrets of Lao Liu. However, he soon discovered that the words were not real words. They seemed to be spoken by supernatural powers and written by blood. I can't help but suspect that during the Fengshan festival, Shikan's rhythmic inner disciple Gui Zero Holy Mother sucked up another 12 bottles of this text and 3 bottles this year. At the same time, moving in one place. From being quiet and popular to making money, these people are really stupid. At this moment, his entire body was filled with rage. 1/3 of the Kuelai he had finally collected was killed without any sound. He was really unwilling to wake up. He tried to calm down and think about who the woman was just now and why he couldn't find his original god at all. Could it be that some expert took action? Fortunately, the 3 most important Jinghao Island chained 7 hours, because they were hiding the power of Xena Snow Lotus behind them and were not affected by the impact. My plan was not completely failed. Taoist Wen Jing continued to work hard to sense, but because all Kuelai were dead, it was completely impossible to see what was happening in the formation. Another point is that Elder Wan Lin Yun is burning with steaming fire. Witness Li couldn't help but remind him, Elder, all corpses and Yuanshan must be burned into ash. The elder said nothing but felt in his heart that he was really cautious. After a while, Li Changsho held the money and tapped it gently. He was about to send poisonous essence to eliminate the British. If there are any residual souls that cannot be sucked by the soul shooting pig, then send them to the underworld to be dissolved back. They will be exempted later, Elder. Elder Wan Lin Yun was shocked by him again. This would be too cautious. Spring is here, and it's the season when animals begin to mate. After I got back to those people, it was finally solved. Li Changsho took the battle trophies and social souls out of the land, and then Elder Wan took these evidences to Po Tien Feng Xiu and explained the situation to Chang Lun and other elders, so that he could make some preparations to deal with them in advance. In addition, in order not to be tainted with karma, he also specially emphasized the 100,000 elder artists. Wan Lin Yun got hard. Then Bao Nang asked him, "What are you going to do next for longevity?" "I am proud of my constant suffering. As for my mother, I want to go back and study the wonderful secrets of annihilation and hearing." Li Changshou has been trapped in the secretary's life since he came back. If a character like Li Changshou really shows up, I'm afraid he won't be able to deal with it. So my own craftsman clone can kill Fumiko, but it's not a method that can be widely used. Fortunately, Gongfu no longer had his wish. He checked a lot of clicks and finally found a good way to eliminate the smell in the secretary. That is the cousin who repaired the text of "You Were Snacks." Its meat tastes delicious. The disadvantage is that it lacks emotional intelligence and does not understand inversion. So the output is extremely low. Now that you have cousin, you are not afraid that there is no method. It seemed that he wanted to lift the seal in order to cherish the retail configuration. Li Changshou pushed Gizi away. There's a little movement behind that wall. What is inside is Chingu. The potion made by Chingu has the same effect as the inner bead box of Yulang. Why don't you understand the case of love? What about the annihilation of closed spirits? Let Lao Liu help you. So he started to feel a little love between the big domain and the second domain. Then he turned around and said, "Lina happened to see Li Changshou's back. Brother Stinky, you didn't even come over to talk to me. I've been practicing for several days and nights without rest. You're not considerate at all." Then he hurriedly followed him, wanting to see what his senior brother had been doing recently, when he saw Li Changshou brushing away a straw. Before Ling Yi could speak, he turned his head and made a winning gesture to Ling Yi. Then he waved to Lin Er gently and said in a low voice, "Come and see for yourself." Ling Er shield stone, large golden stone color. I was speechless for a moment. It seems that this really works. Everything went smoothly. There is a river in front of the pool, and the two souls are as deep as closed fish. They cherish Shuling Shiyuwa, and they are doing some indescribable things. Lin Zhen went over and pinched his face and whispered to his senior brother, "Although this junior sister has a deep love for you, you should also pay attention to the impact. Some things cannot be made public, and it will affect the junior sister's normal behavior towards the senior brother. If you get hard, go there. Thank you for helping me adjust the poor frame too." Medium heaven. Lina rolled his eyes and hated my life. He didn't want to go up to you. For the sake of your little junior sister's sake, senior brother, do you still have Lingshou to accompany you? I'll let my junior sister avoid being a man and help you. Li Changshou refused at all. Don't have any big ideas. Each of these single medicine bottles is specially inserted by me. Don't even think about doing strange things by taking them away. Lina noticed for a while that he was a stingy guy. How could he be so careful about losing his eyebrows? Witness Li couldn't help but stared at Lina. After all, he had a little insomnia with complicated thoughts. Lina rolled his eyes, looked away from the incident. Was heartbroken, but he didn't know where he flew to. What is the charm of this man? He actually made beauties come to Xiaoqiong 3 times and 5 times. Toxic Cliff always makes excuses for herself in order to see him. In the Potion Feng main hall, the leader personally ordered that from today on, all disciples are prohibited from going out, and the Hushan formation is also completely sealed off. This time, Elder Wan Lingyun killed so many powerful enemies in person. It can be said that he is a sacred object. Some elders suggested that this loss should not be given to Wan Lingyun. I didn't think so when I went with him. He felt that it was natural for him to do these things for his sect, so he couldn't have these fools. His serious look at this time made other elders feel fear, but soon Elder Wan Lingyun seemed to remember something, and suddenly his eyes widened. He was never very effective in front of everyone, and he seemed to show a sneer. These can be regarded as lectures for longevity families, so he agreed to accept this lecture. Stupid, but the way she smiled was obviously more scary. The two elders could only pay attention to Pang Chesh's whispers and even wondered if they had just said something wrong that made her unhappy. On the other side, Yaya, who was poisonous in his choice, thought of his master's ice attack in his mind again. Xiaya, there is a little old lady at the mountain gate today, and the gate is uneasy. You should not practice in seclusion for the time being. If there is a fire inside the gate, you can even go to Baifan Electric to get it. After hearing these words, there was no poisonous sound, and Dare hurriedly flew in the direction of Xiaoqiong Fengfeng. As a disciple of Du Xianmen, I must not only think about taking care of myself. Xian Ya's face was rosy along the way, but it didn't seem appropriate to just go like this. After thinking for a long time, she finally found a suitable gift for herself. There are only 7 people missing in Xiaoqiong Peak, and there are 3 people missing eyebrows in Changshou. The bad enemy is naturally the most dangerous place. Go and inform them first. Naturally, it's also in line with Qingli. As soon as he stepped into this place, he noticed that the heavy wind today was very quiet. The left and right rebels kept observing, and Xinchen couldn't help but wonder, where did senior brother Chang Shou and Linga lose their eyebrows? Just as it was about to reach the river, a water column suddenly appeared on the lake, causing a wave of waves. At the same time, Qian Ying slowly got angry from the lake. He said that the beautiful world must be. It is seen dragging 2 water balloons with both hands. There is a spiritual fish in the water ball on the left, and a fish baby in the water ball on the right. He was worried again. Do you want this delicious service, or do you want this delicious pre-network, or do you want your cute and friendly pre-service sister to help you go to the gas bill check and make some snacks? I can't get into the poisonous cliff, so I laugh. Next time, the night heat is too late, and the snowy forest is out to fight. Then I really can't attack it. Toxic Cliff was worried about the safety of the video, so he went to the small poor house. But what he didn't know was that old 60 and 70 had already thought of a response. Half an hour later, Lina had already prepared delicious dishes to entertain everyone. Just as he was adding dishes, he was ready to taste them. As soon as a familiar figure walked in, this person was the Longhand senior brother he had longed for. Poisonous Cliff saw his appearance. Just look at him with your long hands and ask casually. I don't know when I will be looking for you. Only then did the Poisonous Cliff come to its senses, so he immediately began to explain. For example, if there is an out-of-town mountain in the gate of Jingdu County, and the mountain protection formation is in danger, Xiaoqiong Fengfeng should rush directly to Beifandian, where there is a way to escape. Li Changshou smiled faintly. It turned out that he was saying that the earth veins had been grinding for a while. Then he dared to ask again. If you are sentimental, you have already told Ji Feng Dici about this. Lu Wei is a little embarrassed because his biological son arrived before he came first. Li Changshou breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and slowly finished it. Then he noticed the master, and now he should change his words and talk nonsense for a while. Have you ever thought about the loss of love? It takes decades to hundreds of years for contemporary disciples to start. If there is a foreign enemy who deliberately mixes into the harmony between the storms, he can speak clearly about it like this. If there really is a foreign mountain, taking off will cut off the disciples' escape route. There is a slight symptom of the cliff of love, and then there is Qingqing Zhaomei. What senior brother Changshou said is somewhat true, but if you don't trust, how can you make people believe it? The word trust should be placed behind the person who is more likely to receive positive treatment than the elder. If you don't know that this person is peaceful and trusting, there is a home in each heart of a person. He has always been united with men. Although we are grateful for the self-respect within the door, we cannot ask others to be like you and me. As the saying goes, Tao follows heaven and earth, but it originates from the heart, and returns to the square garden. People are born from the heart. In this world, even if they are master and disciple, father and son, who knows that they are exactly the same? Yu Qingshuanya looked at Li Changshou with a little more affection in his eyes. If he looked carefully, there might be someone from outside who believed in him in the mountain. Then he lowered his head and whispered softly that it was because he was not thinking clearly about the cliff. I would like to thank senior brother Changshou for reminding me. I also asked senior brother to teach me at this time how to deal with it. Li Changshou looked calm. It was very simple. Since Shumai wants to inform all the sect members in advance about the disciple's life, why not change the words and say, if there is an emergency within us, please rush to Potionfeng immediately to take shelter. It is better to borrow food from Xiyin and the others to go to Baifan's store than to go to Baifan's store together. With Ofen Yong, Poisonous Cliff's father-in-law quietly made the Taoist robe. I asked him to play it on demand. I really learned a lesson. Li Changshou smiled evilly. He didn't expect Poisonous competition to cooperate this time. In this way, those pigs who want to bear the consequences of Jieju's young men coming here are equivalent to coming to die. Du Jie was 90% sure that he would succeed or die without any intention. Such a steady man was well prepared. Secret, can you imagine what a terrifying thing this was? Half a year later, they moved to the northwest of Duxianmen Mountain Gate until the black shadows flew to the ground. They quickly passed through the barren valley forever. The purpose of their coming this time was to sneak attack on Duxianmen, and Witness Li was silently observing the incident in the number sense hall not far away. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves, just be afraid of thieves. Now that they are here, he can breathe a sigh of relief. As expected, the group of people went to the road he had calculated before, and Lao Liu was already on that road. Trap, of course, for Wentuo's sake, he also hid some unexpected mechanisms in each of the other 5 possible paths, and on the way this group of people go, there will inevitably be some Dali people sending them off. In addition to the fact that once they enter the battle, the independent rule of the independent people will erupt, he also set up several command clones very carefully. At this time, the leaders of the Emperor's temperament are still secretly determined. They are mainly responsible for counter-insurrection after the war. Each of them carries a large amount of original paper figures and poisonous powder, and there is no trace of fragrance in the anger to live a long life in the rain. The leaders of the 4th and 6th branches are mainly responsible for meeting business enemies before the war. The envoys are mainly used to control Dushan. Of course, they are not in harmony with Li Changsho in all aspects. Renzi pointed out that Renzi was mainly to protect his junior sister and master. Although the number was small, they were all arranged beside the two. For example, Renzi number 3 was responsible for pretending to be his true identity. Later, he would need to follow his master and junior sister to escape from the earth. At the same time, outside the Duxian Gate in the southwest, Yi Changsho soon discovered that there were dozens of deep shadows underground. Then he used Tung Tao to walk through them and discovered that the truth was that they were pangolins that had turned into gold. At this time, Li Changsho's mind was divided into Lianggu, multitasking, successfully activated DIZ number 5 Mentor and Ring Mentor, opened a poor town in the southwest in advance, and found a water jar for him to hide in. Although Witness Li had considered this before, he did not expect that the 3 sneak attack paths he had mainly arranged would now be used in 2. However, soon the instructors under the command of the ceremony felt the pressure from the golden thread, 2 to the southwest and 1 to the northwest. Now the situation is a bit uncertain and it is indeed difficult to deal with. However, the top priority is to protect the junior sister and master first. I saw him counting to 30, and then he failed to pass the notice to the evil spirit. Lina was very determined after receiving the transfer to the camp. Leave it to me. You can rest assured that your senior brother. Then he anxiously dragged the master to the single room as his senior brother had told him before. Lao Liu put his master into a sack. It was really the father's resignation and the son's laughter. Listening to the screams of the wild thorns in the Ling Pavilion, Li Changsho's new god was attracted by the bottom of the group 3,000 miles to the northwest. At the same time, the bottom of the wall had begun to enter. Dushan has been triggered, and a cloud of molu-colored smoke is immediately produced. A clone stands aside and observes silently. The moment the poison erupted, 2 people immediately jumped to the ground. It seemed that the enemy had been there for a long time. They soon discovered that this was a simple line not made separately. Zhongren reacted very quickly and immediately took out the detoxification sheet and put it in the entrance of the fortress, and tried to use magic to destroy Kaisheng. One of them even let everyone rush out quickly so as not to miss the opportunity to draw together. This one-line harassment tactic is really effective. The enemy suffered heavy losses in this battle. More than 40 Mingjinxian will reveal it 3 days in advance. However, Li Changsho soon discovered that the bloodlines controlling these legs quickly dissipated. This situation occurred mostly because the literary man no longer wanted to interfere in the affairs of this place. In order to avoid being called a master, Ding Shong ran away early. If this is the case, then the holy master of the Juxian sect may have more money. The sneak attackers from both directions were also head-to-head. They just relied on the human sea tactics to push forward. Bailey suffered 3 consecutive losses. Only then did they increase their speed and begin to use magic weapons to step forward. At the same time, the door to the single room on the other side was pushed open by someone. Chihara came in from the bed where the old man crossed. "What's wrong with you, Changsho?" We took him in and saw Li Changsho Shenquan sitting on the bun. He couldn't move. He made a brief comment. "You have a headlight on Lingyi. Didn't you say that your senior brother was unconscious?" His poor Lingyi's shield posture was a bit embarrassing. "Master, you listen to my roll call." At this moment, the aroma of the couples of relatives living in secret entered the pen of Qi Yuan. Before the Taoist could react, the medicinal power acted on his origin. "In July, I am old enough to have double eyes." Shenxing Huanyang guided, Lina gave Li Changsho a Dokkan test, and Li Changsho turned around and took out a MRDA. "Yes, there is progress. Come on, help me put master into the bag." They really made the whole thing laugh. Li Changsho quickly put his master into a sack. Although he also knew that it was unwise to do so, he could only make this move to ensure the safety of his master. Li Changsho silently recited his words, and with a friendly voice, he shrank. The hemp belt instantly turned into the size of a purse, giving the evil spirit to the earth. Lina was a little uneasy because of the result. "Senior brother, if we plot against the master like this, will we be scolded to death by the master later?" Li Changsho responded calmly, "Don't worry, I will explain it to the master afterwards. According to the class of the previous drills, junior sister, please wait here. After a while, the whole life will come out of the door. You can use Tuton to move master and me to the ground without taking them with you." Lin An is still a little uneasy in his heart. "Senior brother, what is your current situation?" Li Changsho said calmly, "Repeat the 8 realms, so you don't have to worry. Even if I protect the poison sect this time, I will protect you." Now Duxian Gate is encountering enemy writing. Lao Liu Zibao's clone attracts attention. At this time, the external independent formation was fully activated, but there were still so many enemies rushing out, but there was nothing we could do about it. After all, what Wan Zhonglao gave alone is not enough to handle such a quantity. Being able to do this is already the limit. Try. Li Changsha was forced to type out the number 3, and the instructor number 5 came out instantly. However, in vain, 2 cold-faced bosses flew out from the Hushan formation pond. After giving it a try, they gave the elders of Duxianmen a warning. In the ancient mountain Taisho, all the disciples who felt different auras released a line to the fresh stone to explore it. I was immediately humbled by these 2 veterans. I saw them floating in the sky with their heads turned red. Open your eyes more and take a look. At the next moment, bright starlight burst out from the inside out in mid-air. As soon as they finished speaking, these 2 veterans actually self-destructed on the spot outside the formation. The explosion was as deep as rolling thunder from the sky, and it exploded Yongwei. The shilling turns into a bully and blocks the way forward, and will delete each other. Taisho boasts about constantly deleting heads. This caused such a big scene that the master of Duxianwen suddenly started writing. He is Ji Wuyo, the head of the Duxian clan. Even if they find out that someone is committing suicide, these 2 veterans directly commit suicide. Is it because they want to control the government? Mountain town and act as a waiter for them? He knows that this matter will never be that simple. Jin Xianxian looked in 2 directions and spotted 2 groups of black figures rushing towards Duxianmen. No, it immediately discovered that there were enemies in the direction reported by the 2 Taoists. Then I saw him rushing out of his secluded place and appearing above the breaking wind. He looked northwest and southwest. It is said that Immortal has been passed down for thousands of miles throughout his life. He who dares to invade my Duxian sect. The old sects of various wind masters obeyed the orders and were attacked by hidden enemies. Therefore, Wei Shan sect. Suddenly, all the wind palms shouted and sounded, and they were all ready to charge at any time. Of course, it's only for one person. At this time, on Shaoqiong Fengfeng, a large array of layers unknown to Changshou has been opened. This is a prominent place, and Lina had also followed his senior brother's instructions. Senior brother Tangda's clone came from number 3, and took the master who was moved by the pro-democracy movement towards the street vendor. Slowly, Lan Ling's soft shoulders seemed to be carrying Xiao Qiongfeng's future. After living in the village for a while, a bamboo river was pushed and shouted, and it was not until the person showed up. This time he turned the leader of Emperor number 8 into a model of Qiyuan Taoist. He holds 3 control cards in his hand to control Shaoqiongqiong's mountain protecting formation. Although Xiaoxiong Peak looks calm on the surface, it is a failure of duty to hire weak people. At the same time, everyone in Duxianmen is thinking about their duties, and they are all serious. The mountain guarding formation has also changed from the 4 treasures of the past, with thicker and thicker ones, in order to be able to fully open. Have you ever seen a man with an easy-to-find appearance? For example, if the first sect in Kyoto encounters an enemy, all the disciples must act solemnly. Poisonous Xuanya is leading several Po Qianfeng DZ who are busy leading and guiding these DZ disciples who are unable to participate in the battle. Those who are unstable are gathered in front. At the percentage point, since he had not seen Li Changshou, he was inevitably worried. He could only do it alone and silently. I hope nothing happens to everyone in Shaoxing Fengfeng. As for the senior brother Changshou he was worried about, he was currently a solid busy person at the scene where the solo battle broke out. Now is not the time for the Emperor's guide to appear. Even if the opponent wants to bomb, there must be a process. At this time, it is just the right time to deal with the one-man trap syndrome. Those who have lost their virginity and ignored their companions can't ignore it because of the situation. I saw him take out Luo Qianbao powder and call it Cage Zhuzheng Fa. Then he started to collect masters from all over the place, searched for some standing items, then used 3 times the needle color to decorate and kill them several times. And finally hit the wooden fish to send them semen and super blockage, giving them a perfect and dirty one-stop suit. At the same time, everyone is fighting for the first place again near the gate. The big rocks and the earth move the mountains and Yao, the 4 swords of Hua Baoguang. Suddenly, Changshou's face suddenly changed. This big town in Hushan was actually attacked. Look at the golden light shining in the sky. The disciples and Xu Wen were beaten into a ball by thunder. Thank you very much. Can it be used as a small family name to teach people? The combat strength is not much. The drinker stood aside and gnashed his teeth, but he was injured and could not stand at all. The current situation is that the enemy is heavy and the demons are few. Moreover, many disciples have already sacrificed their lives. It is definitely not possible to drag it out like this. In desperation, he suddenly remembered the tightness left for him at the matinee. So Dare hurriedly took out the Xiaozhong police bag and took a look. It's too shameful to tell the truth on the spot. He forgot that he didn't expect the competitor to ask him to go to Beifandian to face the portrait of his ancestor and escape in a big way, but he was able to fight it off right away. For Duxianmen, he was willing to survive once. Poisonous Cliff and other disciples stood in the lobby. Seeing Jiawu Taoist coming, they eagerly inquired about the situation on the front line. However, Zhu Wubing ignored everyone and just passed them by indifferently. He was already in a good mood on the way here. Coming to the Patriarch, ordinary doctors became more expensive. Then he ran away and cried loudly, "The leader, please help me if you are too powerful, please help me. I always follow the teachings of the leader and practice with peace of mind. But I suffered this unreasonable disaster and was taken advantage of." Intention to provoke the Triangle Anwei, and his operation directly affected Yu Fuxuanya and others. The large town of Hushan was destroyed, but the casualties were not huge. Why did Jiawu Shubo cry as if the whole army was about to be wiped out? Duxian Menmenhe, the battle between Kuei Lei and the preface, accompanied by kiss after kiss, Chen Guangfa, then Shui Wenkuei called and hurt everyone. But the elder is powerful, it's just one person. After all, it's hard to beat the ground that is thousands of times stronger, and Li Changshou had already prepared several hardcore plans a few days ago. If he wanted to fundamentally resolve the crisis of the single-line sect and make other small cartographers in the West. Dare not count the single-line sect, there was only one way, and that was please show your thighs. Once again, when the life and death of Xianmen is at stake, if Shubo cries well and gets one or two real people to call the experts to take action, then Xianmen will not only be able to resolve the crisis at this time, but also be worry-free in the future. Chris Changshou carefully sensed the coal according to its own weight for a while. Zhu Yijibo keeps getting good results. He can actually tattoo the whole cup of his head. It can be said that he has no skills and is just a bullet. It's just that it seems like there hasn't been a number 4 fluctuation around for a long time. Kumu looked at the portrait and fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be that he didn't cry hard enough, there weren't enough people, or he couldn't say his lines well? Even though Bai Chang was tricked by thousands of people, he didn't expect that Dr. Jiawu would be able to fall through the cracks. So he quickly used the technique to catch the wind and rain first, and spoke to Qiao Ran, the sentimental Cliff standing at the switch. Yu Qing lost her charm and went to the outside of the store to talk to you first. Yu Qing Xianye first got a certificate. She searched everywhere but couldn't find Li Changshou's voice. She randomly left the store. Li Changshou told him, "It's been a long time since I've had nothing to do. Maybe it's just our method. It's just that the way to cry is wrong. If you lose your guard, you'll be in trouble." Yu Qing's Wanya Tinghu nodded silently. The next thing he had to do was to find an emotion, let it come from his heart, and think of something that would make him sad and angry first. There is something puzzled in the heart of Yu Qingshuan. His Royal Highness Li Changshou quickly found feelings about the sadness and anger. However, he seems to have nothing sad. His family members are well and his practice is normal. His master is also very good to him. He is a real winner in life. Li Changshou asked him to think about it now. The thing you ultimately love can be a pet. Yu Duxuan immediately thought of the zero beast that Li Changshou gave him. Pay attention to your emotions and imagine him facing you. You wag your tail gently, then he was suddenly hit by a rock. He was not interested and his head was bleeding. He was very angry and miserable. You buried him, then you don't check for a moment and the thin body of this little spirit is taken away. You find Zhongji and check all the way, but you still move forward slowly, but found that she had been dug out. Good guy, this is really a murderous star. Qin Xuanyao's pair of beautiful trees were suddenly filled with sorrow and the big inner pearls fell down. Qin Busuo fell down and felt a lot of pain. It was like this. Qin Shu held on and went to the wine house to try his luck and clicked 3 pillars next to him. After Xianggui was defeated, he said that sentence 3 times. Xuandu really deserves to be called the great master of Tepu. He really knows how to lose control at critical moments. At this time, 951 was crying in front of the phone. Common sense Enzering has no effect at all. Poisonous Cliff silently sat aside and said very sadly. Coming to the disciple Cliff, during menstruation, I went to Chengjiyuan. San called Taichin Saint Master. The wine shop stayed aside, silently and seriously in my heart. Why, Cliff wants to try it too. I haven't been able to succeed. Can you do it? Poisonous Xuanyao expressed her sadness in one word and continued to say it very sincerely. Du Xianmen received the Wu Wei Sutra from Master Dula and took this as an opportunity to establish the sect. He served Tai Ching Shengren, the old patriarch, and lived as a Taoist sect. Draw directly towards the silent golden light, and there will be some spiritual memories. The poisonous cliff is built strong, dare to rush to continue to replenish the essence. The external devil has planned. The poisonous poison first came to the city with the intention of changing the poison. It has no predecessors to my poisonous ancestor. It is definitely not my poisonous ancestor's ability to recruit people. I hope that the sentimental master will understand clearly. Research and development continues to turn poison into essence. In this way, the saint immediately recognized that they were human monasteries. The sage Hua Xiong came back immediately. The conspiracy cannot be described with the luck of Hua Seji. He floated out from Hua Xiong and disappeared into Hua Xiong's stupidity. The big eyes of Jia Wudeng on the side obviously mean the same thing, but he uses it in a more advanced way. Why should he treat it differently? Du Linggong read the 10 green dimensions of Dafa in a corner of the backyard. Why do I always feel like someone is crying next to my son? He raised his head and looked at the blood. It seemed that the teacher had directly scratched Britain on his body again. He definitely wanted to visit a certain British country. It turned out that someone was trying to cause trouble for Duxian Men. Duxian Men was hit by a disaster during the air suspension. My tutor did not take the initiative to look closely, but someone wanted to take advantage of my tutor and sow discord among the 3 religions. This must be taken care of. Last time at the Yulao store, I broke the music source of a certain kid from Duxian Men. This time I go to help Duxian Men, which can be considered as an end to this Yinghua. However, Duxian Men is the city where Du Ladao preached. It would be better to bring Du Ladao with you so that Du Ladao can take action. When I heard about this, I thought a lot about Britain. The young man suddenly became confused, and he was fascinated by the hidden hall. He flew away in the direction of Mr. Kunlun. After flying for a while, Kunlun Mountain was already in sight. Master Xian Nut relied on Master Pu and soon realized another problem. Brother Jua is practicing in which animal at which end of the Kunlun Mountains. Choosing Dafa is a bit of a question mark. I guess I have to look for it for a while first. Mr. Du, the Qi attribute is not long-lasting, so it won't be possible to destroy it in a while, right? I'm so impressed with you, my dear. Why don't you even think about why people ask for life or death submission? At the same time, Li Changshou quickly analyzed in his heart that he had done everything he could in summoning his thighs. The chance that someone will call a master next should be as high as 70%, but whether they can call in time for support is uncertain. Wen Tuo raised his sword. If Dosha really is Qingdao, he should run or he should run. Can you do whatever you want just because you look good? Literary people don't say that. Put my sneak attack first. You simply don't take my 6th son seriously. At the same time, Jishinman's wounded king gradually suffered a tragic death. Front. Chen first heals most of the injured, even the sky. First give the amount of discount and put it. After shutting down this group of bloody literary masters, they became more and more fierce, so they also lost a lot of combat power. But there are too many of them, Mr. Du. When he comes to the door, he can't help but give Jin Fang a look. He won't be able to pass by, or the sky wind will turn into a land of bean sprouts. So he immediately ordered the disciples to be transferred from the earth line as soon as possible, mainly with the reduced number of any Aishong kings. After a while, he returned to the corner of the store. A downward hole appeared. This is the passage leading to the earth vein shifting vibration. According to the instructions of the leader, all unfinished places were quickly evacuated. Zaiyu King Xuanya continued to provide guidance. Next year, the young disciple quickly rushed into the vertically downward moving object and flew towards his younger brother, leading groups of disciples to the Dimai Da formation, zeroing in on the opportunity, and walked out of the corner with the leader, successfully blended in and gained wisdom with all the disciples. Li Changshou on the other side finally waited for the opportunity and randomly ordered the assigned legion to go out. Several mentors turned into deep drowning ant warriors. Each of them carried a simple magic weapon. Holding something special in my hand, I can read history silently. This kind of jianxia can be read in a large scale and with high accuracy. I can take advantage of the situation and release a large number of history readings without distinction. After all, you don't have to use magical powers to kill the enemy. You just need to use a certain advantage to your advantage. With the Order of Life, Chichisheng, a number of sages who guide people to grow their gong, a magic device that rises quickly and silently returns from the rear of the enemy to the place where the blood streaks are densest. The gate of knowledge had just reached the predetermined height, and the poisonous powder spread unknowingly. The powerful force of the journey floats away, and these poisons that can read and kill antennas continue to float away. The moving shadows are downloaded one after another, like feet. This will continue. When Koei is really afraid of being poisoned, they reacted very quickly this time. One day, Shinli came back and discovered that something was wrong in the rear area. Immediately, Yamato Issei reported that there was a case of poisoning someone. In the rear area, Shui Wenkuei came to the door and quickly determined the direction of independent construction. So he started without hesitation. It was very simple. In the darkness, an inexplicable smile appeared on Witness Li's lips. Come on, the public soldiers won't back up. You are even welcome to arrest. Soon these essays were exhausted and they were directed towards the instructor. But the strange thing was that they discovered that not even one of these forces guiding human flesh could resist them. There's not even a slight feeling of blow. It feels more like I'm actively dying on my abdominal skin. Direct exposure appears again. The big town designed by Lao Liu cannot be solved by just any cat or dog. Just as these Kulei approached, until people don't hesitate at all and directly protect themselves. After hearing the blood, everyone hurriedly blocked their noses. They even didn't understand why there was so much smoke and dust, but soon, the eyes of these discos were darkened. The original god giant and the tattooed Xianli were ashamed of themselves. What's gratifying is that they finally understood before that the explosion was poisonous. Li Changsho peach hammer in the dark. I feel a little regretful in my heart. Why did I rush down in just a few days? But overall, the effect of the first wave of sneak attacks is pretty good. Next is the second wave of operations. The three voices made by those who hold the views and guides are prohibited from flying into the air. These three deep hidden operation precedents shout loudly, I will pass by here to compete to build Kunyigong Mountain and Chikankang, Duxian mentarist friends, we are here to help you. On the ground, the two of them kept revising the copy. The blood loss caused Du Yi Tongxing to transform directly into Ning Mengjing. There's a strange thing on the other side. My mother came and kept talking. I was so angry when I smelled the blood that I came back to do it. I wanted to beat him directly. In this way, the three soldiers divided into two groups and evacuated the enemy's three-city station for Duxianwen. Although the method of hiding was very strange, but in order to achieve the most extreme right-bottom effect, the expression of the clone needs to be controlled by Li Changsho. For example, there are obviously two demon emperors, but there is only one demon emperor. Your ancestors were so humiliated by the house clan that they didn't dare to stand down. You were so shameless that you were separated from the house clan. Practice, practice, if you have the ability to fight in a duel, etc. The angry crowd all took action to get into the 4-year-old state. Soon this group of people was brought to the tremors on the outside of Shaoqiong Fengfeng's Dan defense. The wooden plate in front of me is so cold. For a moment it seemed like the whole world had stopped. The bastard human race with thousands of swords and countless swords was trying to lure them into a place of confusion. The fat man I finally found has not even taken 2 steps yet. He was suddenly introduced into the high-level formation again. The big waist suddenly slipped in front of his eyes. Then it rushed into the starry sky. Every star here was like a pair of eyes, looking at them. They couldn't do anything at all, and they couldn't help but wonder why this unyielding limelight was like this. The grand formation of Xian Temple. At this time, a green goldfish waist took the lead, until he officially became independent and synthesized together. Then spread out the wings, assuming an independent appearance with green muscles, and then moved to the green streamer to output wildly. With small formations like this, I still have the confidence to solve them one after another. When he opened his eyes, he found that this large array of competitors was unharmed. He also called himself Bird King after using this move, and he got the title of Chicken Little after this move. When the ground is circled, it becomes very sweet to be beaten by this black wolf. Practicing the black wolf's demonic power, this kind of small formation still needs to be blasted away by me. Senior brother, if the original god is not here, you can do whatever you want. I saw that the black wolf had regained its momentum and was about to attack the star formation. Please take his big hand. There were layers of black sand all around him. Then it condensed into a handful of energy to test the energy. Soon, the black sand in the castle gradually hit the pillow. The immortal who was hit by this trick turned into a parent and child to accumulate fans, and at worst, tortured souls. Title of the play. At this time, he must be as confident as Naishu Jinyu, and even with Yang small formation like this, he can destroy it in minutes. But when he raised his head and forgot his fear, he found that the great formation still looked like a king. At this time, he and the little machine had the same reaction again. Sexless things, two unrequited hearts clearly aware of each other. Digital light, set on Hailang at a very terrifying speed. I saw it directly, but Shong shot through the whole big dong. This is the sand formation in the starry sky formation. My heart is trembling, and I have to change my heart. The blood temperatures of several people in the center were returned, but their identities could not be determined. A moment of warning. There is no sign of a single living person in the formation. The sweaty clone was able to walk out again. Very good. I gained a little more merit. Suddenly, a group of subtle Wensheng appeared in 0 room. Before I could get close to you, Changsheng. As soon as I walked, I found a long thread of happiness and wrapped Shui Wen accurately, swallowed all his own belly. At the same time, the couple's avatar turned into a legal robe and led the enemy to the other side of the Shaoqiong Fengfeng formation. The same drama is happening again. The west of Xinyu Prefecture called a hidden cave near Changlin Mountain. Wen Dao, who was observing silently at this time, was so angry that he directly smashed Fei Cheng into pieces. Go get a thread bag. Why hasn't it been resolved for so long? On the side is Shanzi, a female for her mountain. She said to her master, please feel at ease. After so many replies, it should be just a matter of time. However, the scholar does not think so. She knows very well that today's stop is probably not going to destroy Duxianben. If you keep taking off all kinds of cloaks like this, it will only drain the blood connection power in the bodies of the 3 tail men. At this moment, he suddenly got the news that there was a little spiritual power fluctuation remaining in the underground earth veins. It seemed that the earth veins were being restored. The younger generations of Mr. Do who have not yet appeared all fled here to the northeast. The scholar smiled faintly. Since I can't face your sect directly, the effect of killing the disciples of your sect is not bad. So he immediately ordered the Pengtian to destroy these small families first. The disciples obviously don't know that the danger is coming and are still worried about the situation here and there. Ling Bian put aside the clone of Changsho and planned to take a rest himself. But he suddenly couldn't help but want to go to the leadership of Silent Senior Brother. Although it was just a clone, the touch was no different from the original body. At this moment, a bold idea came to nothing. Since the original god of Senior Brother is not here, I can do whatever I want whether I get up or not. How should Lao Liu deal with the secular desire for insomnia? The tied fetus on the bottom bed once again possessed the spirit of Yi Lu Yuan. Open your eyes in confusion. Then I saw Lina with her mouth closed and her face turned red. This is great, I just gave him a blow command, and my whole body was sober in an instant. Lina was also struck by his reaction. Li Changsho ducked back with his face darkened and oily. What on earth did Shumai want to do? General Lin Ijian twisted his head aside and said with a guilty conscience that he just wanted to help him wipe the sea. He felt that he was not willing to do it and almost succeeded. Li Changsho did not take this matter too seriously and soon had to explain something more important to him. At this time, the Doping Waste Syndrome in the Jinxian realm is opening towards the Earth Vein Shifting Syndrome, and the person who came to die with him was a heavenly advanced monk. He was like an idiot to deal with this group of disciples who had not yet become advanced. They are very confident. Those little guys at Duxian Gate must not have thought that they would launch a surprise attack. However, they never expected that among these disciples there was an old man who was very stable with his sword. As soon as they set off, Lao Liu caught their moves. After he returns to the evil spirit, you must follow him and not move around at will. In addition, when pretending to chat with the poison, give him the poison. It did not guarantee that everything would be foolproof, but a special message was sent to him to inform him of the existing enemies. And the single medicine handed to him is the unique single medicine stabbed by Elder Wan that can kill Tianxian. Use it at the critical moment. That's enough for him. Real time was fast. Just after explaining the matter, Li Changsho felt two very powerful positions. The poisonous cliff and the forest geese also suddenly became highly nervous. Select a week directly from your friend's online rankings. All the disciples are also prepared to deal with the pen seat. Namo found it really interesting to see the people below being beaten, so he immediately ordered his friend to beat them up. Today and then the whole life of the conference. Go ahead, fold your wings directly at Peng Yang, and fly down from the sky at an extremely fast speed. But the person on Peng Yang's back also stopped at his mouth. At this moment, Jiao Wu suddenly appeared here. He quickly set up a plan to protect the government, and then ordered everyone to return to the ground quickly. Friends are still white. In control, he suddenly shouted and spread his wings. He flew out of the tree under the long wings of the tree barrier and pointed the spike directly downwards. How come Emperor Chongdong is hiding in winter? Not to mention helping. Even I am your bodhisattva. When you cross the river, you can't protect yourself. Is it poisonous or poisonous? The first poison can actually bring injustice to oneself. The poisonous cliff building immediately stepped forward, and Zhu Wugan quickly made it retreat, but he was never afraid of the poisonous cliff at the critical moment. He was willing to risk his life and took the initiative to lure away the evil spirits. Naturally, the wine shop will not agree. He does not want to live alone as a dog sister and then watch the young disciple go to see you off. At this moment, Poisonous Selector took out the bottle of poisonous poison that Elder Wan had placed for the first time. Now that he has tried it, it seems that he can only give it a try. He quickly made a plan. When Peng Yaochong arrived, he asked the 9 witches to take the opportunity to remove the protective town, and then spread the poisonous sheet back by himself. Do you think this is the pre-energy that poisonous people can activate at critical moments? Of course not. He can suddenly increase his IQ. Or was it thanks to Li Changsho's knowledge behind the scenes? That friend knew very well that although Kumu was injured, it would not be a problem to hold him back. If this continues, Duxian men will be successfully withdrawn. It seems that he must take the initiative and put talents first. Chang Ding immediately fell down. The political and legal situation was closed, and there was a sudden chaos. He was on the verge of being broken several times. At this time, Li Changshuo's life force reached the ears of the emotional girl, junior sister, right now. There was a burst of spirit on the cliff, and immediately Yamato lost his bet and withdrew from the battle. The Dharma light above disappeared instantly. Toxic Cliff was very calm and rushed out without saying a word. He found the right opportunity. Pop up this question filter. Just when the knowledge of waste and muscle plura rushed over. Number 4 hesitates in poisonous blood. Stab the hand flat. Throw it out directly. The wine-stained stool's eyes are almost crazy panting. You need to use the first force trigger to knock out the lifeless and hurt the enemy, but it's not like this direct attack. That friend's bird's eye is even more like a cliff. It's a little fierce when going in and out. It's just such a little porcelain skin. Little girl, are you here to make fun of me? Then he swallowed the magnetic bottle into his mouth and watched me destroy the bottle with you. Just point your finger at the scene. The existence exploded instantly, and the poison inside it also exploded. Toxic things spread ashes. Peng Yaoshan's internal waste strength disappeared inexplicably. Of course, the forces that can really lead Yun Peng Yao have been poisoned secretly, but they will never know it. After Peng Yao was born in Chilu, these people actually moved him. The powerful pressure of Ligu rises again, and Yu Duxuanya is not ready to deal with it. Time is not far away. I wish you a lifetime of gatherings. My great friends fell to the ground, and then fainted in the past. Understanding people with bigger eyes, the singleton made by 10,000 elders training is really amazing. But if it gradually spreads, the poisonous cliff and others can't help but faint. Witness Li looked at the groom in the sky. He had to think of a way to bring down the more powerful club above. At the same time, he pretends to be busy even if he dares. First of all, use a wide range of, just pick it up in one go. When Lao Liu meets Lao Liu, it's a bit confusing, right? In order to bring any Ruatian down to the living room, Lao Liu, falling to the ground again on purpose. But he didn't let Lao Liu, who was also a monk, look at the 4 people on the hillside outside Donggao West. But he didn't have the slightest intention to come down. Seeing the orb on his head, Jushan triggered the power of thunder and stopped, and decided to enlarge his moves to attack them. Bai Changshou slightly deleted the corner of his mouth. I really didn't expect that this modification was the same as him. In this way, I really met a difficult opponent. At this time, the old sword took out another careless thought. Then there was no hesitation. Such a good place. Areas under management. At the same time, Son of Man number 3, who was lying on the ground, guided the person not to move, but from his arms until the person came out. Watching the inner yin crazily falling down at an extremely terrifying speed, but just as it was about to hit the ground, someone didn't know what to say. Our stuff has been waiting for a while. The moment the two touched each other, layers of bright light arose, and a real explosion of spirit erupted at the same time. When using the old sword shield, his skills resisted the waves coming from below, but when he takes another look, he found that Baoying was blocked by the Chapan brought by stubbornness. A white-haired old Taoist who was deeply involved in crying and losing weight suddenly appeared here. This is the number 1 instructor of the Son of God created by Li Changshou. As one of his trump cards, he is a high-end fighting method dedicated to long-distance fighting. Changshou's body controls his quality and talent guidance. We are all the same. But we share many trump cards, although this coupon method fails, but then it quickly dissipated on its own. Positive spiritual energy consumption brings in self-return to the starting disc. Really one-time fire protection. The witch's true appearance, the aura fluctuations in the advanced stage, the tattoo first establishes the same sect, and confronts the Tianxian veteran above. The gritted teeth of the old and new knife marks in the sky. Where did this old guy come from? The attack department who blocked his attacks with Future's security said that the key is to let all the juniors be rescued by taking advantage of the opportunity. Just like that, he shot out a handful of stem stones. The Son of God holds a handful of blessing dust magic weapon. Every fiber of this journey has been covered. Antenna diagram in plot. The internal insurance is randomly wrapped in a hard package. At this time, I was so old in the sky that there was a green light next to me with many careless eyes. This small blessing has become so big that it dares to challenge me. I saw the green beads above his head slowly emitting light, and his whole body was suspended in the air. Green light quickly enveloped his entire body. I have more common timbres in my hand. Then he had to look at God number 1. Exhibition of tree falling divine light. Under this divine light, the service of Shenzi number 1 has been cut off a lot. Soon it turned into a burning fire pass. At the same time, the old Taoist in the sky already has 3 magic weapons. There is something about this extreme temperature collapse that can actually beat my 6th finger. At this time, the old Taoist monk in the sky already has 3 magic weapon stick bodies, but what are they inside? Shenzi number 1 was so thoughtful that he kept pointing out and drawing something in the air. After a while, some large golden characters appeared in front of me. This is the magical power, writing Jincheng Dharma. For a time, dozens of large golden characters flew warmly in the thunder light. That day, the old man was very happy. This divine sword strikes down with 1 blow. Next time, the gold pattern will be divided into 2 halves. Shenzi number 1 had a bad experience and felt busy and suspended in the air. But that day, the old Taoist was indeed even more arrogant. He directly picked up Da Yincheng's divine number 1 and threw it away. At this time, Shenzi number 1 had no choice but to record the records. Deliberately exposed a flaw and was beaten hard by the security guard. The soul, body, and stars were all messed up. The application fell towards a forest below. At this time, the advanced blood pattern in the sky came back and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The red waste chopping method that calls it an egg and kills it is about to get old enough to catch up quickly on this day. Although Li Changshou also wanted to try, he could guide people to practice the advanced and mid-term exercises of ordinary gods due to his divine words with many trump cards. but he knew in his heart that the fight was only about details. When the responsibility was revealed, the battle was quick and decisive. Seeing that today, the old man is about to chase Xiong, the corner of his mouth showed an inadvertent thought. I thought this veteran would be very cautious, but now it seems that it is nothing more than that. Just when the old Taoist rushed down, 3 guidance clones suddenly appeared in the trunks of several big trees in Zero. At this time, the old Taoist who advanced that day suddenly realized that he had rebuilt the building at the same time until the National People's Congress. Drink for life. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. I'm trapped in water. In just a moment, the old man was wrapped up in an empire. Genshin is also bound by Taisho. He is completely unable to move at this time. Directly surround and restrain his whole body one by one, until people are so strong that they are frightened by shouting loudly. No matter where the monster is, they will be attacked everywhere today. And the reason why he calls himself this seat is precisely to give an explanation to the literary people. The unclear attributes of the sword light shot forward, and the attributes were displayed on the old knife. At this time, the old knife was still seriously injured. The 3 guides still didn't do anything, so they had to give him another gift package for the 3 fire conquests. See their big hands. The flames that arrived instantly spread out to him. This old Taoist god's punishment force was passed through by the flames. When used the seriously injured Tianxian to respect the old Taoist. In an instant, his blood was burnt. In a dispatch service near Linshan, Hezhou, I smelled the popularity and looked like I was defeated. I actually lost. He calmed down and thought quietly, who was the person who just ruined his good deeds? It is obvious that the strength is displayed by the enemy, but it still wants to cover up the thigh. The old 6 is not tainted by the British. It can be said that it is a trick to leave the country. While Taoist Wen Jing was thinking carefully, suddenly, people from outside came in to talk about alliance affairs, and directly surrounded the literary and Taoist people. Then small drops of water dripped down from the roof of the cave. Suddenly, the man's voice that left Guyi remembered in his ears. It was you. Taoist Wen Jing was jumped on the spot and he congratulated whoever spoke again. Soon, a mysterious Dao Yun appeared in front of it, and the Emperor complimented each other. Taoist Wen Jing seemed to have seen a business, but it was blocked by the water extension. And could not see clearly. Taoist Wen Jing said calmly, I borrowed a few spots from my teacher's Tai Chi chart, but I still can't figure out who you are. It seems that you are a disciple of a British sage. The man Wen Sheng said directly, Ping Dao Xian disciple, Tai Ching Dao Tianzeng called the eldest disciple. There are people who want to harm me for no reason, but their intentions are disgusting and their methods are cruel. But this time, for the sake of the saint behind you, like the channel and don't move. If you come to let me go again in the future, even if it is just the Du Xianmen who has not given up on acting, the uncle behind him may not win each other. Wen Jing was so quiet that people could feel the huge pressure in front of their eyes, and their soul and body were in chaos. His whole body felt like he was trapped in the palm of someone's hand, and his body was slightly hard. Mr. Du, thousands of miles away in the northwest direction, are standing on the clouds to avoid the disciples of the Twilight God. No matter what, Wang Zhu Zhengtai's eyes finally shot out of the opponent, and he quickly asked the veteran on the side to go to Duxianmen. Master Bu smiled darkly, exchanged greetings with him, and immediately dared to go over. At the same time, Mr. Du and Xu Wenkuile still couldn't surrender. All the disciples of the sect are all good at speaking rightly. Suddenly, the light became thicker, and the strong pressure made everyone tremble. When they saw clearly that the person who was coming was approaching to save the evil master, their spirits surged in an instant. Just let him play wildly, then blow out the door, blowing away all the tax debt. Yi Changshu opened his eyes suddenly and felt a sudden change in his thighs. Afterwards, Chuangzi deep down ordered the legions to begin cleaning up the battlefield. In another life, the backup clones of the 3 enemies on the right are sent back to the circle. The magical clone fighting the enemy on the front line seizes the time to search for battle loot, and then silently assists. Another point, Li Changshuo finally showed his true identity and brought Yuqing, Jiawu, and others back to the ground. I wonder if it would be a dream if nothing happened. Returning to Du Xianmen Mountain Gate, Du Lezhen used his knowledge to pass through several types of products from other places. In desperation, Xue Wenkuile and others could only achieve nothing but the opposite. This is still the 6th person I know. What on earth has he been through? Seeing Xue Wenhuilei and others failing in vain. In this scene, all Mr. Du and Zhong Dizi saw were their pockets. No one could believe that they had actually won. Every disciple is happy as the dance leader. Only Jiujiu looked worried. Even though he had won, he still had to ensure the safety of the juniors who had thoroughly followed the Earth line. At the same time, everyone in Xiaobianmen in the ley line safe zone had a sad face. They didn't know that they had won yet, and they were all worried. Otherwise, there was a huge sound from above. Wei Yicheng, Di Neng was so frightened that he almost cried. Could it be that there was an enemy? Everyone was at a loss when they could do anything. A copy of Qiu Yin appeared above everyone's heads. The person who came was none other than their 99th generation book. 99 asked them where Cliff and 95 were going, only to learn that they had already gone out to make a reservation. 99 looked very heavy. Although the war had subsided, there were still serious remnants of the party that could not be saved. So he decided to go to the far front. When he felt it, he was so shocked that he almost dropped his hands. Directly onto the cliff, in the wine house, Ling Ji, Chang Shou and others fell to the ground in Chichi. 99 summoned Yahoo Angli to suffer a lot of beatings, but he didn't tear him up. After a long time, he finally couldn't help but started to do it. Li Hua looked like him after crying for a long time. Her words were full of worry. This force field was planted by this face and said to him with a smile. Xie Jiusha was concerned. Although he wanted to continue to pretend to be faint, if he continued, he might be afraid of the influence. The battle finally came to an end, and the people surrounding the tomb were all brought back to the mountain gate for treatment one by one. Although victory was achieved, victory also came at a price. There would inevitably be some unfortunate victims in this war. Moreover, Shan men also suffered the greatest losses. 7 days later, a wooden sign appeared outside Shaoxing Xiangsong's door. It said 10 big sons, and the merchants inside thanked the visitors. But Chang Shou stayed at home far away from the intercourse that Chang Shou had spent during this period of pretending to be ill. Suddenly, a teleportation order from Du Xian men appeared above his head. Give him a whole machine. Another tattoo on the fingertip is stuck on the wooden board of the door. It says that you should go to Duo Xian shop. The boss has been waiting for a long time again. Li Changshou stood in front of the electricity and thought silently. Could it be that he was exposing his hidden cultivation? But so far, his hidden cultivation is not as simple as the bottom row. He discovered the side door of rules and calm, but it cost him a lot of money. This time, he came prepared. If Nagato deliberately tested him, he would directly activate the number 3 backup method. Lao Liui accidentally became the target of defeat by his disciples, but he was replaced. As soon as Li Changshou entered the store, he was handed over by the manager to the small door at the foot of the store. She slowly pulled Lianzi away, feeling suspicious in her heart. The leader actually taught her internal affairs directly, but wouldn't she be dealt with seriously next? Before he could speak, the headmaster Ji Wu Yushan was the first to speak. The reason for calling him over this time was actually to talk about a small matter. At this time, there was a hint of blood on the corner of the leader's mouth, and he looked like his clothes were about to be merged into Jiao Huang. He never expected that the leader could be so seriously injured because of the injury. Ji Wuyo told him not to worry. A few days ago, he had obtained the magical power of cultivating immortals from the Kaishan group. And when he was practicing these days, he was just a Genshin impact in a town with caution. The purpose of calling him here this time was to hand over this review to him. It was said that it was to break up some British ties with him. Bai Changshou breathed a sigh of relief, with a faint smile on his eyes. He thought he had exposed his cultivation, and almost knocked down the long wheel and ran away. Li Changshou took over the review, and the manager once again reminded him to make good use of the bell sequence inside. He once again expressed his benefit, and then left. He just watched the series first. There was a burst of dankashin from behind, and even blood was smeared on it. Bai Chang, who was frustrated by his face, turned his head and looked behind his face. The vertical door was really in turmoil. If the prediction is correct, this was stabbed by Xuanju Dafa. As for the British who wanted to get Duan, the bottom was for the last time Yu Lao grew up with him. Therefore, the original method he opened with the mentality of exhausting everything contained nearly 6 turns of silver orders, and this kind of silver order can enhance the innate rise, stabilize the original god, align the yuan, and so on. Some unwilled influences. Witness Li was so betrayed that he hurriedly hid this person. The whole person is a bit dark. I really don't know what Master Xuanju and Yu Lao did to his audio source. As for this single medicine, he decided to wait for Master to find Lawyer Dao and give it to him as a crane. At this moment, several people in front of him were looking forward to feel the truth about what the unknown hero was going to do. Li Chang collected a little bit of goods. Is there anyone else besides Wei Yuan who he pretended to be here to help? So he followed him. There are 2 lines of big characters written on the altar directly in front of you. If you have something to do first, please do your best. If you have enough people, you can take 1,000 people at a time. There are 3 stone walls standing above the group. 2 men and 1 woman are in charge of the center. When you see their fronts clearly, Witness Li's face turned pale. No way. Why are all my family members coming to worship me? People call the Master Wei Duxian men to seek justice. Mexico uses its principles to save land politics and law. Lao Liu is a bit confused about this matter. He still doesn't know what is happening ahead. The disciple of that sect shouted loudly, let's show these Taoist friends from Ibo Yuntian the most powerful sword realm in the world. See a kind of door. The giant worker's luggage was brushed by his disciples. It's unbearable to have only Li Changshou standing behind me. This scene is so big. At this moment, the tired sack wearing the old Taoist sword was so fluffy that, could it be written by Master? At this time, Li Changsha was troubled. He had put the Master into the bag before, but he had forgotten how he was going to explain it later. The amazing guide remains beside. A man named Master Jue came to visit unexpectedly. The principled and seasoned man who returns the soul in his hand loses his voice. Standing in front of everyone, he threw it to the ground. He had always been indifferent to the world, but he was maliciously taught by people who were surprised by how Bao. Now he has used this evil method to save land and political affairs. Everyone couldn't believe that Brother Principal would do such a thing, but the facts are right in front of us. Master Jue is even willing to set up a vision of heaven to be true. Although the principal is to be controlled by a scholar, Mr. Du's sacrifice must not be left to his bones. If he cannot give him a satisfactory answer today, he will crush this trap that contains his hidden things. The one who went against the cause felt hesitant to beg for mercy. After all, the principal was once the Golden Prison, so he was removed from the list and vowed not to persecute people for no reason. In the future, after everyone begged for mercy, Principal's hidden soul was finally absolved of most of his sins. He had no worries about reincarnating his first child, just making friends. After Hanji heard the news, he sat alone by the river and cried heartily. He stood with his fists in the well of life for a while. He didn't know what he should sit down now, so I patted his shoulder gently and comforted him by saying that principles are just a matter of reincarnation and recultivation. You will definitely meet again in the future. Hanji still cried bitterly. He knew very well that his master was just being controlled. It's a bit nerve-wracking to endure a stone. Maybe this is destiny. When Hanji was sad, he stepped on him. He felt that this was really unfair. It was obvious that it would be fine as long as the control was released. Why did he have to kill him? At this moment, Song Yuan's two senior brothers who had gone to the underworld after his soul was broken came back. Hanji anxiously asked how they were doing, but the two of them hesitated to tell him. Nothing should have happened, but who would have thought that before drinking Meng Po Tang, the soul of senior brother principal would speak again. She said, don't worry, there shouldn't be any problems with such a trivial matter as reincarnation, but you must never forget that principles are the most powerful and vicious. The farthest road Qi Yang has traveled is the routine of Lao 6. Principal Lao Dao passed the Naiha Bridge, drank Mengpa soup, and walked to a few roads. For some reason, he suddenly hit a wave in the Wang Wang River. The flying waves directly drove his soul into the animal island nearby. They had no choice but to watch the soul being washed by the reincarnation disc, so he reincarnated into the waste group. The next moment will be a black leather bag. Of course, the reincarnation of the principal is what we know as the confession. When Hanji heard this, he was overly sad. The whole person could fall down directly, so I can be forced to join the alliance again. At the same time, Yi Lao Dao was slowing down, but this aura was extremely spiritual, and his heart pulse was as complex as tear bones, but there was a sense of rhythm in his heart. Witness Li lay back on his bed and stepped on it. His lips were covered with frost and his eyes were dull. There was a hint of wandering in the world. Leininger stood on one side and gasped. Master, there were a large number of demons before. Brother Qingfan Shanmen was worried that you would rush up and fight the demons desperately. Together with his disciples. He fainted the master and took him away. Later, in order to protect you, senior brother fought with Yamo again and was seriously injured. Li Changsho pretended to be pitiful and was just about to admit his mistake when he saw Qi Yuan's eyes full of guilt. Tan Dao Ai regarded it as incompetent and thought it was not strange. It is not strange. Li Changsho coughed twice weakly and smiled bitterly. Master, it's just empty words. It's hard for my disciple to bear the loss if he really feels it in his heart. Elder Qi thought for a moment. Wei Xiao was right. Wei Xiao swore to the big one. This time it would definitely not be about. But Changsho is still unwilling to accept it. Master, if you don't recite the name Axis of Gratitude, you won't be able to feel it. Then a mouthful of old snow spurted out, and he agreed to it on the spot. But soon, Qi Yen Lao Dao reacted. Wait, why do you feel that this is not a trap? Li Changsho lay on the bed and coughed weakly again. Seeing the dark face on the old Taoist chain head, he said in a cold voice, long and thin, you're well behaved, thin and calm mind, it seems that you can not only show off your cultivation, but you can also pretend to be sick and pity for me, right? Lose a little more than receiving a shield in the field. Forgot, Yang Meng explained that he was just smiling. Qi Yuan picked up Fuchen and beat him. Along with the sex, I heard from time to time that fermentation was taking place during the protection. It's still a familiar part, the red money that's familiar again. It was really not easy compared to Changsho. The master used his clothes as a whipping stone. He could only try his best to suppress the counterattack of the master in his body. And then shook the master out of something, and it would be painful enough to use the pure body to remove the internal floating and sinking. This man is most afraid of contamination, so you want to keep your boy alive. Soon Ling Ji followed him to Dan Lu's room. Lin Yen asked cautiously, "Senior brother, is your butt particularly painful?" Li Changshou smiled bitterly. It doesn't hurt that much." When Lin heard this, he tried hard to control his happiness. He wanted to take the initiative with his little hands. "Senior brother, please don't force yourself. Lin can help you pay for the medicine, but Li Changshou is..." He immediately closed the door and told him that he was going to meditate in Wu Nei and asked him to go out and play. As the door rang for a victory, Lin stood outside the door and looked depressed. He was already so old, but his senior brother still treated him as a child. Li Changshou, on the other hand, was still puzzled as to what went wrong with his own education methods. Why did his junior sister become so crooked? But having said that, now I have to deal with these black energies, and the black chess pieces surrounding his hands are the official ones. Could it be that something happened to the Nanhai divine sect? So he closed his eyes and felt it carefully. It turns out that in the village where he was defeated, the two fire mortals were fighting with each other. Impressed by birth, this is not a sectarian government. Yu Changshou had felt the love before, but you didn't expect that things would turn out predictably and cause such a big fuss. Mortals have already begun to shed their blood for the Poseidon bubble stove in the South China Sea. The Yizhangzi in his hand is part of the battle between the yin sects that caused mortals to be killed, injured and bleeding. Britain found Li Changshou. In the world, this matter must be resolved now. Li Changshou has a deep heart, and a group of brigade members come together to resolve the merits. Then they slowly approached the black air, keeping each other in a circle. Then it gradually disappeared, which can be regarded as merit and karma. The existence of the South Sea Divine Sect has, to a certain extent, allowed the existence of that small area to unite, which has slightly improved the stability of the world. Coupled with the fact that various secretaries keep colluding with each other in defeat, this is equivalent to heaven's approval of this wild man. He often takes a breath. He is really stronger than the stronger. A similar memory gradually appeared on Bai Changshou's face. What on earth should he do to lead the Nanhai divine cult to loneliness? That single-minded spin really wanted to scare them. At the same time, Aoyi drove to Seoul again. After all, it is not a problem to continue like this. So he invited Hanji to go around with him. After a lot of efforts on his part, Hanji finally agreed to go out with him for a walk. Uncle 99 has always been 19, so why didn't he play according to the routine today? Xiaoqiong Fengfeng's shockproof single piece is extraordinarily good, and the sound is unexpected when it is moved. Someone grab it. His hands are small, but the old man has a big look on his face. I saw Uncle Jujushi standing in front of me pitifully. Can you help me and get paid? Li Changshou smiled faintly, thinking that he had returned the UK to the two of them, so he said, if the junior uncle needs it, he will deal with it with his own authority. There is no need to mention retribution or anything. He smiled darkly in his heart. My junior uncle is Juraming, probably because he wants me to be a new bartender. Jiu was immediately overjoyed. Then you just agree to help me correct the law. Then he pulled Li Changshou towards the direction of Po Qianfeng. After a while, Li Changshou felt an unprecedented attack. I have to say that 99 Shishu is really a talent. Lao Liu has never seen anyone who can attack and destroy the island like this. Jiu rubbed his head in embarrassment. He just broke out from the protective disease. Unexpectedly, he had already killed the disease machines downstairs for 6 times. He couldn't really be saved, right? Witness Li turned his head and looked at it speechlessly. You are awesome if you can do it. At this time, the hat on 999's face showed the color of green microgel. Black, little receiver, please don't cross it randomly. I have always felt this way. Li Changshou did it, but now that it has become like this, we can only take out these real machines first, and then take out some of the treasures for training the real machines. After moving in, 99 organized a bag of treasures from Gu Nana and gave them to Li Changshou. Now that the real business has been dug out, the rest can only be left to him. Li Changshou looked at the pile of waste in front of him. We'll make big projects. At the same time, Aoyi led Hanji to the phalanx in Nanhai to relax. I am planning to take it to a Jifen store in the east to check it out. When I raised my head, I accidentally bumped into a dragon. The dragon recognized Baoyang at a glance and immediately transformed into Yang Bushuan. I was still thinking about which minister caught my eye. It turns out that our dragon clan supports my aunt and the little prince. He actually dares to come out and show his face and bring the human clan with him. It's really not embarrassing. Then he came closer and said that we were really born on the same day, same year, same month, and the same day. This is quite different, right? I had no intention of starting a conflict with him and asked him to retaliate. I just wanted to hold Hunfinger for a while, but I didn't expect that this fire area would become a home. I deliberately raised my head and looked around. Someone just spoke. Why did I fingerprint the sound, but I couldn't see him? The second prince of the dragon clan in the Tang and Tang dynasties was humiliated like this by his clansmen. Who could be far behind? The straightforward Longzi shouted loudly. I wanted to see you when I heard that you wrote to Laji Duzian Men. Now I finally see it. It's exactly what I said. It's a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. A weak guy like you is so dishonest that you go around and smear the Dragon Clan. After listening to the whole thing, my face changed into a different tone. It seems that you don't want to leave because of Yang Guandao. I need to find a place with him to have a good incision to see if he can beat this soft guy like me. He acted as Ji Lucia Ao Mao, and his momentum suddenly increased a lot. I was so frightened that now Mao's soul was shaking, but I still spoke hard. How he quickly gained the upper hand. Only the bottom portion will be pressed into the mold. It can't find any actual counterattack at all, and it can even be said that it has no ability to slow down. Just when Yi decided to end this battle with him, the devil suddenly activated his supernatural powers. The body disappears instantly on the sea, and the god's head turns into a dragon. Survived by the frost and wood, Shenshu's black ice and sky fire are ready to attack. My eyes are constantly searching on the sea. I am also a dragon. I don't know who I will escape to. What's the use? Suddenly it felt like it had 4 layers of fragrance. This fire company uses sea water to transform into a clone. It's another trick of using clones to attack the enemy. However, the technique of using the model is a bit too censorship in its opinion. Suddenly, the deep shadow of a tree path appeared on the sea surface, and the figure of Ao was coming to pick him up, holding up a long spear to wash away Ao. Wei, however, wanted to be calm. Suddenly, a horn appeared on the sea surface, and an ancient mysterious ice was smashed and chopped in Shenju. Connect and activate these figures. There are no blows at all. These are all clones. The most important thing is that after the blow, the clones who have suffered a blow can hardly maintain their humanity for a moment. It's easy for him. Just sacrifice the sacrifices of those clone masters to the country. Directly hit the reality of being a demon. Ao Yi smiled faintly. He is simply not a person with such weak magical powers. Immediately stretch out your hands to control Xian Bing. The speed is so fast that there is no time to dodge. But the strange thing is that these ices didn't attack them, and one told it to bypass these clones. Directly charge a certain entity. He was beaten at his level. Its branch appears. Po Tong followed his life into the sea. After a while, he was brought to life. What is the same thing as human beings? Who gave your race confidence? Go and apologize for my test preparation. But this kid is still not convinced. He decides to have a fight with AOU. He will be happy if he is in the book. I got hard without even thinking about it. Okay, no matter how many times I come today, I will make him happy. As the saying goes, when there is no fighting, there will be no friendship. This is the case with Ao Yi and Lao Liu. This is the same as the cage in front of me for a moment. Okay, Mo proposed to have a fight with it. I haven't thought about it for a long time, so I agreed. The second round started soon. Compared to the first time, Omo behaved much more seriously this time. Just push her down hard. Look everyone, increase your skills and fight every time. It's time for the next one. Tong Ying Zhengzheng rolled up on the sea and Zhengzheng was aged. His double membranes were finally fixed for a long time. Even if you want to use intensive 3,000 water guns, you are a moment of effort in his. The number surrounding the body is, follow the level. Then they all punched at Liu. Liu stood there motionless. It was extremely calm at this time. Was this trick not as good as the water body just now? Following a violent explosion, the sea was filled with billowing smoke. Ao Mao looked at it seriously and thought he had killed the second prince. Chu didn't know there was a theorem that says there is no harm if there is smoke. Immediately afterwards, a big fool stretched out from a mysterious nest. Killing you is just a dream. As the big hand approaches, Mao Mao's whole body was covered with golden hair. I quickly boiled it and pinched it. His neck. Now is it time for me to try the gun? Still unwilling to accept this honor, Yang Yang still had a magical power and wanted to compete with him again. Good or not, I don't care. You let it go, you love me as much as you want. In the third round, he used his 3 big spears again. My aunt was speechless when she saw it. How did you get into the place where you had to spend money and burn things first? He randomly pulled out his 6 Dabao arrows. Treat him as a turkey. It wasn't until half a fashion later that Ao Mao exhausted what he had learned in isolation. His battle steps were ruined, and his laziness ended. Ao, who was originally responsible for clearing the account, was also beaten into a pig's head. Only then did he finally recognize himself. Then he immediately bowed his head and admitted that he was wrong. The owner, the little girl, said, "I'm sorry," and pointed out that the Federation said it didn't matter. But he didn't take it to heart. Turn the mold around. It's more expensive to endure it in front of him. Brother 2 is asking me to accept my younger brother. He can see clearly that since he can't win, it's better to admit defeat completely. But this has to be endured for a while. Lu Yingchun himself should call him Brother Tang, but now he is being beaten by him. Calling me brother has really changed a bit. Auntie dares to explain to Dasheng, Brother Tang, I am your Brother Tang now. He doesn't want to have a higher place than himself. Although the damage is not big, it is extremely humiliating. Lao Liu wanted to cut off the British Poseidon in the South China Sea, but he never thought that this time he would be given another big surprise. Under Lao Liu's department expertise, several sets of political and legal systems were quickly sorted out. Each set has its own advantages. This was praised repeatedly by 99, making him want every one of them. Fortunately, he has a 1,000-year-old machine in his hand, so he is very easy to mess with and lets Li Chang accept all the arrangements for him. Li Changsho, Chen Yingjisheng, seriously, because he invested all his guarantees in Xiao Xiongfeng's official career before, so he may not be able to get more guarantees if he falls into gold. Zhu Juha smiled and said, I can rest assured that I can continue the political and legal affairs of one building and use up all the wealth of the millennium. Bai Changsho was holding the bone-replenishing treasure soup. With his words, he felt relieved. The foreign girl's originally fat butt. It was red and pinched as if it was not full. Jiujiu's legs went weak. Gui sat on the ground and burst into tears. This was all he had continued. If he didn't want to drink anymore, Li Changsho burst out laughing. Looking at this beautiful adult body in front of me, every corner is covered with top black shengfa. She looks quite satisfied. It's just that I got a little carried away during the shoulder shock technique and consumed a little too much. He held his empty bag of painful fluid for a long time, worked hard for 1,000 years, and returned to the training device in one move. If there is no wine in the future, it will drink up the little poor wind's survival. Li Changsho touched his head to comfort Dao. Uncle Shi's thoughts flashed. Your treasures and snacks don't disappear, they just change into another form. Black Break is by your side. 99 angrily kicked Li Changsho. He felt like he had entered a game of Shaoxing Fengfeng. The matter is finally settled. The top priority for Jinka is to cut off the name of Poseidon in the South China Sea. We must not allow it to grow anymore. Soon he turned into an old sword and came here. The people who came to worship within 4 seconds suddenly became aware of it. After entering the courtyard, Li Changsho looked at this figure whose face and body shape were very similar to his own, and he felt the same in his heart. It's no wonder that Du Jie was injured last time and his real body was turned into a statue. It's also his fault that he has not yet perfected his skills and taste, making people unable to remember his trade. Now he can only go through it again without any help. He had just walked into the statue when he heard someone telling stories about being surprised in the battle, the little dragon girl of the 6th series, bringing fish, and other things he had never heard of. The Kobe Saigami rumored by those people seems to have happened half of the time. Li Changsho looked helpless. He had never done this before. It was a bit too exaggerated. The first person who tried to destroy his own religion since the Red Light era. This person is definitely not the master of Lao Liu. As soon as Lao Liu entered the courtyard, he saw the statue of Poseidon in the center. When he walked around the statue, he heard everyone talking about legends that he had never heard of. What about the battle with Li Yujin and the 6th series little dragon girl? The 6th man couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement in his heart. He really didn't do anything. He was completely speechless. You accidentally said what was in your heart. This is too exaggerated, but he said this unintentionally and listened intentionally. The old melon master on the side heard this. They were unhappy on the spot and got angry. They looked at Changshu Li with a blank look. I really don't know what you are talking about. We have the Poseidon sect here. We have the Poseidon sect's divine envoys. They have established endless parties one by one. These have all been affected by Lord Poseidon's protection. Changshu Li's thoughts changed rapidly. Only this statue continued to say that it is extremely powerful. It is not difficult to do it with a little practice. There is no evidence for it in other centuries. If the Poseidon of the South China Sea is really Lingyan, Pingdao will stand again and let him appear. Mortal Ju Cao suddenly looked like he was going to hit someone. You don't understand our Poseidon at all. Now Poseidon is quite tolerant to you. He said that he would treat you more and more later. He didn't wait for Changsho to explain anything. Everyone has already fallen into the bamboo shell. If you are not a believer, please leave quickly. Then they even dismantled the chess piece with one kick. Standing in front of the gate of the courtyard, Li Changsho felt a little bit dumbfounded in his heart. Being bombarded by his own believers to share the magical power of his own appearance was considered a form of discrimination. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to overthrow the Poseidon sect, he had to figure out why so many people believed in him, the never-loved Poseidon. Now he only needed to find a few key pairs and overthrow them one by one. It wasn't until 10 minutes past midnight that Poseidon's Zhongsha cultivators came closer. The whole wish came to nothing. The old melon slipped out of the incense room secretly, then took out a fingertip to light the gas and waited quietly in the courtyard. After a while, under the moonlight, a house duck flew towards the paper suit. Go directly to the stress-free office. Why did you report to my association so late today? Then he looked around for a while, and suddenly he changed into a person, asking if there was any new information about the Poseidon store today. The old melon kept lowering his head, not daring to look more. Kanching Yang said what happened to the old god he met during the day. The first step to overthrow the Poseidon cult is to add a few more 25 years. The direct Lao Gua is that the 2K has been suing for a while. The pressure-free gold nodded with satisfaction. It's time to give you some rewards. I randomly turned it into a piece of fine art and a finger and threw it to it. Then he painted without pressure again and flew away from here silently, with no end in sight in the blink of an eye. Right here in Leogua City, I am looking at my own gold stone. Suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Unwilling to deal with it, Chang Shou quietly emerged from the ground, and then slowly approached. If we look at this matter from another perspective, when the wild man is still, the demon sea god secretly enters his own Taiko and extends his black hand to the brain temple. The chief priest smiled darkly. Thinking about it, there are some small bites inexplicably. Soon he used this old Chinese to search for marriage numbers and get lost in the dream scroll. He was surprised to find that the can was not worth shouting to deliver the message. Come and call me Baoshan cult, big breast cult, etc. It's actually the spy of 7 sects in the nearby 3,000 sects. This person may appear to be a cheating master, but he turns out to be a fool who also specializes in leaking the secrets of Poseidon cult. For such a person, Li Changsha was deeply moved by this Poseidon. If there were more people like him, there would be no need for him to go all the way here to satisfy his bidding with his own hands. All kidding aside, Li Changsha came here just to ask Poseidon to call nature to collapse. Get rid of this sound and understand this slang. Before coming here, he had already thought about several plans, among which the simplest and most effective one was to find a way to make the Poseidon of the South China Sea lose the god emperor. So that these mortal leaders would feel that they believed in the wrong god. The Poseidon celebration in Anshui City 3 days later was a matter of concern to Nan Feng. Opportunity. At that time, as long as the instructor smashes the idols during the inventory, it will directly prove that the Poseidon does not obey DA. Then as long as you do similar things a few more times, Poseidon will naturally take over. The day of inventory soon arrived, and in the South China Sea, 2,000 miles away from Anshui City, a Baker treasure ship that had first leaked was floating. On the edge of the bed stood a group of rude and aggressive Protestant pens. In order to entertain Hao Yi and Han Xi, this was specially arranged by the second prince of Nanhai Nonggong, Ao Mao. Now he really cares about arranging a house. No matter what he does, he thinks it is good. Suddenly a light lord appeared behind Ao. He seemed to have no idea what it was even if he looked around. Wei Cheng went to the toilet and said in detail that the two highnesses had returned to the army. That was the attack uniform produced by hundreds of people in the South China Sea. In recent years, a Poseidon sect has arisen in the South China Sea. For the development of the game, we also click on the center to check. But I don't know who the god of Poseidon is. Without seeing anything, he suddenly became furious. I, Tang Nanhai Wengong, don't even dare to call myself the Poseidon of the South China Sea. Come here, please raise some troops. When the level is high, you need to take people to the place where the scene is. If I had known that the spokesperson was acting like this, it would have been better to have collapsed earlier. On the day of the inventory, the streets were bustling with activity. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of Darges. Even Li Changsho couldn't help but be curious about what he, the leader's spokesman for the mortal street, looked like. After observing it in the past few days, everyone's enthusiasm has made it a little embarrassed to take back this teaching card. However, Li Changsho is not yet warm to these favorable impressions. Of the Poseidon sect, the original Xiongtai village has now become the Poseidon sect. The deep black Xiongti sat on the golden throne and was carried out of the city by Siming Juan Khan. A black bear gold. I'm even more stupid than the people in Changju Construction Equipment and Equipment Company, Limited. My spokesperson turned out to be like this bear. Sure enough. I should return to the Poseidon cult as soon as possible. The statue of Poseidon was moved outside the city to a remote hillside. Hundreds of thousands of religious figures in the city followed the ship. Everyone shouted loudly such words as, "Long live the Poseidon, 40 long live the great epoch," and so on. However, Li Changsho could only say sorry silently in his heart because he was not a master who could protect one side. Hong Huang was too big and too dangerous. Now Dao couldn't even pick up his own Changsheng Daobu. Even if he continued to be the Poseidon, he wouldn't be able to really support these professors. Just when he was about to break these Pope's illusions personally, some invitation suddenly appeared in the sky. Li Chang expressed his opinion and it turned out to be true. Fortunately, I have left a lot of pulse talismans here in advance, and I really let them start a killing spree here. I don't know how many businesses I will increase. As expected, these guys should be here specifically to inquire about the rituals of the Poseidon religion. I saw Li Changsho's spirit blast blocking the way of those big wastes. However, the target of those big wastes was the Poseidon sect. They were not interested in the old man in front of them. Hibisho pulled out a treasure arrow from behind. And those 3 sprayers? We don't think so. Even haha. He joked, just because he was alone, he still wanted to. Finished. However, Li Changsho showed no mercy this time and pulled out the common man at an extremely terrifying speed. Next time, then, slide through the air and count to 2. Please continue to change the 3 major branches in Ma Heiyun. In the midst of the shock of the film, the colorless and odorless poison of Guan Lulu kills people and enters the body of the 3-headed waste. They paved their way twice in the dark clouds, but they didn't say anything good. 3 huge sticks were shot straight down. Li Changsho smiled faintly. It was indeed much easier than he thought. Next, he had to search for their lives. Lao Liu thinks that he is really a dog in normal times. But compared to them, I'm really at a disadvantage. Outside Anshui City, many believers have arrived near the statue. After picking up their luggage, they read the teachings of their Poseidon religion. The main content is to promote peace and harmony. Don't give up when you are in desperate situation at sea. Poseidon will always be with you and so on. There is also an important reason for the education of the powerful forces who judge that Poseidon will be able to develop rapidly. Straightforward Dajisi health preservation Handao Poseidon will take home lost in the sea to Luanhui, so that they can appear around us again many years later. Of course, this is obviously a rumor that Xiongzai borrowed Luanhui from the underworld. Seeing that the time has come, the person maintains the figure of a middle-aged Taoist and suddenly appears on the statue with golden light. All the buildings are very promising. I hope Lord Poseidon can bless you. Otherwise, don't blame everyone if the village chief of Xiong village is in trouble. Randomly only look at the boss in the sky. This is a demon. Look where it looks like our Poseidon. Witness Li was greatly hated throughout his life. He was born with a white face. Feather veins. Seamounts in the South China Sea. Please follow him with 1 palm shot. The president instantly condensed into a huge palm. Keep taking pictures of the statue. Li Changsho silently took a breath, held the gun in front of everyone, and led me to find a way to return this incense and merit to you. Let's not meet each other. But what he forgot and didn't expect was that beside the statue, there was a mile of Lulu Tukang's brilliance. A huge phantom appeared above the statue without any warning, and actually shot it out of the surveillance camera. He really didn't expect that there would be times when he would be completely wrong, and he would be completely deceived by the people in Xiong village. Beside the statue, Shuming Chonghan was opening his big penis and spitting out a stream of red light moon. It was this beam of light that formed the image of the arm holding the big belly. But these are the 4 well-developed and very honest driving reds. To the extent that there is such a hidden conflict with the enemy, the Nanhai Poseidon sect might as well be renamed Cai Butuo sect. Bai Changsho admits that he does hide a little too deeply sometimes, but compared to the group of people like Xiong Det, he is absolutely ashamed and defeated in an instant. These men, women, and children from Xiong village can actually perform a big celebration together. The one that was with me back then. At this moment, in Li Changsho's heart, most of the horizontal trees were too big. But Li Changsho did not panic. He was shocked in his heart, but it did not affect his judgment of the form. It's a fool's errand to get rid of Britain. First, he was inspired by his own Shinshong to become a god. Now they are forced into the air by the people from Xiong village and dare not come down. Without any hesitation, he became the most shameless rival today. Li Changsho controlled this finger to retreat with manpower, and the speed was extremely fast. But after the giant arm opened its palm, he grabbed Dafu and controlled it mercilessly. This scene looked very strange. This huge bowl was like a firecracker, and it was stuck when it chased the inside. But these times, slow and fast, light and heavy, it is really very dangerous, flying in the air. Swift Hengluo barely managed to avoid this talisman, but in the mountain waves of life, a stream of water appeared silently, with a long and crazy face. If you don't shed the honey and rot, you can replace the mountain. Are you a hometown? At this time, the force field can be clearly sensed. This power can definitely knock off the mentor who he said was the first force to protect him, but the thick arm in front of him showed a method as powerful as a bowl of water. Then, the man made a gesture of drawing a bow and shooting a sculpture with his hands flat in the air. The light on his arms formed the insight of increasing gong. Bichang makes a flashing sound and rushes into the clouds, and immediately started panning left and right. Barely dodged the opponent's right one, and this one directly created a white cloud on the bed. An animal exploded from high altitude. Bai Changsho is also a little confused about how a debt-bearing person can have such ability, and the position where it fell into Jinswochu was like a firewood. Fortunately, there is a height limit for bows and arrows, right? Escape high enough. It won't be deleted at all. He lowered his head and looked down. At his feet, a group of tall men from the Iron Tower were singing and dancing non-stop. They gave the leader of longevity here a burst of medicinal dance. Power, shouting, single sails, and asking him to come down and compete for a portion. He beat his own Poseidon's peanuts to the sky and dared not let them down. This is simply a big red and yellow chicken. Bai Changshou's face is very ugly. He should probably be the most unattractive god of incense and fire in history. After a while, Nola's bow and arrow arm gradually lost strength. Those two strong men also fell to the ground because of your injustice. Li Changshou took a closer look and saw if the people in Xiongdet had the power of blood. After playing the drum in the happy place, the original god transformed into the three pure beings, and the teacher was lucky enough to meet a race again, that is, the Wu clan. The Renawu clan has meritorious service, and has a little remaining divine power from the great god Pangu. 12 groups of unprotected summons control the power of the ancient rules. The big house in the clan can fight without mercy. Since the Battle of Longfeng, Wuban has become the strongest ship in Banru. As a result, I gradually began to become complacent and oppressed my subordinates. Then Baizu's customs gradually became more spiritual and the house clan began to conquer the palm in successive years. 3 battles between the Qi sword and the wasteless destroyed the luck of both legs, and only then did the human race gradually rise. Because the human race and the waste race had an irresolvable hatred of genocide, in the long years before the third Wu Yao decisive battle, the Wu race and the human race gradually became comatose. And this was how Wu Yu came into being. Since the creation of heaven and earth in ancient Tang dynasty, the original god has transformed into 3 stars, and the master body has contained another seed. Variables, the House clan has been sealed off in North Kuru province, and the Yao clan has retreated to the continent to interact with each other. The Xiu clan has human knowledge and the ability to do things, and has also destroyed and beaten them. However, during the rise of the ancient Morchi human race, the more ferocious unmanned tribes gradually came under pressure. One of the more famous ones is the battle between Emperor Xian Yuan and the all-hungry Boyun. Since then, the dirty man has gradually disappeared. Bai Changshou couldn't help but feel a little bit of a fox in his heart. Could it be that the people in Xiong village are one of the 15 people in ancient times? Because Yi Yu, the ancestral army in Nanhai, escaped the witchcraft, he still lives today. The fact that these guys in Xiong village can display this kind of magical power shows that the proportion of house clan blood in their body is definitely not low. So it seems very possible. While it was thinking, directly below Dajisi lifted the boulder with one hand. Brother Meng rushed to the west of where Changshou was. In the blink of an eye, the boulder finger turned into a smile. Black Bear Jin even shouted loudly, "You daredevil guy like Poseidon, come down here." Feeling worse than feeling in the air. Damn it, you can escape me. There will definitely be no descendants of this kind of strange power. Seeing huge rocks floating in the air making music, my eyes are often blurred by movies and TV shows, making rain with my hands, making me speechless. This is too exaggerated. In desperation, he could only jump from the air. The heavy man below just saw the sound of him falling. Then Deji Sai led a group of Protestants and chased him. Changshou doesn't care about anything else and can only be a fugitive like crazy. Even if he can keep running like this, it's not an option, so he silently unfolded the storm in the city. I put down the voice of the Black Bear Gold village chief below. The man in Xiongzhai is always on fire. Everyone is chasing him. Don't let him escape. We must catch up with the poisonous sea god's house fire. The next time I was sweating, I was running like crazy at the same time. The speed was not slow. Everyone obeys the command of Dajis. Only the head of Xiong village. Where did I get suspicious? How could I clap my hands and speak? He told the middle-aged man that he must go back and protect Poseidon Alley. There was no need for so many people to chase him. Even if he was trying to explain that it was not his voice, Zhongren was in such a state of defiance that no one cared to listen to what he was saying. The fastest runners also bypassed the Black Pope and ran towards the northwest. I don't know when the great human skills department was trampled under their feet, but after those strong men ran away, Li Changshou emerged from the ground. Those villagers were indeed very kind. If you don't always have confidence in doing things, what's the difference between that and Song Sai? After those strong sweats can gradually run away. Only then did Li Changshou emerge from the ground. Before he could be happy, he sensed that someone had arrived here. What happened today? How could a gathering of the South China Sea divine sect attract so many reactions from forces? At the same time, the black cloud from the South China Sea has arrived over Anshui city. The land card row is the first to engage in battle, and the Sky and Earth prison has an aura of quick kill. Mishima's voice can be heard walking side by side. It is because of the 3 of them. Ao briefly glanced below, then he said coldly and was frightened. You guys dare to call yourself the Nanhai Divine Cult? Someone come and smash that idol to His Highness. The first few to engage in battle will lose 0770 lives. They picked up the ice weapon and were about to smash it with the Poseidon. Before that, the High Priest had already stopped everyone. He sensed that there was a force approaching and immediately ordered everyone to turn back and guard Poseidon Alley when they went back to warn the enemy. Li Changshou was confused for a while, and finally managed to lead them away. Now he was teased again and did not come back. They all lost their previous achievements. seeing the scene in chaos. At this time, the two sides are ready to go to war. But you are meeting the horse girl. But for many mortals, killing talents is like killing parents. The old village chief of Xiong village could not tolerate them again and immediately ordered the killing of these non-believers. More than 20 tribesmen around them opened their mouths, and a burst of red light came out of their mouths. The thighs in the painting book and song book are like fierce gods, each showing his magical powers. The generals were so fierce when they fought in the group, soldiers from both sides, all battle cities, but the heroes' debts and heavy people's judgments still have no blood chakra and advantages. On the other side, Yi discovered that the true nature of this Poseidon was a bit inexplicable. He just felt that there was a woman who looked like him and was his best friend. But why did Brother Changsho become the Poseidon of the South China Sea? Could it be who taught this? But even thinking about it, he didn't understand why he chose Brother Changsho. A disciple who presented himself from a superior position. At this moment, Li Changsho directly bowed his head and knelt in front of the master. Master, it's not like this, disciple. Today, the great British are offended. In the future, there may be thousands of years of master and spiritual evil. If something like this happens in the winter window someday, and there is an expert who wants to kill me, please master and the evil spirit, please leave me alone. In July, when he was old, Yulin Ogunbang entangled him. Isn't it a good thing for you to be your teacher? Li Changsho said seriously and firmly, Master, junior sister, we don't have much time. Please agree first. The bell goose on the side had its eyes blown open. Senior brother, have you not done this yet? Li Changsho nodded and said, yes, I am about to make Wen Tuo Chi sword. I came here to tell you all about my life first. The two of them were speechless for a while. You haven't done anything yet. What are you shouting about? Lina was already sucking it for a long time. Ling Bian turned around and asked, Senior brother, are you confident this time? Li Changsho overturned it carefully. It was not big, probably 85%. Li Changsho took a wild look. The body shape has disappeared into parts, and the zero balance has also returned to show off. The 85% certainty is really not a big deal. The Poseidon of the South China Sea actually appeared. What on earth is going on? At this moment, the battle lines between Wa Hailong Palace and the dead patrolmen came to a stage of transformation. Both sides were in a state of overmatch. With a little spark of light coming from the ground, the two-high stone statue of His Holiness swayed, and then became swaying deep into the sky. The direct statue of the god was shaken deeply first, and the goose head was also shining with a very dazzling golden light. No one would have thought that Haishan really dislikes you at this moment. But Aomu didn't care about anything 3721. He didn't care whether the spirit appeared or not. His superiors ordered people to smash the statue of the sea god. At this time, Yu suddenly heard Li Changsho's message. He suddenly didn't know who Brother Changsho was. I immediately looked around, but he couldn't find Li Changsho at all. He looked at the reality in front of him, and the shock in his heart was even more profound. Could it be that before Brother Changsho became a god, he had already started on the road to become a god of fire, and he paid attention to the relative being reincarnated? However, he turned around again, and this how is that possible? But he seems to have seen through the idea of staying up late. Li Changsho continued, Li Ji, there is no need to be born yet. At this time, there is a huge collapse in Britain. It will be difficult to explain it for a while. Last time you and I talked, I learned that Brother Yi was very worried about the current difficulties of the Dragon Clan. I came in and thought about some countermeasures for Brother Yi. If you cross me with evil spirits, please let these dragon palaces of the South China Sea fight with you first and retreat to the South China Sea temporarily. Come back with evil spirits and deceive guests later. Bring me to show you this celebration. I will see you again with evil spirits. Why not? Aoyi's expression changed slightly, and he nodded darkly. At the same time, the statue of the god kept emitting the first light in the sky. The first soldiers in the sky were eating for themselves and did not dare to invade and move. And below, Xiongzhai's Zhuangxing and those religious cultivators are constantly buckling. But at this moment, Ao's plan was to urgently call Zhao Jiabing. Today, he needed Ping Hai Shenjiang. After hearing this, Ao just said, withdraw the troops. He is still burdened by the demons and slaves. Yes, withdraw the troops. Then the whole person moved in and stayed in place. But wouldn't it be too embarrassing for us to do this? Ao Yi stood there and rubbed his hands with Demon Quan, and then looked at him with a very cold look. What did you say? Aonu immediately praised him. Withdraw the troops. Withdraw the troops. Now withdraw. The model obeyed the command, and then it turned out to be a real withdrawal. Lifting the body and breaking the sweat, he sang with both hands and shouted, long live the Poseidon. At this moment, the voice of Yi arrived at Yensu reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone was close to the statue of Poseidon and spoke. Everyone below was extremely excited. They didn't expect that the Poseidon realm would actually respond to them. South China Sea Poseidon Forest. Everyone is excited. On the other hand, Dajisi is sitting on the ground a little different. Color training is very complicated. Why, there really is a Poseidon. Isn't the so-called Poseidon made up by himself? Before he could react, the sound came into everyone's ears again. This work manifests true spirituality. It is created for humanity in the ears. There is kindness in the heart to protect the old and the young. It does not have difficult virtues. Today's book teaches Poseidon's education, and we need to always remember to be a good person and conform to the world. At this time, most of the male deaths were lying on the ground with disgusted faces. Only 2 people stayed in place in shock and didn't know why. You are often tempted to risk your life by becoming a relative. As an envoy and priest of God, why should you wait and be defeated? The old village chief frowned and gestured at the god's food. Let's temporarily make peace with this pretentious household. Everyone said to Poseidon, I haven't finished speaking yet. The great master on the side suddenly turned up by Yi, and slowly poured sugar into it. There were 7 trees and 8 trees lying on the ground. In fact, it was just some soft and fresh crawling. The old village chief immediately heard that voice and immediately listened to the old village chief's ears. It's too late. As punishment, I will take their souls and be punished for a few days. After a few days, they will be able to change. The old village chief shield master couldn't help but take a few more shots, and witness Li's messages kept coming to his ears. If you use my fame to make money, you will have to pay a corresponding price. I really thought that you were facing some insignificant difficulties. This game will not wait for you. Did your ancestors give you a lesson and tell you not to go out too much, so you are just living in that corner? And what have you done in these years? The soul of the old village chief was deep and cold, and his body was fighting even more fiercely. The copper bones in his twin trees were a little scattered. He asked Lord Poseidon to spare them in a majestic way. The sound of appreciation appeared to him again. Do you Xiong village still want to continue to exist? If you are not small, I will wipe you out of the toilet and even smear you. Think, the old village chief is just a mortal after all. At this moment, the defense in his heart completely collapsed, scaring him to the point where he would spend his ordinary life on the ground. Haishining, just punish me. I am greedy for talent, but it was me who came up with the idea. All the people we owe money to listen to me. If this is the case, then your soul should also come and squeeze the Dharma. It is more permanent than regular suffering. The secret brigade will join in the old village chief's estrangement. This old man spread his clothes to the wasteland in an instant. At the same time, Poseidon descended to the emperor's ring. Deji Sai had been greedy for a long time, but fortunately he was not transformed into a giant Buddha. Since you respect the god of the gate and the sea, from now on you should also create sentient beings who are enlightened within, with the goal of being a hiding dog and possessing knowledge. The inventory continues. Preserve the promise of this place and don't let anyone get hurt. The voice gradually fell, and the light on the statue disappeared at the same time. Many religions also cheered for the reconstruction of Huang. Gao Songhai Shenyin. Bai Changshou is truly worthy of being called the 6th grader's nose. It's hard to fool people. I really won't change it anymore. Not only did he gain merit, but he also successfully found someone who was willing to cry. In the deep sea and far away from a forest clearing, I have been sitting here waiting for the end, quietly thinking about the Steel Hall Road in my heart. Just at this moment, suddenly emerging from the tree, Aoi stood up in fright. He couldn't help but ask how this Poseidon cult came to be. The shield master shook his head. Marry only, eat and make yourself jealous, and it just means underground. After experiencing the 4 kinds of non-dong, Huang who immediately understood something. It was indeed the group he thought. Brother Changsha was just a person who was pushed to the front. He was a man who called the masters to gather together to attack Germany. Bai Changshou felt a pinch in his heart. He couldn't blame himself for Britain. It was all his fault. He didn't say anything. He deliberately pretended to feel guilty. When he saw the fresh soldiers of the Dragon Palace being injured, Lu, as a person involved in the matter, really deliberately refused to go away. But having said that, those divine envoys were able to hurt the soldiers just now. Your envoy is very powerful. They don't feel like ordinary people. After receiving the hint, Aoi immediately began to stand up. Could it be that there are not only experts behind this, but also the family members of the house? By the way, how much do you know about the trap of the dragon's feet? Li Changshou sighed slowly. There is no respect and worry outside, but there are bones and bones. Even the most desperate dream of life and death is difficult to achieve. He kept his hand on the shoulder of the prison chair. Tell him like everyone else, e.g., I probably know what you have done, but it's hard to turn this army around just by relying on you alone. Li Changshou drew for a while and looked at Nao Yi's eyes. He saw that his expression was dark and his eyes were full of worry. The most lacking thing in the Golden Dragon clan is public fighting. The Poseidon cult in the South China Sea has begun to revolt. Is there anyone who can serve as an envoy and spread the profound education of Jiahua? Some people also call masters as poisoners, but the abundant merits of joining forces can only be seen through personal words and cannot be faked. He just clenched his fists and inadvertently felt the enemy's consequences in his heart, even though he knew that he was doing so shamelessly to the Queen Mother. In order to save Wenju, who is in trouble, he is also willing to criticize Sashimi's Weibo power to bring some functions to Wenju. He couldn't help but said, "Brother Changsho, can I come to the South China Sea divine religion state to establish the blind people, be a Dharma protector, and earn some merit to protect myself?" But something unexpected happened to Aoi. "You often said that you would agree to it soon." He deliberately divided the merits of the incense into 82 parts, so as to avenge the Dragon Clan. The purpose is to draw the Dragon Clan into trouble, so that he can use the Dragon Clan as a party-building card in a dignified manner and withstand all kinds of pressure from Western religions. Ningla has been admiring his senior brother for a long time. How could he miss this great opportunity that he finally came across? Witness Li flew into his heart and died. Only then did he finally pull the Dragon Clan tightly. And this little dragon prince is also silly and cute. He has been sold by others, and is he still helping to count the money? At this time, his heart was full of purity. He said some words of thanks and then faced Li Changsho in the third seat to guide the transfer. With all the strength in his heart, he resisted the enemy. He was determined to make this friend. In order to escape from the dead, let the South China Sea divine call run on its own. It first uses a film to clean up the divine messenger of the male belt of Fu Tai. Then he tried to find a way to get them to give all their statues this face. Then restrict the development of the Poseidon cult in the South China Sea, allowing them to only conduct transmission within a certain range along the coast, without touching the power of the door. In the end, Naoyi was established as the founder of the second religion of the South Sea God sect, and he was the guardian of the Qinglong Big Tiger method. Naoyi also made a clean mistake and has been working hard to plan the next steps of the spread of the Sea God sect. Strive for development status in 30 years, and we will not be able to reach the edge of the sea in 300 years. At this time, Aoyi couldn't obey Li Changsho. He was really grateful to Yi Xingren and even changed his reverse nickname to Brother Leader. This was really disgusting for him. Half a year later, Li Changsho finally escaped from Xiongshai. However, as soon as he saw the spirit demon, he took advantage of it. "Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like this?" Li Changsho said. "Mansheng, I have been busy for half a year on major events in the world, and have been deducing major events in the world for so long. I just talk about it in my heart." Then he lay on the bed and fell asleep. Ling Yi gently covered his back and looked at his senior brother sleeping on the bed. Wait, how could he let go of this opportunity to be held in the south? While my senior brother is asleep, I lie down next to him for a few seconds or something, then press the center button to remind Master to come over and break this scene. As long as you ask Master to make the decision, your marriage to your senior brother will be settled. He thought for a moment, today is such a good opportunity. The heavens are in perfect harmony, the sky is far away. He must work hard to win it in one fell swoop. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly came in. Linger's face was full of anger. He would really spoil my good deeds. He only listened to the order to see the camp arrive. Is there any disciple in Xiaoqiang Peak who has not yet retreated? I am the map responsible for the first mountain gate today. Someone outside the mountain gate wants to find the person from Xiaoqiang Peak. Linger kept pointing out, interrupt that thing and kill all the guys who asked me to fall in love. At the same time, Mr. Li also woke up from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes. What's wrong? Lin Jihe shouted and smiled. It's nothing. I'm just typing. Shusi, who was always affected by the situation, sensed that someone was coming to the door, so he called him out. She sat on the bed and smiled lightly. Little lost sister, you want to save me and train hundreds more people. The lover whom Master cherishes deeply sent a message of advance notice. I didn't expect to pay homage to Lao Liujie's ancestors. Oh, fall in. Suddenly broke Ling's good deeds. After being ordered by his senior brother, he had no choice but to run through the mountain gate. After a few hours, he returned from the mountain gate. At the same time, Li Changsho also became energetic and stood at the door, slouched. Lina immediately took out a teleportation preserver. He saw that the preserver was emitting a faint light and looked weak. He also said that this was an old friend and he wanted to remember Master. After hearing this, Li Changsho, he felt that there must be something fishy in this. What if there was some harmful means hidden in it? Moreover, Master spent most of his previous years resting in a miserable household and had no friends at all outside the household. Lina tried again to see if he was really a good-looking male fairy. Li Changsho smiled evilly, and a penis knife appeared in his hand. This message preservation is probably someone else's calculation agent. Let me take it apart and take a look. And the truth will be revealed. Senior brother and the two were walking in the house for a while. After a while, A burst of laughter came from inside the house. Lin Erxiao burst into tears. He didn't expect that this was really just an ordinary teleportation. On the other side, the headmaster was waiting with his face. Looking at the family letter that appeared in Yufu Shangfu and the words that were about to disappear, he noticed the name signed, Wan Jiangyu. Isn't this the name that master has read many times? In the last few years? Presumably, he was the master who left for 800 or 900 years and never came back, and who ignored master. He was also master's former admirer, and he was the one who returned the favor to master. Although Li Changshou didn't like this uncle, he still hoped that this matter would have the best possible outcome. I hope that the doctor had to leave unexpectedly to provide for the master who could not find the skills. The ancient search was fruitless and hundreds of years passed by in a hurry. He was desperate in his heart and did not dare to come back, so he only sent greetings in letters after 800 or 900 years. This message is quite torn in advance. I would like to use it again due to my stance. Unexpectedly, the spiritual power inside it had been consumed and it immediately shattered into pieces. Although he didn't want to read the content of the letter, he could only send the content before the text disappeared. I also made a letter. Lin Er then ordered Lin Er to spread the matter, Wan Jiang, and the name Wan Jiang. He could arrange it however he wanted. As long as people knew that Xiao Xiongfeng Wan Jiang had come back to find Xiao Xiongfeng, that would not be enough. Zhang Shou turned around and went to find master with this letter. Don't show off. Smoking Lao Dao noticed her secretly reading the letter at a glance. Is it acceptable to explain his various ways of harassing people? Western Elder Road is still. I held my hand and chased him cheaply for half a time. Master is willing to have a private meeting in the middle of the night. You can imagine this. A moment later, Qi Yuan Lao arrived and opened the inner wind letter slightly. He stood there as if in a daze. He didn't say much, and there was no happy expression on his face. This made him feel a little worried. But Li Changshou told him that the master had cultivated to the point of admitting death, and his brain had become too slow. He was still in a state of despair when his son left him at the World Expo and he lost the pen fight, and he couldn't react for the time being. Hua Yinaz, now that he was so old that he collapsed on the spot, the whole guard team leader was very happy. Li Changshou pointed at his master and said calmly, "Look, isn't this good?" After a while, the 7-year-old Taoist priest took the letter and started to declare to the group. The musician, who was so perfunctory at the time, was now waiting for the junior sister to release the message from Wan Jiang and his friend to see if he could figure out the location of the master's enemy. It's best to stimulate the other person and lure her to Shaoqiong Fengfeng City. At this moment, AOG suddenly sent him a message. The financial attack has been announced to all the forces in the southwestern area of Nanhangbaju. The Poseidon teacher of the South China Sea and the Dragon clan are used to collect incense. Nowadays, some discordant forces, large and small, are also being suppressed. After hearing this, Lao Liu was also very satisfied. But the only thing that made him feel a little regretful was that he could not yet promote the Yang Hui Transcendence and Dirty One warrior services within the Poseidon sect. Otherwise, the scene would be very spectacular. I pray at this time that I am still so quiet in my own world that I can't extricate myself. Li Changshou smiled faintly. The South China Sea pig is going well, and the World Expo has also paved the way for blessings. Now we have nothing to wait for. We are just waiting for all parties to take the bait. 3 months later, the second letter from Master Bei was burned by CI himself. But this time the World Expo invited him to meet him in his heart. He was so excited that he deliberately told his superiors that he was going out now and asked them to take good care of Xiao Xiongfeng. Li Changshou quickly stopped him with a big cup in his hand. He very carefully analyzed the ins and outs of the whole matter for the master. I just feel that this matter came from some ancient people. It is obvious that Shubua himself is a poor man. If he wanted to meet, why didn't he come back? Qi Yang thought for a while, and couldn't help but agree in his heart. Witness Li was induced to go out for the World Expo. The reason why he did not use it first was to find the master who went out to make oil, but he has not returned it for nearly 1,000 years. Our men should be judged. If the master rashly went to look for this expo, what would happen to the door opposite? How to fight? Qi Yuan was so old that he was in trouble. For a moment, he didn't know how to keep it. Li Changshou's zero-hit move, "Master, why don't you let me go for you?" The old Taoist priest Qi Yuan could only separate himself and go to tear it up, but he didn't expect that the wine shop along the way would just follow him. Just when the origin of Lao Dao was at a loss, Yi Changshou immediately used the method of rebirth. He suggested that the master should write a letter and tell the disciples the reason for your appointment. The disciple can use a craftsman to deliver this letter to the master. Just like the one before when the disciple went out to buy fodder. In any case, we cannot just look at this matter from our own point of view. Master, in your letter, you can first make sure that Bo returns to the door and admits his mistake. Although we have returned home, the punishment is not too severe. At most, we will be locked up in the Four Kingdoms for 1,000 years. Master, do you think this is true? After listening to his long speech, Tiyuan was told that he had lost his mind. Then, I'll leave it to you. He handed over the message in advance to Li Changshao. He even signed a contract with Minwen's grandfather and told him not to steal the card. Li Chang was blackmailed. This smile, Master, don't worry, I have already read it when I wrote it down. As soon as this flower appeared, she already knew that she would be beaten again. At 10 o'clock at night, I could only do what I wanted to do, like the old Taoist Qi Yuan, when I should go on a date with his old relatives for my master. Soon he came to Lin Dongcheng of the East China Sea soldiers. At this time, the wine has also secretly followed it to the Garden of 300 Miles. He just felt that Qi Yuan Shidi's whereabouts today were very strange. He didn't know if it was related to the last knot. Besides, he was still a master who had been in the world for a long time. He couldn't do anything without doing anything for a long time, but he had just started to calm down in his heart. When he turned around, he found that Qi Yuan Shidi was actually talking to Yimo Shengren about the Holy Horn. There was indeed a problem, but what he didn't know was that the stranger lived in Qi Yuan, but he didn't come to meet him, directly mastering the skills. She held his shoulders and then said, "Fellow Taoist, have you ever heard the name of the Poseidon in the South China Sea?" The clone was speechless. He didn't expect that Jing would be taught to his leader. Besides, he had to help his master break up his former lover, so he had no time. He may be old enough to see that his annual tax is a large amount. I believe it will be easy to persuade him to join the role. Even more passionately, with his hand, he continues to persuade you to believe in Poseidon. Not only can you eliminate disasters, but he can also stop your stagnant cultivation. If you go out during the day, you can save money by doing light repairs at night, and you can upgrade. As long as you are willing to believe in Poseidon. So do you want to join us? I can only look at some southern manuscripts in my body, and think that people who respect the Tao are more toy-like. Yang defecated and ran away, blocking the light. This scene made the bartender confused. What is going on? He just felt that it was getting weirder and weirder, so he decided to catch up immediately to find out. Lao Liujin took Jiawu Shishu out of the flower room together. If you dare to let the ninth master know this, it will be terrible. Although Jiawu didn't know where the old knight was going, but his strong curiosity still forced him to follow step by step, until I saw him walking into a store without discrimination. He looked up and saw that Shenpo was serious. There is so much darkness and darkness everywhere in this place. Outside the door, I heard Oh Yi's voice getting weird one after another. Isn't this He Jian? After all, the junior brother could have become a great immortal, so he gave up on himself to protect himself. While he was thinking about his plan, Yu Shou quietly grabbed him. The next second, she straddled his songbook and invited him to come in and play with her in a very flirtatious voice. Then he blew softly in his ear. How about we go inside and chat? When Jiawu squatted deeply, she emitted a ray of light that ejected the women surrounding her. After all, she was a reasonable person, and she could only let go of $1 billion in her heart. It is a fire doctor who reverses all those who have popular followers. At this time, I listened to the voice recording of the 1st Brigade. Brother Jiawu, Chang Wuzhao, and then invited him to come to this street to see the camera. As soon as the two met, Jiawu couldn't help but asked him why he came to such a place. And Li Changshou took out the speech he had prepared a long time ago and asked him to be careful about what he said about 900 tents away from the southwest. The lanterns there can't change, the lights are bright. Looking out from the surface is a small, grand building with an attached building. There is also an unusual invitation from Shazi. In order to explore the experimental electricity, the two decided to get up together on the road. Under the bridge, they came across this dramatic screen. A lightly dressed woman is sitting in the middle, holding a smoking cigarette in her hand. There is a fox-shaped erection on the left and right, and her face is also broken at the waist. The other man would shrink in front of him and ask for his forgiveness for a few more days. The two of them were so happy to hear this interesting scream that they almost forgot the purpose of coming here. However, Li Changshou is very clear mentally. The invitation here is very likely to be related to the master's love rival. Of course, it may also be a trap designed for the master. But now there are 9 helpers with skills that can help you hide your identity and reduce the number of British people. You can also have multiple helpers. The big boy is really good. Jiawu was on duty for a while and immediately prepared to go out and have a fight with them. Li Changshou stopped him on duty. This kind of place is lively at night and there are fewer customers at noon, so be sure to wait until noon before going out. Zhuhuang Xuancheng City, I didn't expect you, junior chess player, to know this place quite well. Qi Danton explained that he had only heard Chang Shou mention it a few times, but Chang Shou had found out from the bottom of his heart that in order to protect his master's wisdom, he could only sacrifice his own life. It has been a long time since I said this, and I have no doubts about it. Save the great disciple in your family. Every star is blackened into a single road of 5 grays. It is better than the long-lived star that has a silent and hidden fate. Be careful, I will draw an arrow with you. The wine cake and the water paint man are old enough to talk to each other. But unexpectedly, I found some invitations by accident. It wasn't until 10 o'clock the next day that they decided to act together. The two first joined forces with Jianhuala to fight on behalf of each other, then get rid of all the medicines in the Western mortal economy here. In the end, they were subjected to Shizhan's soul skills in Yulichang and put away their hidden souls. Seeing that the beautiful woman in front of her turned into a useless woman, she really felt like she had been fucked. She then took out Wan Changzheng's daughter's penis and gave it to her alone, letting her use it to trim her waist. Then kill them and then escort them away. However, after this set of procedures, it gave Zhu Wu a feeling of acquaintance on the 4th level. It turned out that the commanders who had been neglecting their duties for a long time were all summoned by corpses. However, he soon changed his attitude and asked with great confusion why he came to this world this time. Was it to come here to have sex? Li Changshu told him unabashedly that he had received 2 letters in recent days. Because he came here with money, it was just a matter of time to remove the medicine. Then he turned his attention to the shopkeeper of Holu. Since he had to clean up the scene next, he also had to trouble Jiawu to take Qi back for training. Jiawu grabbed his fox angrily. He was the person who handled the matter. He felt that this was very different, but Li Changshu said the cruelest words with the calmest expression. He has been idle for a long time and spent only his waste blood. If he doesn't do this, he will immediately transfer the camp to Expo 90. There was nothing I could do about the alcohol. After that, I gritted my teeth and took out the paste inside. After finally taking over the wine shop, he immediately took out the community leader to find out what was going on. The soul that can only absorb the Wugong Sutra is somewhat severely damaged, so the information it can obtain is just a piece of information. But even so, it is not difficult to tell that they have a close relationship with the doctor who invited the master to come to Donglin City. He turned his head and explored the broken Wugong Sutra very proudly. He himself probably didn't expect that there was still more than a month before the agreed time, and he would be gone first. After cleaning up his disciples, he immediately headed towards the wine house to meet up. As soon as the two met, he asked Zhu Wu how the interrogation was going. There was no end to the vixen beside the paper wing. He pushed it carefully for a while and could only find out the merits of this medicine. It was not a small amount. Li Changshu looked around with a dazzling look. As for the boss with an angry attitude, he was currently being tortured under the tree, looking like a wolf who was sorry. But in the eyes of 95, except for her beloved 90th century, all other women are Zaza. At this moment, the daughter of the 5th sister woke up. You really saw another modification before your eyes, and he began to get nervous unconsciously. He gritted his teeth. Now was not the time to worry about his waist. Even if his cultivation level fell down, it would be better than losing his life. So he became a hua, not to mention using his best sister. A small sense of vitality and tranquility exerts fine art on Lao Liu. This person has a cool heart. Directly ask the female shopkeeper to do some repairs. It's really so compelling that it makes people feel ecstasy. The evil woman's soul is spreading all over her body. Xiao ran. At the same time, it spread into the mouth and nose of 95. After receiving the antique goods, the wine shop immediately tried the magic. Huang Hujian was crippled by the female Chang Gui for full lifetimes. Then he continued to reveal the woman's content, posture, demeanor, eyes, gaze, and even the pure and harmonious amplitude, obviously all in conjunction with the art. Soon Zhu Wubian couldn't stand it any longer. He was so short that he sold a small amount forward. On the other hand, Li Changshu was very indifferent. Is such an old-fashioned method still embarrassing? He immediately took out his treasure and stood in front of the wine shop. After not being refreshed for a long time, I immediately returned to my normal state. Directly speaking, the loose long skirt worn by the woman in the avatar has many tricks on her face. This is exactly the guarantee that Li Changshu collected to remind himself. The white-browed old queen. After a long absence, I heard Ding's clear voice. I felt a little bit excited about the marriage, and my whole body gradually became clear. The female medicine shield next to the tree was sweating profusely. She kept asking for help from the two of you, but it was endless. After discussing it, the two decided to beat the banshee back first and use it slowly. Then he put it into a retail store and brought it back to the mountain door with 9 items. And witness Li deliberately told him that he was going back to Lingdong Field, but when he saw that Zhu Wu was about to fall into the trap, he deliberately put on a very embarrassed look, not daring to deceive his senior brother. In the past few months, there were 2 letters from my world, asking me to meet him in Lindong City. After hearing this, Yu grabbed his shoulders excitedly. He told him very sternly that this was absolutely impossible. He seemed a little embarrassed and said that someone must have done this, or it was a conspiracy. Witness Li's construction started to act again. He took his hand away from the wine shop and said, I have to leave quickly. I can't keep the world waiting for too long. Seeing him like this, the wine shop couldn't care too much and even told the matter. We met in your world 800 years ago and the hidden soul was reincarnated. I witnessed this with my own eyes. As soon as this flower appears, you will often suffer and feel that you are unable to prevent your mistakes. He applied for a moment, his eyes lost their expression, and he stepped back almost. He felt a little confused in his heart. He had never thought about how to perform this kind of genealogical system. At this time, he could only imagine it in full screen. Fortunately, I, who was in the 95th post, avoided recruitment and looked at him twice every time, otherwise I would have to wear a stick. 9 ruthless people cannot tell the truth. The 6th child almost got a penis. According to Jiawu's description, that year, Qi Yuan had a fight with Kuai Sai Shidi from Xianling Peak. Kuai Sai Shidi secretly attacked Qi Yuan and seriously injured Qi Yuan's Pai Ji. Although his life was saved, he could not continue to rest. Immediately afterwards, Wan Jiang and CC Shanmen said that he was returning from Shaoqiang Fengfeng's traveling master, but he actually went to Beiju Ruzhou to visit and train a maintenance man who had repaired the machine for him. The old man who led the way, Zhong Chaju, immediately sent 95 and the other 2 who were just chasing the party general. However, when Zhu Wu and others caught up with him, Wanu was already deep in Ruzhou, Beiju, and was injured by the murderer. Yang Yang was involved. The 3 of them tried their best, but they couldn't defeat him. They only followed Xin Niao and only heard Wan Jiangyu's last words. After a long time without 3 people, they said that they had found him, let alone tell the truth in the original place, and his life has been hidden in that unique and warm place for a long time. Now I am afraid that it has long been gone. Actually, I don't want to talk about this, but I have to worry about what Qi Yuan will really fall into. I heard that he didn't say anything more, leaving only Luo Mo's figure and heading to Shaoxing Fengfeng alone. However, Lao Liu settled the account in his mind. The ice cream that caused me to lose my temper became fibrous. He even forced himself to make weeds in order to squeeze the pigs. Zhu went out to Beiju in winter and caused many pig babies. He even had Jian killed his master. A little flavor slipped through Chang Shou's eyes. Their sound was so delicious. After a while, he returned to Shaoquanfeng. Although it is not difficult for Sha Yiming to plan the enemy first, it is related to the future situation of the 3 of them in Duxian Men. They must beg me. In order not to make the master too sad, he retreated and hid the matter for a while. I also wrote a reply to the master based on the notes in the first 2 letters. After reading the reply, did you tell the truth on the spot and avoid yourself, thinking of staying in seclusion for 1,000 years? Li Changshou's inner enemy will try to find a way to find this reincarnation of the World Expo in the future. A few days later, Zhu Wushibo came to visit his new cavalry junior brother. Li Changshou stopped him on the grounds that the master was grieving. Then Wu talked a little more about name-dropping support. Li Changshou asked for several details, and Zhu Wu also typed them in detail. Later, Li Changshou asked for things on the 3rd day to mention the knowledge of the past again. The wine shop also solemnly agreed. In this way, Lin Dongqing's episode has come to an end. In addition, Hu Yao on the table was suppressed by the elders inside the gate of Duxianwen Mountain in a large land sales formation, and he was fined 300 yuan. Qi Yen was so old that he was attacked by the Qing enemy and was seriously injured. Helpless, I can only turn it into a thread. Now, they are pretending to be rumored and are here to recruit on purpose. Such a big sum, British 6, please let go easily. On this day, Li Changshou was sitting in Wu Nei drinking tea when he suddenly heard that a large-scale event was about to take place inside the door. 99 Shishu came specially to ask him how he was preparing. He calmed down for Wen Tuo's sake. The expected ranking of his hunting hesitation and exposure was 108 in Baoyi and 72 and 8 in Steam. Demise. 1998's palm was slapped on the table. The table actually gave Li Changshou a stick, and he was very dissatisfied with Li Changshou, the Jade Aunt. The 2 were usually close, so he definitely didn't want to lose face. The poisonous cliff feeling on the side was busy trying to reconcile it. He felt that his senior brother, the knight, was very good. It was just that the ancient times sometimes affected him. Then Chang Shou Wen Yang can stand up immediately. In this case, I will be bolder this time. Guarantee 72 and fight for 36. On the other hand, Ling Yi just smiled faintly. Senior brother's acting skills are really beyond our reach. In the next few days, Toxic Cliff always went to Xiaozhong Peak to fight with him. Jiu Jiu always goes to drink beforehand as a matter of course. But you often suffer from poisonous bases, right? Because his heart is not focused on this. I finally detected a good opportunity for Stan to go out alone. How could he let it go so easily? When I was born, I thought that people were choosing the Dharma, but just when he picked up the usual subsystem to observe, he suddenly discovered a strange. Although the other party has been criticizing him for being fat, his facial features are completely different from his own. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Someone came here to pretend to be him. He was really looking for death. He saw that Kuai Sai took the bait. Pointing to the person's clone, Denian deliberately directed his energy to the sky above the person facing him. He smiled faintly with his long hands. He thought that the person who attacked the master was so close, but that's it. He suddenly turned around and stopped, holding a hand in front of him, and the other hand secretly took out a word reviewer and told him that he was just doing this to change the form, and I had no intention of offending him. But Kwai Sai really doesn't want to say anything about his sales direction. When a person is about to die and smiles lightly, not everyone disappears in his hands, and the silk trousers were not suitable for the engine. At this moment, they made a big circle and accidentally touched Li Changshou's back. He stopped pretending and burst into laughter. Let my Baosu take you to heaven. Bai Changshou curled his lips. This guy is also a connoisseur of English. He quickly dropped it in his hand. Asking for instructions can instantly turn your love into pieces. The aura of the whole person also suddenly grew longer. Until it reached the late stage of sincerity, Kwai Sai was still a little less vigilant. Just as he was preparing to escape, when I moved to Po Kongsheng, I suddenly remembered that I don't know when the ceremony hall had spread internal poison powder in the air. The muspet was gradually sucked into his mouth, and Kuishi's eyes suddenly flew away. Witness Li quickly controlled him in the air and compared it with me. You have met an expert. Although it was just a plot against a needle, it also focused on acting and drama, provoking the opponent's reaction, and displayed perfect poisoning skills. Comparing calculations with Lao Liu, YC is really about to die. A moment later, there were no clouds in the sky, and there was a deepest absurdity covered by politics and law. When a person wakes up from his wedding sleep, his whole body is already settled in the state of rape. His face was bright. This kind of damage to the original god made him feel like rain. He felt that all the vital points of his props were sealed to death. Even his own original god is about to return home, just when his heart was completely exhausted. The misfortune of bombing. Ancient art media suddenly exploded. Today's thunderstorm warning suddenly became stronger. Kuaishou Taoist can directly swallow it. Li Changshou stood in the distance and silently passed the level. The inverted pole was destroyed and he fought against the thunder. You should feel this feeling, right? Then he took out the soul hidden in the remaining area of Xena, the community soul pearl. Only then did he realize that it was meaningful to be angry with his master when he was standing behind. Taoist fiancé. It was Taoist Kuaisi's disrespect that allowed Taoist Kuaisi who sneaked into his master to avoid receiving the punishment he deserved according to the sect's rules. And it was this man's manipulation that allowed Shaoqiang Fengfeng to be completely incompetent at that time. Yu Changshou will also write down this account. If he gets another chance in the future, he will definitely make more cuts. How long did it take for Lei to pass, and the news that people were about to die and disappeared spread to Xianlin Feng? There are elders who are kind, so I dare to rush to patch up the side and chest for him. It's something that people didn't expect. You can't go in and just follow it. Kuaisi followed the clues to investigate, and finally determined the reason for the Sound King to be the original tofu outside the square array. And this matter can only be done by two people. At the same time, Mr. Du's various titles were also very lively at this time. The internal competition of the younger generation was held in advance. All the disciples had to go out and walk around. The older generation disciples are also leaving the seclusion one after another. Ask the younger generation how to interact with others. Some disciples who were not too strong were inspired by the battle between Xiao Chongfeng and the second prince of Dragon Palace in front of Juxian Palace, and began to strengthen their shield skills. On the other side, 7N is so old that he hasn't left his room for a long time since he received the letter. Li Changshu and Lin Yue prepared several plans to help their masters rebuild the sky. First, Ms. Petroleum, the defendant, prepared a table of delicious food for a long time. How come the old Taoist man is indifferent to the public? So he immediately used the second peach room, Tiger Meat Chronicles. Li Changshu was crying loudly, and wanted to let the master know that they were fighting. But after crying for a long time, there was no solution. So Lan Lingyi on the side confidently said, "Look at us. It's a good time for him to hold the broom. Senior brother, please don't do this. We haven't received master's consent yet." Isn't that allowed? Nothing said yet. In a wasteful life, the shield stone of Cow Woman was kicked off the platform. How could he be so old that Ahua rushed out without saying anything? But he decided to stop. This will make people laugh. You must first go to Bai Fan's store to register. After he came to his senses, two disciples stood in front of him. How could he be so old that he suddenly moved, mainly shouting and scaring Li Changshu? This kind of thing can also be used for fun. See if I don't beat you to death. In order to help the master get over his broken love, the two brothers and sisters use first, use skill, then use bitter meat skill, but still no effect. Even if the amount is 0, we can come up with a move together. The following to Yuan is, find someone who changed his mind on the spot and came out, and then he wants to teach Lao Liu a lesson. After a while, he slowly let go of the fact that Fucheng's heart was dead for the world, and the rest of his life was halfway. The road on the old road in Qiyuan was burning, and Mu Guangzhu was far away and said lightly, "It's really the person in front of you. Don't say what will happen in the future. The situation will change to the south, who can be convinced." Concentrating on the side, he blinked softly, and glanced at his senior brother with a stern look on his face. At this time, his face turned slightly red. After all, he was also the master of Yi Gong Haolong. Li Changshou smiled faintly and the disciple wrote it down. Master, don't worry, I will definitely protect my junior sister. Since you just showed your hands, you are more capable than me. Regarding the internal competition, you and Lina can make up their own minds. Master, continue to practice in seclusion, have a good meal early, and do what you said before. For the rest of your queen's life, Master will judge you two to be good. The wood of Ji's thatched cottage can be closed. Li Changshou and Lina looked at each other. Both of them had worried expressions on their faces. They were really demons in the word, love. Li Changshou looked away and said calmly, what you see now is not what you see. The most devilish thing is not the word Qing, but a certain big daddy who is secretly messing around. I can't say more about this. When you show off your talent in the future, you will know it when you come into contact with Wu Wei. Lina blinked, confused for a while. Suddenly a voice called out to Li Changshou. He was slightly suspicious, directly thinking that I love someone. Deep shadows come from far away. Friendly news. A big crew member fell into the trap, injured. Witness Li was so criticized by his method that he came to see me from afar. He had a flash of inspiration. Dare to call the wine shop aside in a hurry. The two of them whispered for a while, mostly talking about Xiongxingdan and other things, which led Linga to say hello, something he didn't know. Ju Wu had previously seen by my Lao Hu Tu Da and found out the sequelae of the layout. Fortunately, he was saved by this single medicine. After the other elders found out, they all wanted to trade with him, and he came here to exchange with Li Changshu. Li Changshu refused on the spot without even thinking about it. But who would have thought that he would actually take out Wu Weijing and roll it into the right wind? Li Changshou is just a hesitant shell. He immediately took out the 6 major rainy season exchanges. It rained 5 times in a row. Didn't you just say there was no rain? I dare say that this is definitely not all. Not long after, the big draw in the sect officially started, and all the peaks in the sect sent disciples to participate. This little poor Tang Homo sapiens is naturally Li Changshou, and the Nanlin pattern who wears very Chinese and noble clothes. Since he is so old that he is speechless, I really don't know where Ling Yi's beaded outfit comes from. Turning around and asking Li Changshou, have you done anything to gain knowledge? Li Changshou smiled lightly, Master, don't worry. He exchanged these things with the elders using a single medicine. Witness Li suddenly changed his attitude and asked Master if he had figured it out. The people of Qi were so old that they had low eyebrows, hammers, and big pens. All the masters and elders of the wind participated in the sacrament. Although their cultivation level was not high, they could not be upset to let the disciples my son is missing a bite. When Yanli is very excited. It seems that Master has overcome his lovelorn relationship and wants to return to his previous state, but since he is so old, he still has a pitiful look on his face. After the competition, he plans to go back to retreat. This man is obviously very powerful but he still insists on living. Now that the big event in the door is about to be held, various styles in the Juxian school are gradually becoming more lively. And as Shakyong Fengfeng's only senior brother, she naturally had to lie down with Qi Shi's big head. When Li Changshou was planning to find a free place to stay, a message suddenly aroused his idea to meet the professor. And this person was none other than Jian Qinglong de Hufang, the second leader of the Poseidon sect in the South China Sea. Li Changshou also greeted him politely. These two people's views on the world are nothing serious. And Aoi, as a disciple of the outstanding sect, always stood below with the disciples of Duxian men. When they were not in front of each other, the two of them immediately returned to Han Xi after. A few words from Han Xian. At this time, all kinds of addresses in the square are ready, quietly waiting for the awakening of Darby inside the door. You are welcome. Ji Wuyo opened his mouth and spread the message throughout the mountain gate. In just a few days, all the young disciples I have recruited over the past 200 years have gathered. Here, the so-called pie in the door today is not to give away and wait for the cards to rise and fall, but to supervise the practice. Even if you fall behind for a moment, you may not be unable to catch up in the future. At the same time, a girl handed the number desk to Li Changshou. Li Changshou also gave the result very politely. This is the numbering encounter. It records the number of each participant in the letter and there are 12 blank squares. Later, the weak one gets a saint and can light up a square. Witness Li smiled darkly. He was holding a hand in hand. Could he just break it off and end the game directly? But before they started, they were interrupted by the elder who ordered the contestants not to damage anything. If there is any damage, work will be stopped to deal with it. As soon as this transformation came out, Li Changshou immediately changed his doctrine. He couldn't break the so-called oil. Anyway, he only won 36th place. Taking part in the competition was just a waste of training time. When he turned the silver, the elder's voice reminded him again. This time, the big list in the door, the number of people who are ranked in the rankings, and those who are recognized by the elders, can go to the central god with the channel. Hearing him say this, you are so stupid. The first 36 people have to go to the third teacher recruitment conference. Qiandao really likes to confront himself. If this is the case, then he will control his ranking to around 37 to 40. Just when Li Changsha was about to make up his mind, he suddenly realized that there were so many things falling on him in advance. The heavenly elder who has a radiant face and changed hair, because the wine I am familiar with is out of my hands. And Yutai just wants to pay special attention to Wan Lin Yunchang. Under the eyes of everyone, it is really difficult for me to do it. It is better to find ways to continue to improve the decision of returning equal weapons. It looks like he is inseparable from this triangle conference, which is also a big name tiger. We can only make more preparations in advance and deal with it carefully. At the same time, Lan Linger walked towards Huang Fan. He specially prepared some snacks for this competition. Just when he was planning to compensate his senior brother for his repression, this fragrance suddenly attracted Jiujiu's attention. Without saying a word, he put the glue inside the snack wall past. Chengzhong, who is also very generous, tastes really good. However, this caused serious trouble for Li Changsha, causing him to have a few more things to worry about beforehand. The large amount of money in the door was carried out according to the established process. After the leader gave another speech, only then did we officially announce that our large sum of money has officially begun. One kind of address is also due Shangyang below. This competition is hosted by Mr. Ji Yizhong. In the first round of the competition, the disciples of Ji Bianhao who support Dingwu and Gi Bianhao will have their records updated, and the disciples with corresponding numbers of humans and ghosts will be added. After Jianglan introduced the rules of the competition, the fighting matches began to proceed smoothly one by one. During the competition, he was also observing the competition with his ancestors, although the fighting skills of his peers had absolutely no reference value to him. But if you take a closer look, you will be able to disguise it more naturally later on. Next game, Passerby A versus Yuqing Cliff. Yuqing Xuanya stepped forward very seriously. Although this passerby pretends that he can't win, the friendship will be lost. However, the beauties belonging to the second zodiac who can enter the distance from the new mountain viewing gate will be transformed if they persist for a moment. If you have Qingxian, if you raise your objection, I'm not polite. 10,000s of flying arrows are flying between the trees between the stones. By his side, all the arrows can return to their target. Seeing this scene, passers-by were dumbfounded. Just one move caused a huge sensation, and it was a mess. Elder Ji was dumbfounded. Although he knew that Yumo Yai was very talented, when did he not advance so quickly? The fans in the audience couldn't help but cheer and cheer. In the blink of an eye, I looked at Xionglu. He was beaten so hard that he was stuck in the ground and couldn't get out of the button. This station is full of love and disaster. He smiled faintly and said, thanks to my senior brother for practicing with me, I have some peace of mind. But what he didn't know was that Li Changsha just regarded him and Jiujiu as a conspiracy team. The alibi at this time can be proved. Soon it was Li Changsha's turn. This time he was fighting against Xian Lingfeng's former attacker. Lan Lingyi couldn't help but ask senior brother, you want to let go in this situation? Li Changsha said very firmly, no, we have a feud with Xing Lingfeng, why should we let him go? If Qianda hadn't been so rubbish to his master, I would have considered letting him lose more gloriously. Soon Qianda stood in front of him and said nonchalantly, you must be in trouble all the time. Senior brother Li, how about you and I give it a try today without having to go home? Bai Changsho Wenyang has always been clear of sweat, and the countless things flying out of the show. In this case, don't blame your own lack of fame and wealth. With an order, at this time, the Lingfeng disciple and the high-level guard thought that now. Then a person flew directly into the half-red, and there was no battery. Then he held the wooden arrow and pointed it at the inner leader and shook it a little. Dozens to tiny lightning tactics, riding on a thunderbird as long as a pot, flying away from the opposite position. Li Changsha uses quick shortcuts with his hands. There are 72 pieces of yellow paper above his head. Homing city, earth, fire, and earth. He looked up and counterattacked in his mind, pretending to be defensive. Pillar of fire. The two were having sex with each other, and they were so good at each other. After a while, the Thunderbird's feet were scattered. Now that we're done, let's start planning. Those disciples of Lingfeng became strong and began to dry their hair quickly with both hands. Soldiers were summoned. A piece of ice suddenly appeared on the ground and quickly moved towards the 4 selling points. Li Changsha looked up and saw that this guy had indeed been prepared for a long time. He was too handsome and had even studied his own attack patterns. But you are too naive to think that you can survive this way. He immediately changed the server and used his own advanced supplementary server. The former Daleki took out his jewelry and took out his body again. As the power of the belly of fire increased, its vision gradually became blurred. At one time, there were 4 pieces of fire and a few pieces of lightning. When he took another look, witness Li has long since lost his ability to shrink. This man is the strongest being in the Shuxian world. When I go with him, I choose Guhu. Faced with the strong attack of the enemy disciples, I would not give him face due to the situation. It's almost as it seems, it's even more magical than Chang shows without saying a word. Under the eyes of the former, I penetrated into the earth. The unstoppable control of the government continues to disturb. He decided to play it safe and fight with this disciple of Gui Daojin for a while and then win in Xingzhong. After a moment of such fierce fighting, the extent of Li Changshuo's blessings changed by chance. The precious light that trapped Lin Feng's disciple Shenshu's treasure began to be a little unbearable. Legal guidance is good, but it also requires spending one's own legal resources to stay in danger. This man remembered 3 treasures at the same time and couldn't find Li Changshuo's collection. He was passively trapped in Station 19. Gradually, the disciples of Xian Lin Feng became anxious in front of them. Suddenly, the old man thought, why, senior brother Li will only sit in the dirt, but it will break the peak of your Xiaoqiong. Peak. Many disciples have slightly heavy eyebrows. They think there is something wrong with this Xian Lin Feng disciple, but Li Changshuo underground has the same expression as number 4. However, there were unknowingly more fleurs in the air. Those Ling Feng disciples were blocking the left and right branches. The 3 magic weapons gradually made the light poo ceremony somewhat unsustainable. He was about to squat and was about to take up the protective agent when he felt the sound of fire. When I looked at the front of the Rao, I saw the sky fire rolling above me. Jingming turned into a big foot and stepped down on my head. The face of this line of spiritual wind changed and I resisted with all my strength. Although I used my magic power to help each other, I was stepped down by Xiao in a daze. The body fell rapidly downwards. Between the lightning and flint, all suddenly appeared from the ground. This object is full of wind-sharp and sharp thorns. It easily pierced the inner layer of guards. It was judged that half a lifetime was aimed at the sound of smashing down from above. This is exactly the internal feeling weapon mace that was used in Zhongdi's 4th level village. This Xianlin Peak disciple's soul, body, and lore are all gone. This matter is no longer able to mobilize the magic weapon. I don't know whether the man's wolf fangs were intentional or unintentional, but they happened to be aimed at the back of his head where he would not be seriously injured. A battle with snow and light, seeing someone who is not 30. Seeing the result, the people at the door on the side immediately shouted out, "Go to this girl." Li Changshuo first wielded a mace and pretended to be a banker. "Hey, this is really a battle between the city and the king." After saying that, he just allowed Changshuo to turn around and reflect on his own actions. Linger couldn't walk forward. Starfish told Li Changshuo that he had just won the competition. Witness Li was so happy that he suddenly remembered the prosperity of Little Skirt B. Lino told him where to count at 99 hours. At this time, the 99th life is happily collecting the poisonous spirit. In this battle, the 99th life will really turn full of waves. Li Changshuo couldn't help but be curious, but Lin Yi told him that it was because he had a bigger sales than Dahua a while ago, so he wanted to take this opportunity to start a business and make a lot of money. Li Changshuo recalled the progressive and perfect brand array he built at that time. I can't help but be wrong. In this way, the most trembling hands of 99 Shishu seemed to be themselves. Goshen Li Changshuo originally wanted the dog to live forever, but he never thought that he could not escape his fate and take carbon. After seeing his wolf fang methods, the literati disciples all pledged themselves to him. He gave up before the fight even started and didn't give him, as a movie star, any room to perform. An hour later, when NEI simply read out the battle list again. At the same time, another disciple of Lin Feng stood up and looked at Li Changshuo with a brotherly look. Yang Yang wanted to avenge his senior brother. Li Changshuo did not stop his work. He came here as another big treasure who needs love and education. This disciple had carefully observed Li Changshuo's moves before the competition. But what he doesn't know is that no one can understand Lao Liu's head. As the competition continues, all the disciples' hearts are set, and they feel like the war is about to begin. But in the end, I only heard the same 2 kisses, walking deep in the 2 holy rooms and disappearing. As soon as the residence was over, then John checked it, until an hour later, the entire tear stand was silent. The disciples around looked around, only to find that there was no intention in the sky. Mene just couldn't stand it any longer and was so angry that he tore up the list. "You two are enough. Even the average fight is often stretched by the 2 of you." Changshuo jumped out first when he heard the noise, and the next scene was something that everyone couldn't bear. As expected, Li Changyuan picked up the mace and aimed it at the man's back area again. I thought things would end like this, but unexpectedly, after he won 2 games, he became famous. All the disciples will be helpless for a moment when they see Li Changshuo's anger. Even the spectators who watched it outside the court specially gave him the name, Kitchen, and stopped after 4. Li Changshuo was also very impressed. Yona thought that not many people would watch her game, but she never imagined that her promotion would be so popular. Lina cared about Pang and told him that it was all the result of Uncle Jujushi. Now he has nothing but to talk about. In addition to speaking, I also started storytelling and wanted to have a formal competition. But even if my senior brother is suspended from school after being accused of being an assassin, I will still like him. Hearing these principles often makes me want to cry. But at this time, Jiu took Xiao Zhongfeng's flag mat and spread the rumors. Without saying a word, Li Changsha walked up behind him and snatched away his wisdom. Then I casually gave him some 09 orders and walked away. I feel very relieved and will never cheat him out of his money again. This side effect is really too great. As time goes by, the first day of fighting has come to an end, and all the disciples have stood through one round. Witness Li felt that even if the message was in his chest, it would be almost forgotten by everyone the next day. However, the next day, one person just read out the battle list. The female disciple immediately raised her hand to stop. Xiahong, who lives here, loudly said that he wanted to surrender. He just turned his head and went to Li Changsha, not knowing what he had done. Li Changsha also had a dreamy look on his face, and he didn't do anything when he was called. But the next second, it was just a thought. You shouldn't be trying to do this thing against a female cultivator, right? Li Changsha also gained a pound. He really didn't think about using this move against his female brother. He just simply took out the weapon at the next moment. The female disciple looked sad and angry, gnashing her teeth, and her mood was full of resignation, as if she had suffered a huge humiliation. With the announcement of the remaining ones, the female disciple still turned around and left. She couldn't help but feel loyal to her. Li Changsha was also very depressed. Fortunately, there were still 7 games left, which was enough to regain his life. In the third round of the third day, Li Changshu came out at noon. His opponent was an outstanding player who ranked among the top 100 in the door. Shuwei also reached the stage of anti-virtual toasting. However, when Li Changshu was still thinking about how to lose to the opponent on purpose, the other party also chose to surrender. At this time, when he saw the scholar disciple, he couldn't help but score points in one round. The ruthless man from Shaoxing Fengfeng had already retreated 2 opponents. There was nothing he could do if he didn't retreat. His chuton and mace were useless. It is said that the mace is full first, and it is used to protect the body and light up first. Hey, I didn't expect that this time there would be such a strong person with such difficulty in the early stage. We have all been lower than Xiao Chifeng before. What should we do if we meet each other tomorrow? Give up? Anyway, there are still so many games, we can't be unlucky enough to meet him twice. Li Changsha was also a little depressed and couldn't figure out why the rumors were getting more and more outrageous. This man commented on borrowing a mace to fight a fan. Because the methods were too cruel, everyone broke out without a fight. It wasn't until the 5th day that Chang Shou's reputational predicament finally turned around. What he is about to face is the current number 6 internal ranking, the 4 top Shansha who have no 0 peaks. Li Changshou couldn't help but feel a little more excited. Finally, he could have an fair and just contest. Liu Xija said seriously, he will definitely learn what senior brother Li said today. Xija will not stand back like others, and Xija has also made some preparations. If you look closely, you will see that the fake weights from the healthcare products are mixed with the same parts of your back. Bai Changsha was a little speechless because he was careless. He was a very elegant young man, but his butt pads and shadow shoes made him pee faster. But that's not important. What's important is that he finally found a chance to have a big fight. The Wanderer stood up in January without saying a word. He raised his big end as a symbol of no mercy and was chopped off. Witness Li held the police mace in his hand and kept thinking about how to break the rumor that the mace was undefeated. Li Changshou's 0 chicken moves. The new version of the group shows a slight bad effect. In fact, just use the mace to deliberately lose a game. Whose sword falls? Li Changshou builds a strong alliance to resist. The dazzling kung fu turned into an earthen lamp and disappeared. Not only was Liu Xija a little surprised, he had never seen such a beautiful tuton. He really couldn't be the first person to escape from Duxian men. Looking at the large and small pits on the ground without any traces, he pondered and moved to a place. Next, he would definitely use the Wolf Fang Gang to sneak attack on his ass. While he was looking around and searching carefully, Li Changshou has secretly targeted the location of Gideon in this matter. Immediately after that, he stabbed upward with a mace in his hand. The moment the two came into contact, the fake perimeter was instantly set on fire. The big golden corpse color of the flow terror below. Cold sweat dripped down the whole face. Romance didn't expect to wear high-quality leggings first. The plot was almost completely ruined. On the other hand, longevity is also different from the golden hole. He didn't expect it to be like this. He obviously didn't exert much force. If you are in a building, you will not dare to take the initiative to attack. Only the oil-resistant flow can output wind yellow at a 40% discount, and all he can do is dodge. The micro-viewers couldn't help but comment on it. Senior brother, you actually escaped the sneak attack in the backyard. The ensuing battle lasted for a full hour and a half, but everyone remained in high spirits. Everyone looked forward to the birth of a hero who would defeat the assassin and stop the sliding. Seeing the same thing, Yubiba Shobian deliberately stopped at the same spot. In contemporary sword dramas, when Chang Shou's neck is half an inch away, Chang Shou repeatedly drops the dead tooth stick in his hand and says calmly, "I lost." In front of her, Liu Xijia was already so tired that his body was warm and his breath was uneven. However, he quickly announced the results of the competition. With Chang Shou secretly calculating in his heart, this duel should be able to make up for the bad image he accidentally created a few times ago. After the game, Li Changshou walked up to him and took out the mace, saying that he would leave it as a souvenir to him. Then he said with a very serious expression, "In this battle, junior brother Liu made me realize that grooming cannot rely on powerful methods, but must evaluate one's own efforts to win together." With the army, as soon as this transformation came out, Witness Li felt a little strange in his heart. Now he also recalled the great image of himself who knew his mistakes and could correct them. Liu Xijia stood there and looked at his back. He couldn't help but reveal a cold smile in his eyes. He doesn't care what nonsense you Chang Shou just said. You don't have to be a fool if you have a magnetic lamp. Stories are a waste. Just as he turned away to look at the knowledge, his white and tender little hand suddenly fell on the magic weapon. Da Ming Ding Ding's 9 character 9 came to 99. I don't know when he appeared on the side. I could smile again and said, I just forgot about my long-term position. I have already booked this book. I'm sorry. I'm here to stay. R&D, Jiu picked up the magic weapon and became a fan in half, leaving only Liu Saizui's back figure sitting in the same place. At the same time, Li Changshou was happy that he finally said goodbye to the cake that ruined its declaration, but I didn't expect that the next second, I would be returned by the 99th world drug. He never thought of this Wolf Fang. He actually changed the exact method and returned to himself again. The stone left behind by the dog grows from the dog to the place between heaven and earth. I have never imagined that one day I will meet you in the future. He even deceived him. As the large sums of money in the sect continued, the ranking of the disciples who had the accident became clear. Li Changshou is naturally Wenjing 360, but lost again. Very evil. In the next 5 days, we need to win at least 3 games. As soon as the game ended, I immediately took a bottle of water and gave it to Li Changshou. Soon he also walked to Li Changshou. Because Mr. Du's competition papers were too warning, he didn't have time to say a word to him. Witness Li sent him to the ferry in a hurry. He knew very well that it was actually him who had lengthened the average fighting time. It was indeed no wonder that he had done something else, but at this moment, the two had suddenly sensed something. Not wanting to be a child, he turned his head and looked at the other party with big eyes. It seemed that something terrible was coming over there from Heishan Miao. At the same time, at the Buzhou Poseidon Temple in the south, Li Changshou's guide quickly approached the temple where the inner foot had abnormality. At this time, the emperor first searched and found out what happened. It was a young man in white robe, an old man who met, and 8 demonstrators behind him. It's just that the cultivation of these 8 World Health Organizations has advanced in heaven. The white peach young man smiled faintly. He had seen so many wild gods in Nanshan. Apart from the fact that they all came to worship each other, this place was pretty good. This wonderful friendship is about doing good to ordinary people, bringing good health to each other, giving merit to good people, and selling off small evils. It is just the merit of causing reincarnation in the underworld. There is something wrong after all. Jin Huang's Lao Chun immediately recalled, do you like this place? That white-robed young man's had dared to attract something. Not only did he speak slowly, look at him more. There is also a corner of Changhua of the Dragon Clan. This Dragon Clan has always been in trouble in Australia. Since it is the Yuingdu clan, I don't want to talk to them. Hearing this, Li Chang taught Xin Di that he was interested in explaining things. Xin Di immediately came up with 2 options. One was to go out and make some friends and take advantage of this opportunity to ride on the real precedent stocks of Hong Kong. The other was to let nature take its course, but listening to them discussing knowledge, this white-robed young man probably had the idea of letting Yishan plan and gain his own power. Bai Changshou chose the third option without much hesitation. It looks familiar to me. It's not a typical porcelain figure. By the way, I'm trying to brush up on Poseidon's favor. As his thoughts suddenly turned around, Li Changshou's words of guidance had turned into that brain demon with no good intentions. He was able to emerge from the zero. Holding a book in his hand, he stopped the man's interest. He not only said slowly, this book has actually been dropped. The young man said hello continuously. I have never seen this book. Why did I drop this book? Witness Li raised his hand and taught the Poseidon cult about the past. If you didn't see this book, how would you know if you had dropped this book? The young man who escaped from classical Chinese in vain took action to expose. I carefully turned over a few pages of the book, and then the yellow spots turned red. I laughed. This book is indeed useful to me. Dao Yugen came to send this book, but he recognized who I was. Li Changshou young Rice was worried and his eyes were uncomfortable. On the contrary, someone who should have the right to drink and drink shows up here. I think it must be because of my Xiangqing sect. The white-robed young man Wen Yang raised his eyebrows, but then he showed up to meet him. Could it be that he was stupid? If so, why didn't he come in his true form, but came with this purpose? The faces of Wen Yan's immortals all changed drastically, and it was difficult to understand that this old man was just a voice in front of them. But Li Changshu sighed secretly in his heart, this is indeed the Taoist ancestor Dao Tong. He can see through his own clone at the place where the people's corpses are left. He raised his hands to make clothes and luggage. He was not a policeman. Looking at His Majesty Haihan, the white-robed young man Deng Shi felt a little interesting. So a generation of medical workers will be transformed into killing. There are some differences between me and you chatting here. It is better to go to medical Miao Chuan. At that moment, the meeting took the trouble to open the inner circle, but inside it was a landscape painting. This white robe was sold in one step this year and disappeared in front of the landscape painting. Li Changshu took some personal measures and checked the self-violation and self-immolation prohibitions on his lower body, as well as the objects on his body to prevent others from being noticed. As soon as I was in Jingshanshui, I felt like I was being pulled upright with one step. Lao Liu started cheating, and now he won't even let go of the Jade Land. Yudi is the younger brother of the saints. Only today did he realize that the only one who truly understands the meaning of his competition is that he does not know his identity. The light and shadow are flowing in front of my eyes. Between the protection, I have reached the place of transformation. In a leisurely stop in the mountains, the white peach young men were sitting in Liangting, and Li Changshu was thinking about it. You can do it yourself to arouse the curiosity of the other party. And create a good source of good things for the other party without involving other causes and effects. Flying closer, you have a father. He decided to hit a few yamming first and try to laugh before talking. Before he could speak, the young man who came to run took the lead and said, the saint in this book, when he enters the door, the teacher and the teacher are all one. Wei Wei's arrival is more orderly than Chang Shou's. This refers to the celebration that is scheduled to be held on the third day of the gate. It is believed that the celebration of the leader of the human religion will be the largest. If he can grasp this backer, this glory will be faced by the saint. After a conversation, the young man in white robe only felt that Yuli Changshu and the two hated me when they met. It wasn't until a few fashions later that the streamer came out of the landscape painting. Until the kind old Wen who was transformed into a Taoist priest with a willow-shaped head stopped beating his feet and the young man in a white robe showed some indifference in his eyes. Just what I said just now, I invited a friendly and kind master, Dao Yu. Because of my own suffering. After taking him away, the young man in white robe stared at him for a while. Tan Tang never thought that the person who was careless was actually Yi Shen. If such knowledge can last for a long time, the turmoil in heaven will be over for 10,000 years. At the meeting, the old man Dong Nugong had some prophecies and hints. Old Chen carefully thought about who this person was. We couldn't figure out half of it at all. I only know that he is the leader of the Poseidon cult in the South China Sea. He has some relationship with the Dragon clan and some relationship with the Wu clan. I don't know any other respects. The young man in white robe smiled faintly. I had made some calculations before and found that he was a teacher because of something. Later on, love, you remember the last work list was about recruiting Nanju Chongye god Shangtian as the content, and then brought the matter to the god of Poseidon. Dongmu's father-in-law's body, old Chen Zuanxi, your majesty, Ning Morfei wants to break his reality with his finger. The white-robed young man Han Xiao said that he would not do such a short-sighted thing. If he can find a good strategy in the future, there is nowhere to solve the problem. Don't say that the position of the Poseidon of the South China Sea is the position of the Poseidon of the Four Seas. So what if you just give him a word? Duo Mugong, please let me think carefully about it later, so that I can come to the Nanhai Divine Sect to meet him again. The Asuka Heavenly Court confirms that he is missing first. The most important thing is to fight with the law of heaven. At the same time, among the number-shifting spirits of Duxian men, Li Changshu Huang Huan too breathed a sigh of relief and felt like his original god almost blew it too. Did he brag a little too much today? Fortunately, I don't feel tired after thinking about putting on makeup. However, my hat really worried the young emperor today. The leader of the building field was sweating profusely. Lingy couldn't help but whispered to the side and asked, "What's wrong with you?" He pretended to cough a few times. It's just that his practice has encountered some bottlenecks. Don't worry, but the zero amount does look like a rising star. The pressure of 361.108 is a bit high. So, brother, can I use the animal's wandering head to show a little more of my true self and show off my stupidity? Li Changshu thought for a while, but he needs to pay attention to the details and do it well. But Li Changshu never expected that he would regret his decision later. It's natural for Mr. Du to fight against Pharaoh Liu. Under her guidance, He Xiaoshi may also learn to protect. Faced with the pressure of 360 to 108, he couldn't help but feel worried. I can think of the reason for following the animal, just show it in and out a little bit. The The next day of competition came in a blink of an eye. Lina took a deep breath, still thinking about the details that would be arranged later. He opened his eyes, pressed the middle button to adjust the rules, and made the second row of Ping Chi Ju. He made a breath without smelling it, but at this moment, Lin Yan's soul was still pending. He used his body carefully and held his hands tightly. His upturned face became more and more thoughtful, which showed to everyone around him that he was already solid. He was truly worthy of being a senior first second. Only Witness Li's architectural case was successful, and Xiao Xiaomei's performance was a little over the top. Soon, the ceremony was frowned upon and it was discovered that something seemed to be wrong. He had actually broken through the spiritual formation, and he had chosen it at this time. Unfortunately, Li Changsha was responding to the challenge at this time, and one of his clones almost cried. Without saying a word, he immediately dodged away. I have no choice but to risk exposing my power to protect the application. After all, if you are seeking a breakthrough in cultivation in such a messy environment, it is easy to get beaten at a critical moment and then go crazy. The person who was looked at by the field instantly became a baby. The female nun opposite also immediately felt the danger. Just when he was planning to take one, kill you instantly while you are repairing. A sound of breaking through the sky suddenly came. Ling Gejin's breakthrough was successful. I saw it slowly opening its eyes, the inner membranes finally became clear, and there was a little confusion. Everyone around them was wide-eyed. Ling Jing had made a breakthrough. Someone actually did it. On the other hand, the force field holder breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he broke through smoothly and didn't need Lu himself. However, she should be relieved earlier. Just when Lina was proud, Peng's words of praise came from breaking through the 6 tribulations in one step, and entering the 5 tribulations of anti-virtual worship in one step. God, what kind of immortal autonomy is this? Our Juxian sect is about to have a Taoist priest. Wen Yanlinger instantly stood there like a fool. He immediately reacted and understood the meaning of the rules. Because he just broke through the realm, one of the rules failed. Anti-Shu Jing's true cultivation in the 5 realms has been exposed. What should we do now? An hour later, Li Changsho's game finally came to an end. Lina stood there shivering and wanted to explain a few words to his senior brother, but Li Changsho silently told him, "Don't worry, it's good for you to be open-minded and open-minded. When you go back, you will have a stable capital of 3,600 yuan. Lina slightly twitched the corner of his mouth a few times, but a stone did fall in his heart. Senior brother just ignored him, but as soon as he turned around, he realized that he and his senior brother had been separated for more than 10 battles. Only 4 words came into his ears: 3 battles. He probably won't stop hating me in return. 100 years of sleeping bear, a breakthrough in the memory. Why did I come here before? This woman has been thinking about her senior brother for 100 years, but I didn't expect to be screwed up by an unexpected breakthrough. The establishment of the field benefited, and when he turned around, he was already more than 10 feet away from him. Linger's feet were about to chase him, but he was suddenly taught by an elder behind him. Elder Ju just happened to see his breakthrough and felt that he deserved to be cultivated with better resources. So he specially invited him to join the main style, and promised to definitely give him resources and money that Xiao Chifeng could not match. Lan Lina was there indifferently. This seemed to be an invitation to himself. Li Changsho on the side seemed to suddenly sense something and immediately stopped in place. As expected, junior sisters' qualifications were really looked at by the senior officials. And the conditions that the main wind could offer were indeed those that Xiao Qiongfeng was extremely silent about. Could it be that junior sister was extremely silent? Witness Li immediately felt like singing. He shouldn't have said that just now. At the same time, Lina also made a bold decision. He rejected Zhu Chang without hesitation. Dr. Wen Yangju opened his eyes and immediately asked, "Do you know what this means you missed?" At this incident, Ningyi's eyes revealed a scene of determination. "I have to tell him this." "I know, but I don't care about immortality. I don't like to become empty. I only want to live for a long time and have a deep understanding. If the family is not lucky, Linger will be humbled by his feelings and will inherit it. He has no regrets." Seeing him like this, Elder Ju stopped begging for help and instead showed a little bit of scientific knowledge. He couldn't help but laugh. "Your senior brother has been staring at this place since just now." Jianfan Lingbo followed immediately, and Li Changsho also immediately switched to aloof mode. Lin Er's face showed a hint of luck. "Senior brother, were you nervous just now?" Witness Li pretended to be non-discriminatory. He did not touch his face as he spoke, but unknowingly left a drop of it on his face. Jinlao Island meditation room and rest area provided by Daxian men. The author is written by the affectionate hand of one of the top 10 heavenly kings, and he came here just to repair the relationship with Duxian Wen. For this reason, he also specially prepared several gifts which he would later give to the top 3 disciples of Duxian Wen. But for this class, Qin Wan felt that there were still some shortcomings, so he specially asked Bo Yu to bring a gift of wave fish to his friend. But when he heard the name Li Changshou, he felt it was very familiar. Could it be that the last time he fought with Yu, he cut the wrong content? Aoyt Wen was so excited that he immediately began to fight secretly. It was senior brother Chang Shou. His hand could be said to be the corner of semen. Qingwan was speechless after hearing this. How could this child be so happy after being beaten? What he didn't know was that in Bo Yu's heart, he was as crazy and courageous as a god. He was not only unparalleled in Dunshu, but also the true words of obeying and rectifying the Dharma. Previously, Han Ji and others forced their way through Xiao Qiongfeng's chain formation, but they were all trapped in it. Even Han Ji's master later was trapped in that small series of formations. King Qin Wenyang suddenly became a master. He could never have imagined that the principle of applying the land could be trapped. The political laws unknown to those who have not yet become pioneers could trap the natural dangers. It seems that it is necessary for me to take someone with me to see what kind of person this bottom field is suffering from. At the same time, Li Changshou had used the wind and rain wrinkles to listen clearly to the conversation between the two of them. Could it be that the hands of the 10 heavenly lords, who were the most powerful in the Ming dynasty, also had something to do with it? It's for Jin Xian, a veteran of Hong Huang. Why did he call up one of his young disciples today? Could there be some conspiracy? At this time, Jiawu was standing outside the window with the lighter in the air. Yang said that a group of senior experts were attacking him for his serial evidence. This was a good opportunity for Yang Ming to make an exception. Li Changshou showed a series of shocks, and he was also shocked at the bottom of his heart, if his complex earthquake would be exposed. Then he and Britain of the 10 heavenly army were intercepted. He said in an awkward manner, "Master, I still have tofu here." Jiawu smiled carefully. "I forgot to tell you. You will win the next 2 games directly. Don't worry about not being able to go to the Triangle Zhanryu convention. When Yanli often suffers from stupidity and is confused in the same place. In my heart, I can't help but slowly recuperate in the same place." Jian Changju has no intention of grasping the song of Changshou. Without saying a word, I would lead him towards that direction and feel it. Gou Shen never likes to be in the limelight. Now that such a big figure has come, he is on the verge of release. But under the leadership of Zhu Wushubo, he was forcibly taken over without waiting for any hesitation. In Lin Xiaobao's store in the center of Ba Chongtian, there was a 3-term master sitting on the high platform in the store. The white peach young man's eyes are slightly hammered, blocking the jade scissors in front of him to let him speak. Everyone loves Qing, Dongmu Gongshuo is incorruptible. And he is the only master of the 5 steps weekly. What kind of chaos is there? However, as a righteous god, recruiting these people into the heavenly court, I feel a little bit unclear. This matter is too unreasonable to say that there is no heavenly court. Dear relatives, can you have any good books? A group of immortals who looked like relatives were sitting there, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. They knew that the nominal lord of the 3 realms was now just a junior uncle who came to the door. The order does not cross the 5 states, the law does not reach the whole world, and the 3,000 big cities refer to the name of the 6 saints of Wen. Few people pay attention to this new Tiantian that does not exist. Heaven is trapped in a state where the energy of energy cannot be transmitted to the 3 realms, which means that they actually don't have much to do. With the cooperation of His Majesty, who established the gold-plated drawings, we will perform a grand celebration of the huge palace and its green emeralds. At the same time, at Shaoqiongqiong's chain formation, there was a huge advance distance between this and Shaoqiongqiong. Everyone stood blankly in front of the political and legal affairs department, looking at the familiar eye plate in front of them. The king of Qin looked at this formation of helpless legal persons and praised him repeatedly. This place is more than enough, but he can still be called a taiko. Using the method of communicating with government agencies, transferring similar formalities, one link after another, one government after another, the only way to break it is to forcibly blow away the trapped formation here. Wonderful, indeed wonderful. He was secretly proud in his heart. If Tang Pingdao practiced such a formation, it would be difficult even for the Golden Immortal to replicate it with this method. As it spoke, it took out a bunch of manufacturing methods and wanted to use these treasures in exchange for the methods of the Lianliansheng department here. The head of Wu Yu's mind suddenly changed. He thought that there was a small way to deal with the situation in exchange for these security services. It was indeed beyond his knowledge. However, the weak in the family handed him over before he could understand the politics and law. Qin Wan was also a master of politics and law. Did he take the first step to read the music and not threaten him? I feel less sad than I often suffer from this matter. He committed the crime of procrastinating the sky. He didn't pay attention to guarding forward. If Qin Tianzhen was affected by the political laws that he didn't know, he would upgrade their actual battle array. He might really be able to become a god and bring down a lot of people. Personal childbirth education in 12 months. He doesn't want to get stained by such big clothes. At this moment, I have been unable to stand up for a long time. Speech field feelings have already informed the Dharma of the energy, so he doesn't have to worry. The leader of Wuyo smiled and ordered the field to take this method one step further. I don't know if Shiqing's wine house is or. I thought I had obtained a big benefit for longevity, so I couldn't help running up to him to invite him to attack Qing Shao. There are only a few things that are hard to see about Li Changshou's face. This is a benefit he would rather not have. Qin Wan smiled. This general rule cannot be used for nothing, otherwise I will feel sad. While talking, Qin Wen took out a white jade dike in the show. The real jade dilly conveyed light through the title, and the zero light flashed on the flag. There was another clear light surrounding the flag. It was a rare treasure from the home on the level of zero nature. Li Changshou could only live with the helplessness in his heart, and after all, he gained some benefits by dealing with the leader's luggage. With these hundreds of enemies, it is estimated that Shaoxing Fengfeng sect and the Grand Formation plan can be completed about 0.03 steps ahead of schedule. Seeing that Jumo still wanted to continue talking about the power of Changshou Chain Shan, Wuyo Chang Wan Bien Rico dressed him up. The study asked him to get a 300-year monthly salary for Changshou, which is regarded as a favor to his family. From now on, the skills of politics and law in the sect will be used by Changshou. If Changshou lacks the training certificate and guidance, Beifandian will lose a lot of money. Soon after, Ji Wuyo took all the old gods back to the anti-imperial platform in the clouds to continue the confinement. As the battle in the Juxian Gate comes to an end, the battle has also come to the most exciting battle to recapture heaven. As soon as the battle for Tiandang started, Li Changshou had a hard time repairing the perimeter of Guidao Street. But in the end, he relied on Chutan to release his soul body for 3 games. He is about to add to his legend. He is confident that he will compete for Oscars. After all, this is the farewell performance of a generation who has lived a long and hidden life in this competition. What he was thinking about was hoping that his opponent would perform well, but I didn't expect that in the 4th game, I directly met Yu Qing's Wanuni. However, Li Changshou did not give anyone the opportunity to help Xiong Liantian. He thought of Xiao Chongfeng's mace battle with the chief disciple. Li Changshou was shocked when he saw it and threw up his hands to admit defeat. This made the disciples in the audience a bit wrong. After all, after watching his first 3 games, some disciples directly blocked their entire bodies. Now if he says he won't fight, he won't fight. He is so angry that all the disciples want to report 100 boxes of telephone. Only Li Changshou on the side was happy about the case. After all, the reversal at the opening gave him a little bump. Liu Saizhe stood up immediately. After the last competition, he admired Li Changshou's competitive spirit and did not allow others to tire him like this. As his distance power increased, the disciples quickly accepted the fact that he might not be able to win the love election at all. The friendship on the sidelines was about to fall off the cliff. Then the coach paid attention to Li Changshou. Then he expressed his apologies to Li Changshou for giving him a little saving look. Li Changshou didn't know where the poisonous Xuanya's feeling of shame came from. Jian Huang, he immediately extended his palm to shake. Dad, you will always not understand the poisonous and disenchanted brain circuits. This time Li Changshou missed the next game because he failed to defeat the friendship cliff. 3 days later, the lively competition inside the door was officially concluded. Headmaster Ji Wuyo sat on the Xianhe and announced loudly that the large sum of money in the Juxian Gate was over. On the side of the screen, the old Yuan was moved to tears. Without saying a word, he immediately twisted his 2 disciples into his arms. Lan Ling Goose Derby ranking 39. Li Changshou competition ranked 18th. He is old enough to be interested, and he will probably give it to a few Shaoxing Fengfeng later to confirm that the ancestors of the ancestors came to the hometown to pay their respects. The end of Jishinman's big deal means that the important people of Jinu Island should also go back. Wei said to her very seriously, Brother Changshou, you will be lost if you rest peacefully inside the door. Just leave the rest to me. Seeing him like this, Li Changshou took out a bag from his arms. There are several paintings inside, which can be regarded as his proud works. There is also a police bag that may help you when you are struggling. Remember not to open it in front of others. Oyima looked forward to the treasure bag of bones and carefully put it away. Then the 2 of them got to know each other, and they protected their seats on the clouds to 1. At this point, the big deal inside the door just ended. There is a cave scene coming from Poseidon Urine in the southern part of Shenzhou. Bai Chang is slightly inspired by the new gods. Dong Mugong, the laborer of the civil assembly who had followed the plan to go to Earth, came again. She quickly activated the instructor hidden underground in the Tana Lot temple to talk to her. The 2 of them first exchanged a few words with Han Xian, and then Dongmu Palace briefly explained that His Majesty the Jade Emperor had a lot of trouble when he had a conversation with the god of the sea last time. A few days ago, Lin Xiaobaodaodian gathered the papers first. Your Majesty has named Zhaoan about the matter of Nanhai God. He will speak from the leader soon. Fellow Taoist, from now on you and I will also be on the same side as electricity. Li Changshou's green eyebrows were slightly stink. Yang said, "This is not a two-character word. You can have more or less. Fellow Taoist, please ask the civil servants. How long will it take for the guidance to be released? The color path of Dongmu's justice can be as fast as 100 years or as slow as 200 or 300 years. Nowadays, most of the positions of righteous gods in heaven are vacant. The movement of heaven is tight and the ground is a pool. Every time it comes down, it is exactly the will of the god. It will take hundreds of years to get the memory of heaven, then often suffer from the incessant strangulation in the heart. The breath of heaven stops, this ripples, this dark life of a civil servant seems not far away, but on the surface, it was just a faint smile. There was no need to worry about it. It would be impossible even after 1,000 years. Dong Yugong smiled faintly. Since the last time he saw the Jade Emperor taking control of the South China Sea god, he also wanted him to order one for himself. There are many good and evil spirits who can rule. Why is there only one name for the channel? Li Changshou counted with his fingers. The person in front of him was Mr. Chunyang's past life. If I helped Dongmu Palace, I would be demolishing the old doctor's tower. He could only shake his head and wonder. I can't help you. The main thing is to see where you can retreat. Dongmu Palace is very busy. If you can live without worries in the future, the immortal Dao fruit can be guaranteed. It's not a coincidence. Li Changshou thought for a while and told him without hesitation that everything was beyond his reach and that he could not retreat without crying. Dong Yugong continued to ask, what are the 3 steps of Hong Kong when? The guest turned around and waved his hand. The accumulation of dead milk is too much to be released. This Briton doesn't want to fight and can't fight. Deep in a forest on Jinlao Island, 2 disciples were secretly hiding among the layers of can wood. A man holds flowers in his hands before reciting the prayer. My sister's father confessed his love to the woman in front of him. This made Han a big mistake, but in his heart, he always only regarded his aunt as the underground signboard. Number 4 gave him the land without hesitation. I didn't make any mental preparations, and I was stunned on the spot. He felt very disappointed. He just looked smaller. After he couldn't go, why didn't he look for him again? In the midst of despair, he broke through again and remembered the intensive treatment given by Brother Changshou. But when he opened it, there were 77 typing words written inside, and Qianqiu was not allowed to change one. It was on this day that I endured so much that I was forced to lose my love for the rest of my life. Poseidon is called Qianqiang, and he has received the heavenly divine weapon, which is more real and smooth than Changshou recently. It is also time to take a look at the spiritual life he has raised. But when he used the fresh food method, he suddenly found that more than half of the retail sales in his retail circle were missing. Moreover, even if these products are sold at retail, they are still only 10%. I wonder what is going on. With the development status of Poseidon, Li Changshou was given the throne of heaven by Yunmo. Originally it seemed that everything was going well, and he suddenly found that his spirit couldn't stand it. Li Changshou made some calculations with his fingers, searched for his post, and soon saw this scene. About 3 years ago, one afternoon, 3 cars appeared in the retail circle. Lina looked at the right hand that he had forgotten and raised to death with bitterness. Where was it? There is a light choice for morning, junior sister, Jia and Shunbi. However, Lan Lingyi was only sad for a moment and soon comforted herself. This is fine. I ignored it. At most, I would get scolded by my senior brother. It just so happened that I was showing off my skills today. Let's go to the waterside of Hushanxi to bake it. Squatting for a long time and screaming all my life. There are Qingxian Yashui Qingqing Zhao Zhao eyebrows, but they don't stop them. So, half a month later, I spent 990 minutes lying in front of a retail store. Little Ice Kite, do you think this one looks sick? Barbecue or hot? So it's the Queen of Heaven again. Xiao Yalan has to come here today. Why is there no cute one? The Soul Show put it on the tree by himself. A certain uncle raised his hand a little bit according to the words, and ran forward with 2 flowers and 3 flowers, and hit a big tree. It was very strange to die on the spot. 7 days later, the statue was revealed to the public. 3 days later, this one definitely seems to have inner demons, and we need to help him get rid of it as soon as possible. Li Changshou stopped to check, and the poker player held the goose head. If he had been released a year later, the entire retail industry would have been affected by those 3 female lovers. Just when Lina was considering whether to clean up or burn in red, Jiujiu's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Lina, you well? Lan Lingyi didn't know what he was talking about at this time, but he soon felt a terrible pressure coming towards him. Just listen to the voice of that journey, which is like wine and wind, coming into consciousness from behind. Lina was so upset on the spot that he almost cried. It's over. Now the crime has happened. Lin Yugang turned his head to look at his senior brother and started to admit his mistake without even thinking about it. There is a green Shuanya CI on the lower bridge. He just happened to come over. Chuang Jian immediately understood what was going on. He trotted over all the way. Brother Changshou is the reason why I, Zhuangqiong, am happy with his 0th birthday. So I always have junior sister Lingyi looking for me to run around and spend it as a snack. The sentimental Cliff holds power with both hands, lowers his head and admits his mistake. Cliff is willing to lead his senior brother to follow all laws. Witness Li often took a deep breath and the temperature rose to, "Is it delicious?" Yu Qingxuanya nodded slowly, and there were 2 streaks of red on the face that was supposed to be a frost beauty. "I've been fighting about this for a long time. Didn't Qian Xiao Changshou just eat some of your snacks to lose weight? Uncle Shi gave it to you with Baotsai snacks. It was Li Changshou who brought it to Master. Uncle, your Baotsai snacks have been transformed into another way. I'm by your side." The 991 testimony said that the big deal is that the debt will be signed for a long time. "Try and I will accompany you to the end." Li Changshou looked at him and looked at the poetry book up and down. "Please don't say this. This disciple will always respect you. There is nothing wrong with you." As soon as he said this, he blushed and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly explained, "Hey, I mean to help you practice. Single training machine. Very comfortable." I was so helpless and casually talked about her that my mind went crazy. "Let's fight you. I've eaten everything. Can I still make you vomit it out? But I am too poor to suffer these losses in vain. I have made detailed calculations of the retail value. Now I'll give you 3 another way to compensate. You guys can help me get the 3-story attic here. Let's settle it in one go." Go Shengjing uses a love letter to his master. He is so old that he never imagined that at 100 years of age, he could still receive the sister of a female nun. A few days later, this red symbol appeared on a blank spot in the small clock. The extremely bright and deeply hidden tree appears in sight. Li Changshou waved and Xia Yishimei came over to do him a favor. Lin Er was really honest after all. He showed the note without saying a word and almost sent him away on the spot after being defeated for a long time. In these unprecedented days, Bai Changshou made a fresh elixir that made my heart burn. He beat the ultimate stinging insect in Xiong Xindan and borrowed a little fire extinguishing method. The effect is simple and clear. Just look at me and you will be marked with new fire. Soon he took out a painting of a handsome man from his arms and put the order behind it. What about it? Do you have some unshakable pictures in your heart? Soul's head tilted. This painting box is a painting box. What picture is going to appear? There is no reaction from it. Li Changshou put the portrait away. It seemed that the person who belonged to Xinyu was not willing to use it. The moment he put it away, Ling Evil suddenly saw his face. Under the influence of the burning heart, the time under the 0 forehead turned red, looking very intoxicated. The refreshing order prepared by Witness Li in advance for catching a cold and hemp candle. This way I avoided one section. After a while, Lin Er kept deleting the fake facial mask he created. Senior brother, what did you just do? If you want to practice dual cultivation, you don't have to use this method. You can just eat it for the rest of your life. Li Changshou pretended to be calm. Have a good rest and don't think too much. I'm just testing a single medicine for master. Okay, you should go to work. Lan Lin and Qing Kong knew that you didn't dare and went all their lives. A few days later, Lin Hai Town was bustling with activity. 2 handsome voices appear here, and from time to time the female nuns on Inda Street are flirting with each other. With the help of Satoshi Sho, the old Taoist priest Chihara returned to his middle-aged appearance. He changed into a light southern color and looked more energetic, and the reason why he did this was to find Dao Hua for his master, so that he could forget about love and be able to walk out of the house. But the explanation to his master was that this trip was to eliminate some of the shadows left behind. Qi Yuan didn't think much about it, but as soon as he took a few steps, he heard a female cultivator ask, "Can this person stay? Why don't you find a place with me to get in? I have something to say to you." After seeing clearly what this female cultivator looks like, Qi Yuan is obviously right and he is wary in his heart. "Is there anything you can say when I encounter him?" After walking a few steps, he heard a gentle and playful greeting coming from the side. "This fellow Taoist, can you go with me to the building not far away for a walk?" The following short and ostentatious revelations came one after another from the front and back of the toilet shed. Chihara was so old that he was completely confused and could only keep rejecting. "This? What's wrong with Fang Zheng?" He hadn't been out to visit Dongsheng Shenju in a long time. "Is the atmosphere so open-minded?" Suddenly heard a rough greeting, Qi Ren looked up and suddenly there was an iron tower in front of him. This female nun seemed to be extremely shy. The elder brother was more coquettish than him and ran towards Qi Ren with a rough smile. Ming Ren didn't understand. "Talking secretly about the Western Han Dynasty, why don't you try to reason with our Hui Wufu?" I was almost made to cry on the spot by Qi Yuan. "Please don't come over." Bai Changshou is also clueless and suspicious. I am afraid that I have not burned this female Taoist friend. He saw the corner of his mouth twitching, and the bell in his hand was worried that the burning assassin would break into pieces. What is going on? The king was still the king a moment ago? Could it be that I have turned on and off the prohibition too many times? This single medicine is not stable yet. I have to prohibit it all the time. But in the end, generally speaking, it seems to make the sex a little more explosive. At this moment, bursts of door sounds suddenly came from the ground. I just heard someone shouting. Please be careful. There is a zero acceptance riot. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately fled. Li Changshou also forgot and did not expect that Xinghua Shao could be effective against Ling Shou Yaoshou. He immediately grabbed his master and ran all the way back to Xiaoxiong. Gousheng used his master's test love sheet. Almost attracted retail coverage. Fortunately, he found the camera and immediately dragged the master back to Xiaochong. When I saw him again, Li Changshou was already lying on the table in a young age. His butt was about to be raped by the master, but his mouth was full of hostile thoughts. People always have to go through some training in the life of cultivation before they can stand on their own in the world. Only then can they fight with the sun and the moon to seek immortality. The Dogon Ling was sitting quietly aside, so this is the senior brother. Is it the reason why you were dropped and beaten by Master for 2 hours? What he doesn't know, my senior brother actually dared to take the master's courage medicine. He was just a bastard. Lina looked at you secretly, senior brother Changshou, with a slobbery look. Do you want me to help you rub the floor? Li Changshou quickly waved his hand. No need to use this hurt word, you can recover at any time. This breast maintenance work is not bad, so use this as a way to do it. Fasteners. You go and accompany the young master. Don't let him come over, otherwise he will definitely get more injured. As soon as Lina walked away with his front foot, Li Chang started to move with his back foot. How could he use his true body if he had prepared for this in vain? Although there was an accident during the process, the master should be focused on making tricks now. If I had known this, I should have used the 3-turn weapon to worry about the fire, instead of using the remnants of the first-turn sword. Daimyo's finished product is really a long way to go. One day half a month later, a gathering of drunkards flew from the direction of the summit, and the shouting heroes met in the water. With Chang Shou's facial expression, I clearly took away 2 bottles of Xiong Xindan half a month ago, and now is not the day for delivery. Jiao Wu said anxiously, it's not about living. It's because of the problem with the ambition list. After Elder Yu Weishan Xianjing ate the ambition list, today he behaved like crazy. She keeps saying that she is a daughter and wants to fly higher. This matter has already been brought to the attention of Taishang Zhonglao. What should we do now? Mr. Li Changshou is not busy and is not busy. Are you sure that the other party has been brainless for so long because he took our Xiong Xindan? Listen to what this Zhong Lao said is true. Yes. Li Changshou walked over quickly and walked over to take a look. Li Changshou rushed to the Shifa site immediately to check the situation of Xiong Xindan. There is the only middle-aged Dao Yuan who is not healthy. Zheng Tang is sleeping with his head down on the bed. He is the one who practiced ambition and worry. Every important thing is done by Jinka, so the reason that was quickly found was that within 3 days of taking the male star egg, Elder Qiao took other similar single-type drugs that were too heavy and caused the wind. After Elder Wan Lin Yun learned about this, make a decision immediately and let everyone deliver it. Investigate Elder Qiao's kitchen. And, the mission is quick. The removal tape was quickly found, but except for Xiong Xingdan, there was no other burden inside. Wan Lin Yun and Zhong Lao Lengheng said, no, this is not an ordinary ambition list, nor is it what Chang Shou has practiced. It seems that Xiong Xingdan is half as good as Xiong Xingdan. However, Xiong Xingdan has been trained by neglecting his duties for a long time. His medicinal properties are moderate and positive. How come these 2 single medicines reveal a clue? Elder Wan Lin Yun was so angry that he woke up Elder Qiao from his wedding sleep on the spot. Are you trying to frame us for longevity? I read it like you believe it or not. The construction machine has no ability to calm it down. The suspicion of longevity has been cleared. Please let it go. Witness Li's expression lit up, and he said that it was true that the person who knew about this matter was not Zhong Lian, but he must be a senior in the sect. It was also because the disciple was ashamed of being too advanced, and produced too few ambitious orders, so there were seniors who analyzed each side. I practice knowledge on my own. So the root cause of this matter still lies with the disciples. Elder Wan Lin Yun Lengheng said angrily, I will be wronged on the bed and later live for tens of thousands of years. I would be worse than a little Cheng Kai. Bai Changshou immediately replenished the building, and the disciple immediately gave the Xiong Xingdan line to Bai Handian. From now on, it will be arranged from the door to avoid measuring the hot fruit again. After grinding the pound, he secretly gave the wine without any sound, and asked him to find an oil head and come out with anthers. The Xiong Xingdan that Lao Liuxing worked so hard to make was sold out and faked. It makes Elder Jews God Hundun want to be you. Li Changsho flew out of Yungang and faced the wind. The wine was blown up from behind by the strong wind. Before he could say anything, Li Changsho has been promoted to the drama. He has not lost his fortune after drinking. I remember that Dan Dingfeng gave instructions to the sect, and he was clearly Liu Feixian. I suspect that in this case, you and he can't escape. Liu Feixian's internal knowledge of the daily duties of managing directors to deal with windlogged debris. Jiawu heard nothing about it for a while. He swore that he couldn't believe that the deacon in the door would do something like stabbing someone. If you are confused, ask. Changsho has neglected his duty to make this inference. It is very well founded. Of course, Changsho is not pushing the toilet randomly, just because a dozen days ago, when Li Changsho was checking the electric bill, Elder Wan Lin Yun suddenly broke in. He shouts that this ambition of Gansu must be gentle, but the effect is remarkable. It is indeed a place that fills the door with pride. The elixir in his hand was more powerful than Chang Bei. He couldn't remember that he had never given Wan Shabur a bare heart pill. Wan Zhong thought carefully. It was indeed not him who gave it to him. This order would be hard to get if it were very popular, and he also specifically told him not to leak this matter out. It would be embarrassing if outsiders knew that he ate this. However, in Elder Wan's view, the person who made Shan Yao is Shan Yao's biological father and cannot be considered an outsider. As soon as these words came out, after listening to the wine, no one could understand the connection between this. Changsho not only analyzed it carefully with him without hesitation. But the ambitious single action you wanted me to practice clearly passed the mark, and all of them were different people. The old one was prepared. But I have never given Liu Feixian this order, and Liu Feixian does not have the honor of an elder. So where did his order come from? Jiawu Wenyang was immediately shocked. I see. It seems that Liu Feixian is really full of suspicion. So even if he is planning to find a reliable person to keep the money and bear it first, what does that mean? After a while, I saw Uncle Jujushi walking on the road with a mace lying on his back and shouting, "Senior brother, who made me go looking for the mountain." In the blink of an eye, he left Shaoqiong Fengfeng and flew to the direction of the mountain gate. After a while, the news of Jiujiu's successful solution came from Zhangbian. Ju and you quietly listened to Juju's voice transmission. I don't think so. Fake ambition pill is this Liu Feixian Dao Du. That guy can't pass the singles. I don't know where I found out the truth. I practiced again according to the two sides that I analyzed. In the end, it was my evil guidance. Li Changsho smiled faintly. The World Expo does not have to arise. It is just my servo opportunity to escape from the knowledge of Xiong Xingdan. Did the World Expo hurt this Liu Feixian? Jiawu has been friends with him for over 1,000 years, so Xiaojiu gave him a few simple lessons to save him from any injuries. Jiujiu just used the wolf fang to help explode the mushroom flowers. With one move, he attacked them all. By the way, I warned him not to behave like this again, and also asked him to take the initiative to go to the boss to retaliate against the abuse. According to what Witness Li said, he simply gave it a try and it turned into a fight. Witness Li nodded with the Emperor's ring. Yu Wei was a little regretful about the Moral Bureau. It's just that he won't be able to split the accounts with the World Museum again. And he can only drink for a while. In the past few years, he has also taken off your clothes. Zhu Wuchen said twice, Changsho. Please tell me how to clean up the door seal. Bai Changsho feels bad in his heart. Zhu Wu can't think like this. Nowadays, one big thing is a small success. World Expo, first there was Du Xianmen and then Shaoqiong Fengfeng. Du Xianmen's heart was then Shaoqiong Fengfeng's heart. After seeing off the tavern, Li Changsho's enemy also dared to talk about the inexplicable situation. The relationship between the door and the wind is almost completed. It is really a long way to go. Ever since Xiong Xingdan was handed over to the Juxian Gate on his own initiative, the competition in finance has suddenly shrunk. Li Changsho looked at the investigative design drawing in front of him and roughly estimated the quantity, quality, and value of the production. He could not withstand Shen Yin's hands. He calculated an account. If he only relied on himself, the moonlight of master and junior sister, and the fixed match of Xiao Chongqiong, I probably need to hurt you too. If we rely on the current chain order to be sold by founder, it will probably take more than 1,000 years. The wind gauge is still too slow, so Li Changsho spent half a day going back and forth to the mountain snow. Finally, we worked out a way to make money without going out of the house, without exposing our trump cards, and without affecting the harmony within the house. We placed it next to Xiao Chongqiong. It is a half-height wooden box with a wooden carving of a generous cat inside. It is called the first cat but does not count, but it is actually a measuring head. It will give you some suggestions based on what you say. Use the money you need. Put the snack card into the cat's mouth but wait for the valuable object to be unloaded. The bamboo stick with the test will appear at the exit under the wooden box. Bai Changsha was very satisfied with his work, but Ling Moth on the side was very puzzled. This blue moon has a low IQ at first glance. Can anyone really steal it? Of course, Li Changsha was not stupid. He poured some tiny designs into the barrel. On each bamboo arrow, there were words that said it was not too bad and had been tempered. These words gave people the illusion of spirituality. As long as there are artists. After trying it, you will have a round head that will keep getting rounder. Half a day later, Li Changsha moved again, and the scene in front of Mutan emerged in his mind. Suddenly, a little head came closer and illuminated the wood inside. I don't think I understand. Who are you trying to fool? If you just want people to take snacks with this thing, only fools will grow up. But I changed it again and it seems like it's fun. Is there any harm in trying it? So I temporarily threw myself into it for a moment. Like us, he clasped his hands and made strange wishes like this. Mr. Cat, I have a Taoist friend. He owes me a pen. He is much smaller and has poor fingers on his back. I have so many favors that I don't know how to repay him. What should I do with this content? Li Changsha and Ye En failed. For the sake of that piece of beautiful jade, I gave him a superior master this time. Distant and at ease, free from obstacles and worries, I sent him the way ahead, and my hatred is unknown. Jiu stood there and realized that this thing seemed to be quite big. If that's the case, then I'll try a few more times. A few days later, Li Changmon was really shocked. He didn't expect that Yuan Datu would be like this. There is already a long queue in front of that not-so-different place. Something that makes Li Changsha feel interesting is that most people who ask for a test will say, I have a Taoist friend. The secret cave talisman near Linshan, the Saints Monastery in West New York came from the life of Taoist Wen Jing. The second leader can rest assured that Wen Jing will do his best. She sat in the couplet flower pond. Shenling spent several lives, her body was shattered and old, but she still didn't want to go. She asked me to put pressure on her. And then she was asked by the West to block her into Lingshan. I really wanted my child's life to go to hell. The previous plan to send him to the Juxian sect almost exposed him to that person called Senior Brother. This time, he had to plan carefully. However, at this time, they should have nothing to do with the Taoist Triangle when they were sent to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan had no contact with the Taoist sect. I will never meet that scary Senior Brother again. There are really not many disciples of the saint who can make the queen fearful for so long. The dog body is a supplementary calculation head specially designed to increase income. But he didn't expect Jingying's countless cultivators to fly before and after. Another half-month later, the familiar voice of Li Changsha suddenly appeared. Not to mention Tongqian Mao Xian, I have a Taoist friend who doesn't know what's going on. Recently, the shadow of a senior brother always appears in his heart. When he cultivates to an unprecedented level, I want to go to that senior brother and father. He admired this senior brother very much from the bottom of his heart and regarded him as a protector. But his master said that this might be because of his feelings, which made him very polite. Meng Xian, what should I do? Witness Li had a change of heart and took advantage of this opportunity to hint that he had a crush on him and asked him not to waste time on himself. Li Changsha quickly selected among those bamboo sticks, selected one worth thousands, and played it with Zheng method. There are many beautiful things on the fairy road, you don't have to live in it, the people are lucky enough to talk and laugh in the city, there is a light Xuanyo alone with a bamboo stick. And suddenly you are thinking about the road. He quickly understood something. After reading Lu Shiran's smile, he first made sense to the poisonous cat. Witness Li said twice, poisonous junior sister must have understood something, right? However, junior sister Yudu's brain circuit has always been different from the Chinese. To put it another way, Li Changsha didn't know the effect of his bamboo stick. The bartender looked cold and his eyes lit up. This thing that Xiao Changsha did was not bad. It was also a good thing to be able to take the initiative to help. It was not a waste of that little head with a big shoulder. After a while, Liu Feixian, who had been beaten with a bruised nose and face, floated over and saw him clasping his hands together and said very promisingly, Mao Xianren, I have a reason. He was getting confused before, moved his face, and had some doubts. Angry. Now when I walk on the road, I get hit with a shield from time to time. Once when I was practicing in a cave, I fell asleep inexplicably. When I woke up, I took a step to cover my body and was injured by a disaster. I, a fellow Taoist, know that I am wrong, and I deliberately want to not save him. But I have suffered so much that I cannot feel at ease in my practice. What should I do? Yang Ren, the two people following him, couldn't help but flick their fingers slightly and gave him an encouraging gesture. But as soon as he finished the action, Li Changsha hit Mai on the head. On a whim, there must be something going on with the Poseidon sect in the South China Sea. Moreover, this time Li Changsha was psychologically disturbed and suddenly committed a crime. At the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, the Dragon King is sitting in the main hall of Longyang Dayue. He keeps praising Yu for becoming the second disciple of the Nanhai divine sect. He has conquered a large number of people for the Dragon Palace. This is the great merit of the sect. No matter what you want, he will agree to it. But this time Auntie came here to receive instructions from Li Changshu about recruiting soldiers to protect the South China Sea God sect. At the same time, in a hidden mountain forest in Hezhou, Xinyo, in the valley covered by several major formations, Yao Io business appeared. In front of it were the attack agents of various gods. They were both men and women. Most of the people who cultivate themselves are in the celestial world. Taoist Wenjing has a serious face. Xie Ding wants them to stir up troubles at the same time in a month. He will go to the South China Sea God to smash the chaos and force them. During the reboot, he will make some losses to cooperate with everyone. The purpose of these people is to show up as dragon guardians from the South China Sea God sect, kill half of them, and then curse them with more dragon masters, then continue to incite the people to stop these dragon groups. Those who oppose what I just said can move forward and keep quiet. An old Yun hesitated, took half a step forward, and opened his mouth to speak. But that gentle and quiet person often points his finger at a TV. This half-gold advanced old fish instantly became able to guide. At this time, it looked serious. Now who agrees and who disagrees? The remaining dozen or so people immediately retreated. They all agreed on the spot that they were willing to work hard for Her Majesty the Queen and die. Wenjing Tuanren smiled softly. The Rome Clan Gang Club would never have thought that I would suddenly send out troops to beat them up. However, Wenjing fought too beautifully. How could Gosheng not be considered an invader? The Poseidon statue in the South China Sea is in trouble. However, Gosheng warmly entertained those who smashed things and even sang songs for them. In the dead of night, I was working hard on developing a single sample. The message on the side was blocked and sent out a round of journey interviews. Li Changshu soon became a caller on the street. He told him in a thin tone that the actors for the recruitment ceremony for the Dragon Palace were full. My father has begun to mobilize troops and ask for leave. This time, we must let them know that our Dragon Clan is by no means irreversible. After hearing this, Li Changshu felt nothing at all. All this was within his expectation. Afterwards, he talked about his actions over the past 2 days. He rushed back to Donghai Wen Palace to meet with his father. The case manager Chang Shou stated the matter. The Dragon King of the East China Sea burns Silk. You said you want to borrow 20,000 from the Dragon Clan to fight to protect Neptune. Yiduan is a string of souls and bodies, he thought silently in his heart. Nanfang City is asking too much. After all, 20,000 yuan to fight first is not a small amount. Before he could speak, the Dragon King shouted loudly, Auntie, as the second prince of the Dragon Clan, why did you fail to break the base? Send me Sana to fight first. I am a master of the Dragon Clan with 600 fish. I am surprised to advance 200,000. I am ready to fight at any time. Hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that I didn't think I took too much medicine. Witness Li Wenyang was immediately shocked. Silly, you are so boastful. It would be very embarrassing if the other party didn't come with so many people. Ao Yi said that there was no reaction after playing with Li Changshu. He thought it was because he was not prepared enough. He was even prepared to contact the senior experts in the group to fight again. Only then did Li Changshu dare to teach him. This force is enough to destroy even the most advanced ones. Bai Changshu said with everyone's heart, with my brother's current level, he can play chess, not fight. And Ao Iju and Mu Guang is very determined. I have gained so many merits. It is impossible for my clansmen to study abroad for me as a common people. My father has ordered me to take command. I will definitely defeat the powerful enemy this time. Seeing him like this, Witness Li wouldn't stop him. In this case, you should protect yourself and your goals must be strong. In the past few days, I have also made plans to retreat from the enemy. I placed it behind my statue in Anshui City. It is a blue bag. According to what is written above, the Dragon Clan can advance or retreat. As long as it is not a master of Super Burning World, there will not be too many injuries. A few days later, thousands of religious sects from other sects came to the Temple of the Sea and spoke of the sea. The Poseidon of the South China Sea was a confusing person. He returned here to make more people excited about our god Li Ma. At this moment, thousands of mortals are following each other, and they are doing well. They held up the kitchen head, and among them Mu's wooden knives stood up and took apart Haishan's wonderful brain. They should step into the threshold with their front feet. The two powerful Khans with fake soul bodies jumped out with a smile and simultaneously made gestures like those of fellow villagers in the toilet. Li Ren took out the small bones in his arms and patted them gently. The other Khan started a sentence in tune with the rhythm at the top of his voice. A big saying. You are all my fellow countrymen. I have something to say. If you hear it, smash the cooking idol in the eyes. It will hurt people and clear the intestines. What on earth is going on when Protestants accept a warm-hearted attitude? The sound of the valley on the other side keeps talking non-stop. The gate is only 2 square meters wide. Can you please refrain from requisitioning it? Let's demolish the wall first. After demolishing the door, stop the miscellaneous idols. Zhengwei Mo Yao Xin Huang Chapter. One person can just be regarded as one with one palm. I don't know how many years ago the idol was. It was crowded, but it was able to tell me my fate. We 2 brothers will leave quickly. Everyone has finished your hard work. There will be the next one, weighing the pounds. The performance of these 2 sweaters is over. Everyone in the audience looked dumbfounded. What are we here to do? Another person told him expressionlessly that we are here to smash the statue of Poseidon. After a while, the sex cultists lined up, all clapped their hands and praised them sincerely, asking for another round. Thousands of believers went to destroy Tana Lot Temple, but I didn't expect to be washed up by 2 pretenders as soon as I entered. Seeing that I have found this bunch of useless people, the quietness in the cave and the popular oxygen pressure temperament are so good. This is for you to listen to the sound of boxing. Under the ground, Li Changsha was slightly influenced by the mentor who entrusted his mind. He was not saved by Yi Shon, and the miracle was destroyed. It was just the Poseidon who lost some money. At this time, Taoist Wen Jing could no longer stand it and immediately reminded the believer of his life. At this time, the inner talent realized that he was really screwed up. If he failed to complete the task, he would be beheaded by the queen. He immediately gathered a group of sex cultists. Brothers, please wake up. Don't fall into the enemy's loneliness. Smash it with me. Draw a nude. The wooden stick shops fell to the ground mercilessly. Every star photo is not destroyed in the rain. The secrets that have been hidden in the case are all hidden. If you smash something, let it go. How dare you smash the reality of my lovely and quiet leader brother? You are simply not an expert. Following Li Changsho's instructions, Zhui Yi gave the order and several cabin dragon chickens got lost in the public dragon here. Peach flames erupt. The mortal sect of the Lima sect next door suddenly lost control and fled in all directions. The authorities raised their hands towards the twin dragons. Then a badge was not expensive and he said on the spot that he wanted to join the Poseidon sect. Everything that happened at this time was seen by the clone of Li Shansho. Winning so smoothly, I always felt that things would not be so simple. Suddenly, Jixu Wen took the opportunity to focus on Sunlong. Finally, a shining golden dragon suddenly became the leader. A pair of melted wood turned into blood red, and his spirit was suddenly under control. Without saying a word, I passed my thoughts on my fellow members of the Pan clan. I don't know anything about this matter, so why did my warehouse get injured in the chaos before? Lipan's first engagement came quickly to report. At this time, Sunlong had lost his spirit to more than half of the opponents before, so he still attacked himself. He knew immediately that the opponent was small and must have a number of losses that could be manipulated to send people. Seeing the civil strife in Sunlong, that kind of sex education figure immediately cheered up. Each and every one of them is full of fighting spirit, like the Dragon clan, handing over the ice window first. Ruined. So everyone was not only beaten by Wen Jing's loss, and they will also attack their own people who have lost their new weapons. Yi Jianhuangbian immediately ordered the entire army to retreat. He couldn't help but silently think about it. Everything was indeed as expected by the master behind Brother Changsho. Under the guidance given to him by Li Changsho, Ao followed the orders from the ANBU and all retreated. Seeing that Li Changsho, who was thousands of miles away from him, would find a way out, he started to have some wild thoughts. What is ugly and what is the courtyard? Are the literary people deliberately trying to make things difficult for him? If this great British man had the ability to protect himself in the Red Wasteland, he would definitely have to promote this talented man. At the same time, Shu family's Long Hufar barely escaped to the joint Barren Mountain where the dragon army was ambushing Shu Qian enemy camp. Eyes on each other. After a while, he turned his head and calmed down. He led 3,000 stars to fight. Dozens of dragon masters held the people in time. Driving head-on with the opponent, a position war is about to break out. In order to bully and suppress Wenzhou, the literati, I specifically ordered a Protestant to go to Poseidon for urinary catheterization. I thought it had nothing to do with people's names. He should never meet the Li Changsho who made him think twice, but he never thought about it and sent it directly to Gosheng's face. Seeing the enemy take the bait, so that I can order everyone not to run away anymore. Architecturally decorated He Hai Xiao of the Lima God sect. You have given up the struggle, right? Obediently, please collect it. Wen Yang Ao used the corner of his mouth to record a name in ink with such efficiency that I gave in. It was so funny. Your offense is only weak at this level, so you won't be able to meet today. One of the members of Lima God sect is also Qi. Brother, the number of your dragon soldiers is less than 1/3 of ours. What are you planning to do? That's quite a box, right? Are you sure we only have this amount of troops? As soon as the Huiyin fell, the surrounding trees began to kill each other. A mind-blowing enemy suddenly appeared. Until they only had an orderly schedule and a big team stood in front of them. Which kind of sex education spectrum did you finally realize that you had been cheated on? They said nothing and turned around and ran away. None of them could fight and they all ran away weakly. With the move to the Golden Press line, in an instant, the Kualei army was completely destroyed. I can't help but feel brave. No wonder the human race was able to defeat the powerful Wu group. It's called the Master's Plan. It's a true literary boy. At the same time, at the junction of Nanshan Buzhou and Xinyo Hezhou, where is the hidden cave talisman in the mountains? Tourist Wen Jing is frowning at this moment. How come these dragon groups suddenly became smarter? But when it comes to backup tactics, how can you compare with me? At this time, the Blood Pond Haven behind him stood up and took the initiative to ask you to teach them a lesson. Their strength is not trivial. In terms of individual cultivation, a Blood Pond Haven has become more powerful than the human race's true immortals, and there are many more among them. There are few masters and the most terrifying thing is that they act rationally. Classical Chinese and Wenjing steal the corners of the mouth to outline the smile of a famous person. Huang Huan opened his mouth and went to kill these little people. The direct bloodstone black pattern rumor was born again. He immediately transformed into a fake figure with a similar face and deep black color. In a barren mountain province more than 1,000 miles away from them, a large black Wenzi flew out of the barren mountains and forests and immediately came out of the Qing dynasty. Seeing that Yuan Men's number was killed, more than 5,000 soldiers were sent to the army first, and the protection was confirmed. He secretly sweated. The enemy's rounding up was really a training exercise. The group of black people in the blood pool swam into a large black cloud rolling in. After a step, they were surprised and sighed. After a move, Tang Lang was not entangled. But Huang was behind. Fortunately, these changes were also part of Li Changshou's calculations. At this time, Li Changshou took out 3 sticks of tall incense sticks that were 3 feet long. His father-in-law quietly inserted them into the incense tower. The loneliness of the literary Taoist was still there. Then he immediately returned to the presence of the saint, the leader of the original religion, who was often sought after by his disciples. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Huang Qiu was still allowed to win. He didn't know whether he would win or not. Huang Qiu's head was still filled with the sounds of medicinal herbs in the sky. The scholar wanted to drive the Dragon Lord into Shiju. For this purpose, he specially sent the ancient beasts, the blood-eating black text group. I thought this speaker would have nothing to do with it, but I never thought that all this was expected by Go Shong. At that moment when the Blood Pool Haven group felt, they did not hesitate to move toward the Dragon Clan Opera, intending to kill these dragons until they were ready. Every one of their cultivators was as angry as possible to be ahead of the human race. Those of the Dragon Clan who are weaker will fight first, so naturally they no longer think twice. With no surveillance equipment, he immediately gathered troops and took charge. It only transformed into a long-haired animal in an instant. Without saying a word, he just sniffed at the snow ruler. The moment I'm about to touch that text again, those small words serve as a defense. The god of literature is greedy and soft, and simply hides and hides. Go to that store to freeze the recognition there. This wave of casual output by Ao Yi sold the black pattern of the blood pool for a while. Next, it lightly hooked its fingers. I also followed Chang Li's bed cleaning strategy and used my taunting skills. The rules are in the sky because they are afraid of us. If you have the ability, come down and confront me. Shuichi Hawan came from Shuizonghui. He couldn't stand this kind of black breasts, so he sent him away in just a few words. Just when he showed off his float, Yi couldn't help but let out a sigh from the corner of his mouth. You're still far behind. Every time it lands, the Dragon Master on the side will instantly spit out a burst of flames, flooded all over. Next, a group of groups fought and flew out of the ground and into the sky. Every corner, all directions, 9 heavens, and 10 places are dissatisfied with the cultivators of the Dragon Clan. Shui Kai-hei gritted his teeth when he heard the crowd was angry. It was really unreasonable to hide in the nearby mountains and forests. Even the underground was filled with the rot of the Dragon Clan. He shot a double trap like this. He really did spy on the Dragon Clan. Hearing Xian, Bao Yi just smiled faintly. Double scene. Are you kidding me? Then he pointed upward. Do you want to look up and see what is above you? It was only then that they discovered that a big plan had been set up in the mountains and forests to record photos of the barren mountains and ridges in Fangyuan. The shield stone under the black temperature group in the blood pond was so frustrating. It seemed like it was going to completely cut off their escape route, but even this is not the end. A digital fish frog soon sent someone to sit down. Yang Yang wants to invite these small words to visit the 5 birds of fish and frog. This fish baby adds a healthy color to the battle. On the front, 5,000s fought first, changing the previous life, and suddenly revealed his real name, Jiao Longchang. Han Ran's previous skills were all obtained from ancient times. His dragon clan is still the father of ancient times. He likes and is afraid of these stinky words. During the air battle, another 300-0 crashed out of the forest on the same side. They blow the energy in their bodies to cut their pulses, and the deep rays of light move bravely around them. These rays condense into the knowledge of success, and they pull Gongsho. He must seize the opportunity and order all the ministries and powers to take action. First kill all the drops in front of him, and then immediately show the value of the camp. The dragon clan is about to be engulfed in flames. Another point, Li Changsho was sitting in front of the sage Lao Yi. He came here just for peace of mind. He didn't send me any thoughts, nor did he reveal any emotions. He just touched the fragrance on the ground in Guanli. But what he didn't expect was that he had just become a player and he would immediately get a reward. The portrait's foot swayed slightly, causing the fate to change and land on him. Why did it suddenly fall apart? It's so casual now. Li Changsho felt a little daring in his heart. He finally felt familiar in front of the sage. It was really not easy. This young disciple, who is less than 200 years old, attracted the attention of the saint just by being expensive. The weapon is specially sent to the poison master to help the weapon solve the control problem. But Go Shenqiu expressed doubts about this and even wanted to let him manage his own identity. Ju's Hongshan is indeed, everyone is happy after success. Although the wind today is not Xuanxiang, it has a strange smell. Xuanju Archmage, who has spent his whole life choosing long robes, was sitting cross-legged on Pu Tuan for several seconds. Ju Mai kept pinching him. In the picture that emerged in his mind, there was a young disciple kneeling in front of the teacher's painting. He didn't say a word or spoke, just kneeling there. In such a situation, it is natural that the beloved teacher, my dearest friend, directly hit me with my senses. To be able to alarm the teacher, there must be some kind of ambassador. Xian Dushenyun was born, and he began to calculate the life history of this young disciple. What happened? But he found that someone actually covered Tianjin for him. Turn your left hand flat in the air, then swing it slowly like a broken hand. Soon a hint of famous things came to his mind, and then a virtual Tai Chi diagram slowly appeared on his palm. It was the family he sensed in his heart. His name was Li Changsho. A young disciple of Du Xianwen, less than 200 years old. There is something wrong with Xuanju Shield style. After careful consideration, this is the only information I got from the postponement. A young disciple's root angle cannot be deduced from the power of the Taiji 2 he borrowed. This is a bit excessive. It seems that his teacher must have taken action before to cover up something for this young disciple, and it seemed to have happened not long ago, which made him feel funny in his heart. The teacher has not taken action in many years. Since the war without invitation, the human race first suspected that the souls of the 3 emperors and the 5th brother had returned. A little like a saint, he can't leave his shadow, just like writing in front of others. Nowadays, the teacher will take the initiative to help a young disciple who lives in a remote city. What is the big deal behind this secret? Just when he couldn't explain, a secret golden light flashed across the sky. This is the blessing that the teacher gave him, and the dragon clan enters the sky. After a while, Master Xuanju couldn't stand the enemy and said, "Teacher, can you send a message directly to the disciple? This will directly make the disciple feel something. It will make the disciple feel that his own way is meaningless." After a while, he waited for Master's second sentence, "I will do it next time." At this time, the ceremonial chief in Baifan Palace was so excited that Shui had not waited for any instructions from the saint. Could it be that the saint got lost? Then I will kneel down and come back. He was thinking this in his heart, and all of them came to his ears, and the sound of his palms became a kiss. "I am the great master of the people's sect. You are here to pay your respects in front of the teacher's portrait. If there must be any difficulty, I will come and take a look. I have traveled 3,000 miles southwest of the Immortal sect before I can see you." Witness Li understood the truth from the bottom of his heart, but then he became a little confused. For such a good thing, he just burned 3 main boxes in front of the saint's flower. Without saying a word, he alerted the saint and asked the saint's only disciple to show up to see him. Is it possible that Chang Li suffered the crucifixion? How can I self-identify beforehand? Xuanda Dafa is also a proof. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation in my practice. How can I prove my number? Xian Duo and Shen Sui spent 2 lifetimes. In order to prove that he was himself, he had to use the method of reincarnation to convey a lot of crisis to Li Changsho. And then revealed the secret of the dragon clan entering the sky. After 1 residence period, Master Xuanju couldn't help but wonder how there could be such a cautious person in this world. In order to keep the sword stable, Hibisho even wanted to bring it to his own home. Master Xuanju can't bear it anymore. After all these years of practice, he has never seen such a young disciple of Luosu. Gosheng is indeed the most documented man. Even what the saint's disciples say must be speculated on. After repeated attempts at meaningless sutras and secret thoughts, he finally confirmed the identity of Xuanju Archmage. A moment later, a voice appeared in the woods 3,000 miles southwest, saying that the chief minister of Jiuxianmen was paying homage to his predecessor. The reality of Xuanju Dafa was suddenly discovered. His eyes were bowing unconsciously, and he was victorious. The method of cultivation hidden in his eyes made him a high-ranking girl. I watched it for the show before, but I also watched it. Why are you still just a young disciple with your cultivation level? Why didn't Mr. Du's family give you the position of elder? After hearing this, Li Changshou couldn't stand the cold men. I couldn't help but feel a little more cautious. This guy saw through one step in his management, but the first feeling that the young man in front of him gave him was bitterness. But after careful consideration, I feel that he is late in his fortune, and he does not share the burden of oppression, and it is completely impossible to see away from the burden. It wasn't until this moment that you were sure that this was indeed the second-ranked king. Select the Archmage. Li Changshou, Chen Ying, and his disciple Du Jie were countless. Du Jie was so talented that he was able to support Feisheng and achieve such a good fortune. But disciple Du Jieqian is just an ordinary disciple in the sect. If he suddenly takes a long way to build a siege like this, he may be regarded as the same by his fellow sects. That's why the disciple used such a cover-up method. He didn't mean to hide it, and he didn't have any ill intentions toward his family. Xuanju Huang nodded. These are just small things. Come and do it. No need to be in trouble. On the other hand, Li Changshou was a little speechless. This was obviously his own territory, so why did he make it look like he was performing in his backyard? But when you play with people, you play with things first. After a while, the smell of a burning lake floated in the sky. Even the powerful master spinner will have some shortcomings. The Archmage just sat here casually, holding the numerical value in his hand. There was also some unfamiliarity in it. He just hid a piece of it and spit it out. Li Changshou on the side was very speechless. I think this should not be his problem. Then he took out 2 more fish on his own initiative. It was better for the disciples to grill them. Only now did he finally understand the real reason why the cultivators wanted to avoid drums. If I eat some of that bowl, I will go back 200 years if I get fat. Xuanju seemed to have thought of something. He continued. By the way, I had made a sound source clay figurine that was faster than yours before, and I took over some original techniques from you. The list I asked Brother Dui to forward to you last time is now ready to be taken. How is the effect? Li Changshou smiled faintly and did not take it. The disciple's body was not the same. Lin Dan left the housework to be known before leaving. Great Master, I have a question. I can only cultivate to the true line if I follow the line. Xiando Huan nodded. Zhuoxian only knew that he could only cultivate to become a real first, so you should just do it by the way. Li Changshou held Susa tightly. There was really nothing he could do. Thinking of himself, he secretly made up his mind that he would go against the will of heaven and make a fortune. Seeing that he didn't speak, Xuanju continued, tell me what's difficult. Since the teacher asked me to come down to you, I will wish you to get rid of the trapped sword. What is your connection with the dragon clan? Li Changshou's mouth gave off a wry smile. Dafa is the method of knowing the deep palm of the South China Sea. Xiandu pinched his fingers and made some calculations. Recently, I heard that it was said in heaven that the Jade Emperor's junior uncle praised this divine religion and wanted to curb the wild gods of this divine religion and make it normal. Li Changshou was induced to believe that his disciple is the leader of the Nanhaishan cult, but when he took the grilled fish stone again, Dunchi's eyes lit up. If you say that, then I'll be excited to tell you what's going on. This man is obviously very powerful, but he is obsessed with escaping. Obviously he is already a strong man pretending to be a dog, but Shui Yi was taught that he should not be honest. After a while, a burst of hearty laughter echoed in the air. It's okay. I was forced to become a sea god by a mistaken debtor. The effect of the Dafa can never be stopped. Those filthy people are still taking advantage of the power they proclaim. One individual bumps into the melted cow and becomes the god's food. In the end, the dragon's foot passes through it again. Wonderful. The knowledge of the incident is really wonderful. Li Changshou tried his best to keep smiling and took out a fragrant gift to him. After all, the low dose of thigh-exploding medicine is sincerity, and sincerity is the best thing to do. Xuanju laughed for a while and then hit Changshou again. The teacher gave us the task of introducing the dragon suit into the ashes of the heaven. What do you think? Li Changshou's serious disciples will obey the Archmage's arrangements in all matters. Wen Yang Xuanju Dafa is very satisfied. This is because you have sent less. Then continue to do it, but you must send it. Isn't it that simple? Witness Li analyzed silently. Nowadays, the 2 saints of the Western Church are trying to bring the Dragon Clan into their own ideas. They are secretly putting pressure on the Dragon Clan. Classical Chinese and Xuanju are also in the same situation. You actually know it so well, but how can you calculate so many things here? Li Changshou did not dare to hide it, so he immediately took out the unanimous instructor at the show entrance. The disciple had a supernatural power called simply adult. The disciple changed it into the method of transforming life into the outside world. Master Xian Duo immediately became famous, even so. You can't clear the enemy either, the red box isn't as close to you as it seems. The most numerous objects in the red box are computers. Witness Li remained silent. He thought he would understand what the elder was going to say. Seeing greed with a zero-weight expression on his face, Master Xian Du thought he was scared because he had trained too hard, but he forgot what he didn't expect. At this moment, Li Changshou suddenly felt a feeling in his heart. It was the kind of feeling that he had finally found the organization. After a while, Master Xuandu planned to leave. If the teacher hadn't allowed him to take over the land, he would have wanted to immediately bring Li Changshu back to his Princess Duoshu. When he left, he also planned to pass on a sacred temple to Li Changshou. Li Changshou smiled darkly. I want to learn the Dunfa. Xian Do Dafa is the first of its kind. Then he took out 2 jade elixirs at the entrance of the show. I have 1. You are too low to show off now, so as compensation, I will give you an extra magical power that can be cultivated. This is a disciple of Wanhua. You can refer to the method of life to perfect your commanding supernatural powers. One day, the teacher will live in Jingguan and he can give you some cultivation skills. Li Changshou held up 2 jade rotten ducks. There was a little bath on the way down, and there were more masters. Master Xuandu looked at him with a puzzled face. This child obviously had a high level of cultivation. Why did he want to eat and run away? Master Jianda was about to leave, but Yi Changshou hesitated for a moment. Master Jianda, this disciple has a saying, I don't know whether to say it or not. When Cheng Nei gets Elfeng. This disciple understands that you are here for the new generation generals. When the crux of the matter is that they don't give birth, everyone frowned. Why is this? It stands to reason that as long as the parents leave after marriage, there will be 0 births. Li Changshou suddenly understood something. He had been practicing the style of truth in relationships for so many years. It would not be harmful to him to get married and not exercise until he was young, although this stop is the Dragon Clan shadow. In fact, it is like a dog. Not only did I gain the gratitude of the Dragon Clan, but I also gained a lot of popularity from the Dragon Clan. On the other side, the battle in the southwest of Nanshan Prefecture has reached Weishong, and the Dragon Clan fire is in full swing. Looking at the group of blood pools and black people who are overestimating their abilities, Bao Yu was filled with gratitude from the bottom of his heart one after another. Then, according to what the master behind the long breasts knows, search for fans, wade into the soul, and hide a dragon together. If the experts behind Brother Chang Shou gave it to these reporters, although the Dragon Clan camp could be run this time, the number of casualties would definitely increase. This book really owed Brother Chang Shou's great popularity. At the same time, there was a sound of running in the air. Chang Shou really lived up to the expectations of me and the teacher. Well done. Then he glanced down and drank loudly. Everyone, listen, it's okay, no need to hurt the reaction. When Yang Ou Yi immediately raised his head and looked into the sky where there were hundreds of obstacles. The great master who was now teaching the disciples, Dafa, is also very aware of his psychology. His appearance is equivalent to being openly invited by the leader of Poseidon. This will allow him to loosen some control in the future. At this moment, I was paying attention to this place. I was already filled with anger. I suddenly shuddered and my anger suddenly disappeared. How and where did Xian Do Dafa appear? He knew that this man could not be recruited. Next, he had to avoid the Nanhai Poseidon cult in the human race. Sure enough, someone taught him. However, in the past few years of his plan, some dragon soldiers were dissatisfied with the Dragon Clan and made some judgments. At this time, he can make some use of it. The news that the Dragon Clan has established all the tax documents in Lin's sales store during the free time has been found out. Dong Wugong stood under the high platform to lift the luggage. His Majesty plotted against the people of the Dragon Clan. The old city was unable to investigate, but those who appeared at that time were the original murderers, the Blood Pond Haven group. At this time, there were only 2 families that could release so many Blood Pond Havens. Bai Dao nodded slowly this year. Naturally, he understood that Dong Wugong only wanted to deal with people, so he asked him to bring some rewards later to the Nanhai Divine Sect to secure this love. The Jade Emperor was transformed into a meal, and even Fu Xiang caused some unconcealable embarrassment. Dongmu Palace, please remember to ask this time. This sea god loves clearly and clearly. Only then did he suddenly realize that he didn't even know the name of Nan Poseidon. He didn't even know the name of the painting. At this time, Li Changshou was very happy holding Xie Lin, who was sent by many Dragon Clan. Although the Dragon Clan won this battle, he was indeed the winner. He not only gained the Dragon Clan's gratitude, but also gave the Dragon Clan unknown popularity. But with this assistant, Xiaoqiang Fengfeng's comprehensive defense array and Xiaoqiang Fengfeng's wandering plan can sell a lot of money forward. However, Li Changshou just counted Dan Tianlong Gongzong. Then the familiar figure came to the familiar old street and entered the familiar temple gate. The visitor naturally brought the Jade Emperor's belongings last time. After the competition, a mentor turned into a white-haired laborer and he was immediately moved to meet Dongmu Palace. As soon as he met Dongmu Gong, he locked himself up in front of the road, and his cold intuition. But he always felt that when he saw this Poseidon again, his luck seemed to be slightly improved. This Poseidon seems to be more calm and confident than before. The whole person has a radiant feeling. Just as Mr. Dongmu took the treasure, Li Changshou took the lead and took a step forward, scattering the pile of treasures back into his hands. I can't get such a reward without the kind words of Dongmu Palace. You should hurry up and get some, otherwise I will feel guilty in my heart. Two voices pushed me and let you push me for a while. Before I stop tossing. Therefore, the reward from your majesty is so small. Average. When Lin left, Mr. Dongmu wanted to ask him to go to the meeting room. He didn't know how to ask him to shut up. Witness Li's mind changed quickly. Let's start a channel first. From today on, I will be reporting on the robbery case. I can tell His Majesty this way. This is where the legend begins. This man has always had a document as his life goal, but unexpectedly, the appearance of a woman directly broke her original calm tone. On this day, a mountain patrol address suddenly came outside the gate of Xiaoqiang Fengfeng. I came here specially to deliver a message to Elder Qi. Just when he was complaining that Clownchou was a place where birds can't poop, but suddenly I heard the sound of the three ancestors playing in the West School. Looking carefully at the music, I saw that it was Yuqing Xuanya and others. The white and translucent skin in front of me is covered with a silent trace of dirt. Jiu, who was standing next to him, couldn't stop laughing as he talked. He felt very sorry for his family. Lan Lingwei was equally happy and even laughed out of tears. At the same time, seeing the three beauties of Du Xianwen and Qi Ji, the patrolling disciple of Xinhua Fury Fa, I can say that I will die without regret. But before the sound of transformation could be heard, there was a sound of a gunshot, and Wu Ling built a gorge to help him get out of the bridge. It was wiped from his ear. There is a string of treasures on the mountain patrol. Under the shield stone, the man is sweating profusely and does not even dare to move. Before he could turn around enough, the common sight still landed on the side of his neck. He lowered his shield and raised his hands above his head. Takasaku stayed where he was, shouting for his life, but he really didn't see anything. At this time, Qing Xuanya looked coldly at Hans Huang with an upturned face, and her eyes were slightly cold, and she asked him bluntly who he was and who came to work here. Xuanshan Dizi immediately took out his legendary uniform and showed that he was here. He immediately tied up the jade suit. Lina, the architect, also came to pick it up this morning. This is really a letter to the master. I have planned similar desires and blessings like this before. Before anyone could ask him where this letter came from, the mountain patrol disciple had already brought a large piece of his heart to attract 6 big chickens. It was on this day that Mr. Du, a patrolling man in the mountainous area, was completely happy with the beautiful woman. However, in order to protect his master's safety, Lina decided to read what was in his heart first. Next, Lingyi began to carefully check the progress of the ambush to see if there was any intrusion of spell writing. It wasn't until 2 hours passed that he finally completed the inspection and then injected lore into the pre-server. However, all this was seen by Li Changshou, and he immediately said, "Not making full use of the needle and thread around you to further confirm the safety of advance payment and stabilize funds 40 times. Until the next day, Chiyue was old enough to come down from the mountain with a copy of Lin Ekeoxy and kept saying, "It's good that the master is still alive." However, Li Changshou didn't have much fondness for this master who suddenly appeared. It was somewhat irresponsible for him to run away on his own with his 2 apprentices in the mountains, but Li Changshou couldn't comment on anything. As long as the master didn't blame the master, he would also treat the master to some extent. Later, under the arrangement of Qi Yuan Laodao, Li Changshou and Lan Li were forced to stand at the door of their house holding the hangfu to welcome the house. Li Changshou thought silently in his heart, the master has become old and the curtain has been revealed. That master must also be an old man with grey hair, who has been around for weeks. Between 4 and 2, a voice appeared in front of the person. But what surprised the 2 senior brothers was that Nian Qian was not some grey-haired boss who had repeatedly failed. Instead, there was a man wearing a pretend war drama and carrying a door-banging Xu Wen Changdao, who even broke his eggs and became a pleasant person. The important thing is that in this girl who is several thousand years old, she feels a stronger murderous aura than Chang Shou. The moment he saw the master, he burst into tears and said coldly, "Disciple, please pay homage to the master." This not only made Li Changshou and Li Changshou's eyes wide open with cold again, but it turned out that he was really a member of the division team. As soon as this young master opened her mouth, her voice became clear and crisp. "You are really the second child. Second brother, how come you are the boss of the line? Why don't you see him come out to see me?" Qi Yuan opened his mouth but didn't know how to say it. Master and disciple are incompetent and were thrown to the plane. They can only use the magic dog of the line. Yang Zong. Then Origin once again told the story of the time when Ling Jiangsanren left in 1510. A brigade of soldiers in classical Chinese, Han Shoyizi, said that the girl's master's body was full of confusion and he appeared at the spiritual peak. I will go find them right away to find out. Go Sheng has always been very protective of the little bear. This time, I finally got the approval of the Shi clan. Before anyone could react, in an instant, Ling's figure appeared in midair with a sharp force, and the North Korean Lingfeng machine shot away. Li Changshou also forgot and did not expect that this world group had such a bad temper and went directly to fight with the bishop. However, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Regardless of other lines, Shizhu did not touch the silk thread and directly looked for the silk thread for instructions. This made Li Changshou take a high look. Even though it was broken into pieces, Li Changshou hurriedly froze the clone and went to find the close sommelier uncle. An elder Wan Lin Yun came to help persuade. On the other side, Lin Jiang Sanren was already fighting with Master Kuaisi, and the opponent of the Lichang faction, Musa Shijuzheng. Wise's master was caught off guard, and his left shoulder was penetrated by the blood death. Blood started to appear on the back of the shoulder, and the protective light was instantly broken. Your eyes are extremely weak and you are holding two short swords in your hands to attack yourself. Seeing that he has greatly celebrated his life, your poems and pictures cost me money, so it's only natural that I cost you. Master Kuaisi's autonomy is defeated, and the company is still full of despair. Just recognize it over there. The moment he was about to touch, Elder Wan Lin Yun immediately struck down the attack. Then he immediately pulled the two of them apart. Stop, and no tearing is allowed inside the door. But General 02 doesn't care about 3721 and congratulates him loudly to let him go. Otherwise, he will also win together. At the same time, I suddenly heard a voice that sounded slightly touching my knees. Listen to your hands. Move 02 and look towards the direction of Po Tianfeng. The person who came was none other than the most powerful star in the sect. Looking forward to the situation, he settled with Qi very calmly. Jiang Liner, don't let things get lost. Li Changshou was busy on the sidelines. At least be gentle. Wang Qing is weak. My grandma is a person who kills the first person without even saying a word. It is difficult for you to persuade her, but what he didn't expect was that Jiang Liana would compromise so easily. This also made Li Changshou feel that there was definitely something going on between the two. As soon as the matter came to an end, Jiang Minga taught Li Changshou a lesson, saying that he wanted to explain some things to him alone, and he also wanted to know more about the current Xiao Zhongfu. On the way back, you often couldn't help but remind me that the Shi group and the disciples met their wishes. I think the feud between Xiao Qiongfeng and Xian Lingfeng continued from long memory. It takes half an hour to do it. Big Zhong Chigu is not feasible. Moreover, the disciple had seen in his dream that Kuai Sai had been killed, beaten, and stamped on by others. Kuai Sai's death had been confirmed by the sect. Jiang Lina shouted with a smile, okay, a good death. It's a pity that the second brother didn't do it himself. Then she asked him how he had lived in Shaoqiong Fengfeng these years. Then Li Changshou started talking about the 7 masters stuffing himself with a junior sister. But when the junior sister grew up, the senior brother and sister joined the sect. For the sake of his master, Li Changshou searched for Xianjia grass in Dulin, Beishuru Prefecture. Although Kung Fu lost his heart and he succeeded in stepping on the knife, he still had an incomprehensible relationship with the poisonous cliff. Next is the simplified clumsy line of Master Qi Wanbing. Later, Li Changshou also received the medicine from the Dragon Palace, and by mistake, he performed on the same stage with his future good brother Aou. Not long after, Li Changshou recovered from his stomachache and unexpectedly became the leader of the Poseidon sect. Of course, Shen Xian and becoming the leader cannot be told to the division team. Next, Shui Wenkuei launched a large-scale attack on Duxian Men's room and attacked the enemy with 1 star on Duxian Men. Not long after the war ended, the house sign ceremony was held in advance. Xiaoxing Fengfeng Yijuan rises and achieves the best results in history. After hearing this, Jiang Binga said with sincerity, your master has a bad temper, and he doesn't do anything to guard against others. I think you are pretty stable. And Xiao Qiongfeng will leave it to you in the future. The corner of Chang Shou's mouth is slightly smaller than that of Chang Shou, even though I have always done this. But when I heard master say this from his own mouth, I felt like the balls on my shoulders became so heavy. But don't worry, I will do my best to protect this place.